Good morning and welcome to the first International Symposium on Genetic Plant Breeding, organized by the National Institute of Agriculture Technology. We're streaming live from the Convention Center at Quorum in Cordoba, capital city, Argentina. On behalf of INTA Cordoba Regional Center, we'd like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and the Ministry of Science and Technology from the government of Cordoba province. We'd also like to thank the Federal Council of Investment for their priceless support in the organization of this event. This first International Plant Breeding Symposium is intended to provide a forum for the discussion and application of scientific advances. And we have this virtual platform. You can enter and visit the different rooms where we'll be streaming live all of the different presentations, and also the posters room, the scientific studies that will be presented in the posters rooms. In the virtual room, you'll be able to visit the different stands, the different sponsors, and interact with them via different videos and social media, and also via WhatsApp. They are available for interaction throughout the day, throughout the event. This event is organized in 2 days, 9 sessions. 44 national and international experts will be giving us, providing us with their expertise, their knowledge, so we can have, a good event. We'll be addressing different issues, genetic variability. We'll also be looking at new tools, such as molecular markers and the use of genetic improvement, deregulation of events, and also oil seeds, forage improvement, among others. Without further ado, it's A2. We'll begin with the first International Symposium with the first talk on genetic breeding for physiological improvement in crop yield. We'll give the floor to the president of the symposium, Dr. Daniel Garcia-Balú. Thank you, Ariel, and good morning. We'll begin with the scientific program with this special seminar. I'll introduce Dr. Thomas Sinclair.
Of this first International Plant Breeding Symposium, with this special seminar, who is talking about the complementation between plant breeding and crop physiology, one of the key points that we intend to discuss during this seminar. In doing so, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Thomas Sinclair for the University of North Carolina, who is talking about crop improvement, breeding for crop improvement in crop breeding. Tom, thank you very much for having accepted to be part of this seminar and to deliver this opening seminar. The audience is all yours. You've got 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm very happy to be a part of this symposium. Of course, was looking forward to being in Cordoba again, but circumstances don't allow it. This symposium reminds me of the first international meeting I ever attended, was really on about the same topic of what physiologists could do or recommendations to increase crop yield. It was a very enthusiastic meeting. Physiologists had a very impressive line of things for plant breeders to do. And as a result of the meeting, since the recommendation was for breeders to do what physiologists recommended, nothing really came of the meeting, unfortunately, because the breeders, of course, have their hands full. So it's at that point when I decided that really physiologists had to become involved, and that's kind of the theme that I want to talk about in my presentation. I'm going to do it in three parts. First part, give you a little bit of background of how I've approached this problem of improving crop yield. Secondly, outline exactly what we've done in our research. And then thirdly, I'll talk about some case studies that we've been involved in. Now, when I set up my program, really I had one primary goal, and that was to put superior cultivars in farmers' fields. Of course, it'd be nice to produce academic papers, but that wasn't helping the farmers. So I was really targeted in trying to figure out what we can do that would to generate germplasm that would be useful to farmers. And there were two major topics. One is to critically evaluate what physiological characteristics would really result in yield. As I said, that meeting had a long list of them. A lot of them proved to be illusionary. They weren't giving hard approaches to increase yield. The second approach is I wanted to have a way to understand whether a trait would really have the potential to increase yield. There's a way to use models to do that assessment ahead of time before all the investment in time and effort in doing the physiology and breeding on a specific trait. So these are the two main features of what I included in the research. Now, what I alluded to is there's some illusionary ideas out there, and I wanted to mention a couple of them. One is that there's a lot of work done on counting seed numbers, and I want to make it quite clear, as far as I can tell, that's irrelevant. They're both the seed number and the yield are dependent on the resource input. They happen to be correlated because what else can they be if you're talking about yield? But it's not a causal relationship. So that they need to put it aside. This is some work we did many years ago with soybean, where we actually looked at to look at the compensation between seed mass, which is on the y-axis, and the seed number on the x-axis. And each dot is an individual plant. We go through a row of soybean plants and harvested them and made these measurements. And we segregated the plants by their size. So in the left is small plants, moving to the right is large plants. But within each plant size, you can see there's a compensation, and it's a linear relationship that you can have larger seed, but you have fewer of them, or you can have smaller seed and you'll have more. And they form on linear lines, which actually represent a constant harvest index. So the feature of the result was that it's the harvest index, the resource division on the whole plant, that really determined yield. Seed number was something that really wasn't particularly relevant. Another idea that continues to get a lot of attention, it amazes me actually, is that photosynthesis can somehow increase yield. And what we've did a lot of measurements in photosynthesis when I started my career. I was into that game, but what we discovered was that at the level of photosynthesis we have now, if we increase photosynthesis further, we're not really increasing the growth of the crop. Here's a plot of the radiation use efficiency on the y-axis and the photosynthetic rate on the x-axis. And you can see it curvilinear, and up here at the higher ranges of photosynthesis, say 40 for soybeans and 60 for maize, we're getting to a fairly flat area. So any increase in photosynthesis has a very marginal increase in radiation use efficiency. As it turns out, it's not the growth at all that determines yields, it's the nutrient accumulation. This is the lesson of history. Throughout history, the yield levels have changed depending on particularly the amount of nitrogen that's been made available to the crop. Because to form that seed, you have to put the photosynthate together with the nitrogen and to get that the seed protein concentration. And the abundance of photosynthate is fairly high in the plant. In fact, what we'll learn is, or what we can show is that the nitrogen level can actually suppress the photosynthate or regulate the photosynthate. And we show that as a diode. So that depending on the level of nutrient, then that influences the amount of photosynthate available. those two go together and form the seed. So the crux of yield hasn't got much to do with photosynthesis, actually. There's plenty of potential usually for that in the plant. It's getting that nitrogen in the plant to match it with the photosynthate to get the seed yield. This is just to indicate that, in fact, we know that there's a large variation among crop species for this amount of nitrogen required for every unit of photosynthate. That's shown on the y-axis, and it ranges from the high of soybean to the lowest being rice. We've made this a two-dimensional graph, but we've also plotted here on the x-axis the gram of seed you get per gram of the photosynthate. And you can see our crop species pretty well nicely divide into four groups. Soybean being by itself, having the high nitrogen requirement and the lowest yield per unit of photosynthate. So we have a spread of that. But the key foundation for all these crops is getting the amount of nitrogen required to match it with the photosynthate to grow those seeds. Okay, well, those are two ideas I wanted to put out there. There are a lot of irrelevant hypotheses out there, and I think it takes extreme care to handle those. The question is, how can a physiologist then really help a breeder? And the two ideas I've suggested is that we have to develop tiers of physiological screens for parent selection. Now, generally, the parent selection, at least in terms of a physiological trait, tends to be intuitive. And what we need is some hard evidence that really we have a trait that can prove useful in increasing yield. The second approach is to confirm, actually, when we have a superior yielding cultivar, that it really does carry the trait. So that these are the two key features of the physiological approach that I've developed. Now, this tells you the breeding pathway that we've employed. The black is what a breeder does, what they have in the past. I assume the breeders will recognize this, and what I expect will be their main efforts in the future. And this involves the parent identification, which I indicated for physiology, tends to be a bit intuitive. And then with that parent, then we go into some mating and then cryptic selection, usually for yield, through a series of progeny. And from that series of selection in the field over a number of growing seasons, out usually will be one or two cultivars that are superior in their yield. And then that gives them, the breeder, a cultivar to release for the benefit of the farmer. The challenge then is to really improve that beginning point of the intuitive selection for a trait. And the red then is the physiology support, and this is what a physiologist has to do. As I indicated, that meeting I went to many years ago, the physiologists were happy to make recommendations, but they didn't do the work. What I'm saying is we had to do the work. And so this is what we've shown in red. We began with the hypothetical trait, which is in the bottom right-hand of this figure. And we use our physiological background to pick traits that we think are basically and directly linked to yield. And then we do some geospatial analysis to see how much and where there may be a yield benefit. Once we have a trait identified, then the question we've done is, does it exist in existing germplasm? Basically everything that we've approached, we find superior germplasm out there. There's no need to go into any more sophisticated things to develop germplasm when it already exists. What we developed was a tier of screening to find those individual lines that we recommend in the breeding program. And what we've discovered is there's no single phenotyping approach that I've been able to detect that makes the leap from doing a broad screen to an individual cultivar. So we've done an approach where we first do a cursory screen that lets us look at hundreds, if not thousands, of lines to find candidates for a particular trait. And then we go into more specific documentation, and this may be involve another 1 or 2 tiers of screening until we can get down to an individual or a few genotypes that carry the trait that we think should be put in the breeding program. This is then recommended to the breeder, and the breeder then goes through the normal process. And at the end of the cryptic selection, what we then do is take the recommended cultivar and retest it to see if it indeed has the trait that we started out with. And in the cases I'm going to show you, and in fact, all the cases we've done, we've been lucky, and the cultivar actually does carry the trait. Actually, though, if it didn't carry the trait, the breeder didn't care. He already had, or she had, a high yielding material. So this is kind of window dressing to confirm that what we start out as in physiology actually is going to be in the trait and show some benefit. So this is the general scheme that we've used and how we interact between our physiology work and the breeder. Let me then talk about 3 case studies which we've applied this technique. One is nitrogen fixation drought tolerance in soybean. Another one is early stomata closure with soil drying in peanut. And the third one is stomata closure at high values of atmospheric vapor pressure deficit. Okay, that first one is the nitrogen fixation sensitivity of soybean to soil drying. When we started this work, in the photo on the upper right-hand corner, not only were we measuring leaf photosynthesis, we were measuring the nitrogen fixation of the plant continuously through the growing season. And what we quickly discovered is these are open bottom pots, so the roots are going down in the soil. And if we weren't very careful to water, especially around the pots, so the roots are well watered, the nitrogen fixation would be dropping off. And we had a lot of concern early on is what are we doing to these plants that we're losing the nitrogen fixation? It turns out that the fixation is very sensitive to the loss in soil water. And this is a plot of what a summary of some of the data we've had, where it's the relative rate on the y-axis and the fraction of transpirable soil water on the x-axis. The value of 1 is pot capacity or field capacity. 0 is when the stomata are essentially closed. And the carbon accumulation in this case has no change until you've lost out down to about 1/3 of the transpirable water left in the soil, and then you have a more or less linear decrease. In contrast, nitrogen fixation begins to decrease before even 1/2 of the water is gone. And so that we see this very early loss in nitrogen fixation, and we have this very long duration period where the plant is having low input of nitrogen in contrast to the carbon accumulation. And this is one of the reasons that we see high sensitivity of soybean to soil drying. So the question is, if we could overcome this limitation, would it really impact yield of soybean? So we employed our simple simulation model to do this. This is a physiologically based model in that we simulate individual processes in the plant. Some of the key features are that the leaf area development is a function of temperature and soil water. The growth is a function of that radiation use efficiency, the amount of radiation intercepted, and soil water. And so a key feature of this is to track that soil water. And in this model, we do a very unique and I think important difference in how we do that. We use the intimate relationship between transpiration and growth. Both are, excuse me, dependent on stomata resistance or conductance. And for every unit of growth, there is a defined unit of transpiration. And we use that relationship to define transpiration. Many other models use this empirical and quite, in some ways, arbitrary approach of using meteorological models that really, well, they just aren't basic relationships, and so they're kind of constructs in an empirical sense to do that. But we use this direct physiological relationship. This is in the simulation we did for this nitrogen fixation drought tolerance. This was done across the United States. We divided the U.S. into grids of 30 kilometer by 30 kilometer distance. And for each location or each grid point, there was 50 years of weather data that we could do the simulations. And so we would first do the simulations for the standard situation where we had this sensitivity to soil drying, and then we would redo it and give us our cultivar with the drought tolerance. And I want to bring your attention to the map A in the upper left-hand corner. You'll see that this is a probability map that we would increase the yield. And the map you can see is highly pink and red. And if you'll go down to the scale under it, the P scale, that is the probability. And you'll see that for much of the United States, we would have a probability of increasing yield by changing nitrogen fixation trait by 85 to 90% in almost all regions, except the far west of the United States. So this is a clear recommendation from the simulations that this, in fact, was a trait that's beneficial to pursue. On the right-hand column are three maps, which are essentially percentile of absolute, showing absolute yield for different levels of water across the 50 years. Now, we had to do this screen. This is an important feature of what the physiologist would do. And the first screen in this test involved 3,500 plant introductions. It was a field screen where we selected or harvested petioles under well-watered conditions and measured their ureide levels. We had shown that ureide levels tended to be, low ureide levels tended to be associated with nitrogen fixation drought tolerance. From that 3,500 plant introductions, we ended up selecting about 250 lines, which we then did another field screen. And in this case, we grew the plants under well-watered conditions, then subjected them to a 3-week drought period, and then harvested the plants after that drought period to look at their nitrogen accumulation under drought conditions. And of course, we were selecting those that had high nitrogen accumulation when they were under drought. From that, we selected 24 plant introductions that went into the glasshouse screen where we directly measured nitrogen fixation with soil drying and using the acetylene reduction technique. And actually, we eventually recommended 11 tolerant PIs from this screen. At the top of this figure, you'll see the system we use. These are individual pots where we would dry the plants over about a 2-week period so that it has a normal acclimation or more or less acclimation that you expect in the field. The bottom left-hand graph is a plot of the nitrogen fixation rate on the y-axis against that fraction of transpirable soil water on the x-axis. And you'll see for this soybean genotype and almost all soybean genotypes, there is no change until you get down to about a half of that fraction of transpirable soil water. Then we have this linear decrease, this putting making the plants vulnerable to this loss in nitrogen input. In the right is this PI 471938. It's one that came out of our screen program, and you see that its breakpoint is lower. In the regression analysis, we're down to about a quarter of the fraction transpirable water before it decreases, so that nitrogen fixation in this line is more tolerant even than the stomata sensitivity, the photosynthesis sensitivity to soil drying. The breeding program was initiated using 471938. This was a test we did of 10 high-yielding elite breeding lines that were generated in Arkansas and North Carolina. And these are ranked in their nitrogen fixation tolerance. And you'll see that this line highlighted in yellow, which is now identified as N8002, was the second in terms of nitrogen fixation tolerance. And it was a high-yielding line that in fact has now been released for commercial use under dry conditions. And you'll see in the background under nitrogen fixation that a quarter of its pedigree comes from 471938. So that we generated this line from parent that had the trait, and it itself is expressing the trait. But let me go into the second study. This was looking for water conservation by early stomata closure with soil drying. This is the same plot I've shown you several times with the relative rate on the y-axis, the fraction of transpirable soil water on the x-axis. The solid line is what we normally expect of a stomata response or normally observed. I want to point out we're showing one with dotted lines that is to the right of the normal one. That this, in fact, is what's recommended often, that you want osmotic adjustment to keep stomata open and keep leaves growing. I don't have the simulations to show you or any of the field observations, but it turns out this is exactly the wrong thing you want to do. When you're running out of water, you don't want to encourage the plant or have plants that continue to use that water. They need to be conserving what water is available so they can sustain physiological activity. So our interested in is the dashed line to the left where we have the early stomata closure. So the question is then, does this really have any benefit? And this is the same simulation model we used before. Again, first do it with the normal situation and then put in early stomata closure and do the comparison. This is a probability map, this map A. And you'll see that especially to the west, we have this 85% or more yield increase due to this trait. So it's especially useful in dryland areas. In our wetter areas, we're still getting a benefit, but it's the probability is down around 60 or 70%. So that we still, though, seem to have a trait that's quite desirable, and especially in the drier regions. In peanut, we explored this trait. I should say that we would like to have done it in soybean, but we haven't found any genetic variation. This has been quite a big puzzle for me. It's out there. We just haven't found it yet, I'm sure. In peanut, we put the material in the field, grew them side by side under dry conditions, and then you could observe these differences in the wilting. And you can see on the left is a normal line showing substantial wilting. On the right is this line N120060L, which isn't beginning to have wilting. Its wilting is 4 or 5 days after the other line. We put the material in the greenhouse, shown in the photo in the upper right. We would grow the plants in pots. Once they've gotten a little bit larger than this, we would put it under a 2-week dry period and then characterize that break point that you get with soil drying. This is the lines that we tested in the greenhouse. And you can see on the left with this high threshold, in fact, it turned out to be N120060L. It was the most tolerant of the lines we studied. Many of the lines on the right you'll see are around 0.4, slightly above, which for peanut seem to be the normal case. So there's this limited situation, limited genotypes, and the N120060L was the recommendation. In this case, we were going to recommend this part of a breeding program, but it turns out that this had already been generated in a breeding program. The breeder had tested it and essentially rejected it because the average yield across all environments was not particularly, there were others that were better than this one. But when we look at the results in a little different way, the advantage of 120060L shows up. We plot the difference between its yield and Bailey, which is the commercial, common commercial line in the eastern United States. And so that with the difference, any situation where this selected genotype was superior, we would have a positive yield gain, something greater than 0. Lower yield would be below 0. And we would plot this against the yield of Bailey. Now, the yield is plotted here as dollars per acre. That's what the farmers want, so it includes the quality figure, but that's gives us an index of the environment in which we were growing it. Higher yields would mean a wet environment, lower yields mean dry environment. And if you look at this, when we look at about $800 per acre, below that, you'll see that 7 of the 9 environments had higher yields than the commercial check. Above that, there wasn't any clear pattern. And because of that, including all the data, the average yield wasn't particularly high, but the probability of yield was quite high under the dry land conditions. So this genotype now is being prepared for release for dry land peanut production. Okay, let me go to the third case study, and this is partial stomata closure at elevated vapor pressure deficit. This is a trait that we're particularly excited about. Under most conditions, and you'll see that on the bottom graph here on the right hand, is that there's a linear relationship between the transpiration rate and the atmospheric vapor pressure deficit. As the air gets drier, a higher vapor pressure deficit, there's a linear increase in transpiration. And this is what's generally found in all the genotypes of all species we look at. However, there are exceptions, and you'll see this happens to be sweet corn. The top panel shows a case, a genotype, where the transpiration increases to a maximum level, and then it goes flat. And this happened to be at a value of vapor pressure deficit of 2 kilopascals. So at any time when the air got dry above 2 kilopascals, the plant would start saving water. And this would allow you to have water available in any late season drought. So this gives you an advantage under drought conditions, or hypothetically does. We did the model analysis again, as we've done previously. Again, this is a probability map. And you'll see that again, this trait is especially advantageous in the dry land areas. And actually, it shows more benefit than the soil drying when through many of the areas in the United States. And so this trait is favorable under a broader area. So again, there are many areas where it's at least 85% benefit for having this trait. The initial screen was actually done by the soybean breeder himself. This is Tommy Carter. He would grow the nursery out until a pretty well-established canopy, impose a drought, and then make daily observations for wilting. And most of his nursery, in fact all except for a line or two, would look like what you see on the left. Eventually they would get to be substantially wilted. On the right is 416937, and you can see, like we found in peanut, this was only beginning to wilt. And the question is, what's going on with this line that would allow this to be delayed wilting by these 4, 5, or 6 days? This is the technique that we then screened for the trait specifically. In the figure above top, you'll see that we put chambers around plants. We could vary the vapor pressure deficit and with them measure the transpiration rate. For most soybeans and most genotypes of all species, we get this linear relationship that you'll see in panels A, B, and D. Our panel C, which is 416937, the one I showed you in the previous slide that wasn't wilting, had the trait where it broke over at about 2 kilopascals and went flat, essentially, in its transpiration rate. So it had this capability of conserving soil water whenever the atmosphere got high or got dry, especially in mid-afternoon circumstances. You'll see here, this is a repeat of what I showed you earlier of the release that we're doing with this line N8002. And what I didn't point out is that its transpiration traits are shown in the right-hand column. It ranked third among all the lines that we tested, and an eighth of its pedigree came from this 416937. So this line had the advantage of both the nitrogen fixation tolerant pedigree and direct sensitivity to vapor pressure deficit. And as a result, or we argue, as a result, it gives the advantage under dryland conditions and is a commercial release now for soybean production in the southeast United States. Before I leave this topic of this vapor pressure deficit, we also studied it in maize. Pioneer Hybrid had developed some lines that seemed to be especially useful under dryland conditions. This is a photo of a side-by-side comparison of a line that was put under drought, and on the left is one that delayed wilting, and the one on the right is the normal check line, which was substantially wilted. Pioneer gave us 36 genotype or hybrids to ask us to look and see what might be unusual about among these lines. Of course, working with a company, we really didn't know what we had or what they were doing in the field. But after we did the test of the 36, we found 12 actually had this vapor pressure deficit response for water conservation. And it turned out that these 12 generally represented the lines that Pioneer markets as Aquamax lines. They've proven higher yield under the dryland conditions. And it's this trait that saves water that allows them to have delayed wilting and a higher yield under these circumstances. So this is a commercial product now that's been available actually for several years, although it wasn't exactly clear what the advantage of this trait was. Okay, well, this really brings me to the end of my talk and a reminder of how we've approached this challenge of putting physiology to work in a breeding program. As I said, the black is what a breeder, in my interpretation at least, is what a breeder would normally do in their breeding program. And we've now supplemented that with our physiological perspective where we can examine for hypothetical traits. I've shown you three and several that we've looked at. We've developed cursory screens that lets us look at a large number of lines. And then we have follow-up screens, more detailed screens, so we can really pinpoint the expression of a trait and made those recommendations for the breeding program as a parent selection. And then we've gone back and shown that, in fact, in the three cases I've shown you and in others, that the trait actually does exist in the cultivars that have come out with higher yielding capabilities. So we're very enthused about this procedure. Some of the research continues. We're actually looking at some more traits, and it's this interactive approach, which in contrast to the meeting I went to many years ago, is what has to be done in terms of actually getting the work done and producing that improved cultivar. Well, that's what the material I wanted to present, and happy to join with you. And if there's time for any discussion, I'm certainly happy to participate in that. Thank you.
Hello. Well, Tom, thank you very much for this excellent and inspiring seminar. We have time for a few questions. I have quite a few here, but I will pick probably a couple of them since we don't have a lot of time. One of the questions is, considering that there is evidence that a plateau for soybean photosynthetic efficiency has been reached, how could the potential yield be increased in a near future?
Well, that's a challenge. That's a challenging question, and I think realistically we have to assume that we're not going to increase the yields a large amounts in high yielding areas like in Argentina, Brazil, and the United States. There's just not the resources to go much higher. The ones that we've looked at is to try to maximize yield relative to the water available. So that's why we really looked at the nitrogen fixation to make sure we can get as much nitrogen in that crop as we can, because that's what's needed to get the high soybean yield. So I think the trying to understand nitrogen fixation, either from management or breeding, is a way that we can look at the yields. But ultimately, I think the realistic value is that when we start getting up to 6 tons per acre, per hectare, that we're getting to a level where there's just not that much opportunity to go much higher. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Another question is, are the available crop varieties prepared for high environmental resources?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Certainly the varieties that are high yielding have to accumulate the resources to do that. Water, nitrogen, and phosphorus being the three that they have to accumulate in substantial amounts to get the high yield. And I think in our studies, there's germplasm out there, except for that one case in soybean about the response to water. We've readily identified those. The key is having phenotypic screens that would let you start picking these out and working down a sequence of screens to find the trait. So I think the traits generally are out there. We just have to find them. And I haven't found them any need or any specific benefit, for instance, any using necessarily any tools to get new genetic variation.
Thank you. The last question, since we are running out of time, is one of the unsolved trade-off in soybeans that breeders faces nowadays is the delay in senescence, which might be an interesting avenue to yield increase, but irreversibly can result in a decrease in nitrogen remobilization efficiency, negatively affecting the seed nitrogen content. In such an important protein source crop like soybeans, how could physiology solve or address this constraint?
Well, as I indicated before, the challenge is to increase nitrogen fixation. And this may be linked a lot in soybean to the ability to store a lot of nitrogen in the plant during the vegetative stage. In our studies, if you have a high yielding soybean material, the nitrogen fixation isn't sustained. Everything else shifts to producing seeds, so that we don't get high nitrogen fixation unless we have a low yielding material. So that what we have to do is accumulate a lot of nitrogen during vegetative stage. And I think this may require looking our soybeans to be storage capacity, increased storage capacity during the vegetative stage. And that means higher nitrogen concentrations in stem and leaves. There are storage proteins in the vegetative tissue in soybean. I wonder if there aren't capabilities to have increased amounts so that we can increase that nitrogen fixation under the non-stress condition. Of course, in the field, we're faced with this water problem all the time, and that has to be overcome too. So the feature is really we have to get more nitrogen in the plant. That's what we're harvesting soybean for, is for that protein.
Well, Tom, once again, thank you very much for this excellent seminar and for being part of this symposium. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Muy bien.
Estamos entonces listos para el acto inaugural de este primer simposio internacional.
We're ready to officially open the first International Symposium on Plant Breeding for Innovation. The National Institute of Agriculture Technology, together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and the Ministry of Science and Technology from the government of province of Cordoba, officially welcome you to the first International Symposium on Plant Breeding. There are many people who are with us on the opening session. Here with us, the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the province of Córdoba, Dr. Sergio Busso, the Minister of Science and Technology of the province of Córdoba, Pablo de Chiara, the Undersecretary of Agriculture of the national government, the Director of the National Institute of Agriculture Technology, Dr. Carlos Parera, and also with us, the President of the National Institute of Agriculture Technology, Engineer Susana Mirasu, and Gabriel Raya Tonetti, the directors of experimental stations of INTA, Marco Juárez and Manfredi, Guillermo Hercer, and Aquiles Salina, council members of the INTA Córdoba Regional Center, Costamaña, the president of Córdoba Stock Grain Exchange, and from Coninagro, Alejandro Butiero. Also with us, the president of INTA's Regional Córdoba Center, Cabrera, Mr. Cabrera, and engineer Juan Cruz Molina, and also the president of the Symposio, Dr. Daniel Basigalup. Welcome, everyone. We will now sing the national anthem.
Sean eternos los laureles que supimos conseguir
Empezamos así con este acto inaugural.
So we
La palabra, entonces,
now give the floor
lugar el presidente.
to the president of the symposium, Dr. Daniel Basigalup. Thank you, Ariel. Today, we're beginning the final stage of a process that started 2 years ago at INTA Córdoba Regional Center that was supported by the province of Córdoba via the two ministries, the Agricultural and Livestock and Science and Technology. Since the beginning, this first symposium on plant breeding aimed at supplementing the conventional approaches with the new technologies that have made important advances in the last few years. Another important objective was to support the public and private sector cooperation. All of this in a context that we believe the biggest challenge we're facing in agriculture today is to produce more and better food in a sustainable and safe way for a world population that is constantly increasing. And all of this in using natural resources in a sustainable way, natural resources that are involved in, that undergoing climate change issues. The development of new cultivars is really an important tool. The 9 sessions comprising this scientific program aim at precisely this objective. The motto for this event, Plant Genetics for Innovation. We're convinced that the competitive advantage is not based on the accumulation of knowledge as it was some decades ago, but on the rapid access to these knowledge that are constantly being updated. On behalf of the organizing committee, we'd like to thank very much, we'd like to thank INTA, the production administration of the government of Córdoba, the Federal Investment Council, all of the sponsors that have contributed and supported this event, and the organizations and sponsors in general. We'd also like to thank the speakers, guest speakers, national and international guest speakers that have also submitted scientific studies as posters, and the audience that are listening or accompanying us in this symposium. Thank you, Daniel. We'll now give the floor to the Vice President of the symposium, the Director of Regional Center of INTA, Juan Cruz Molina. Juan, thank you, Ariel, and welcome to the first symposium, International Symposium on Plant Breeding. Thank you very much to all of you. We're very proud to be facilitating this forum. We'll be sharing and thinking of plant genetics for innovation. We had a lot of whys and what fors, and we aimed at actually addressing all of them. But first, I'd like to share some things that happened. A brief story in March 2020, just a day before, on-site congresses were called off due to coronavirus, one of the most important congresses of agriculture. We were launching between INTA and the province of Córdoba, we were launching this initiative. Then we went through the pandemics, something that created a great change, that changed our strategy. However, we were able to manage it. We were able to manage the strategy because we were aware how important this event was. We got together, we organized, we want to add value in this forum. A lot of you that are supporting us and are with us in the room and on the virtual rooms said that this forum does not exist, and we need it for Argentina. It is a challenge to make this initiative a sustainable forum. Today, this is the beginning of the first international symposium, and it is our first step. We want to address several key issues, such as where we're at, where we're heading, in terms of plant breeding. I see this symposium as a forum for strategic discussion and reflection. It is a strategic process. It'll help us design how we're going to get there, what kind of results we want to achieve, where we want to position Argentine genetic breeding. All of us who are here in the room and in the virtual room, we are aware of the technical, regulatory issues or the innovative issues that can contribute to this strategy. Let us share ideas and proposals. These questions are really difficult to answer as we agree on a strategic approach that would position plant breeding in Argentina. This is one of the challenges we set to discuss in Cordoba. We've been discussing for a long time now on public policies. Argentine agriculture is part of the solutions we're dealing with in our country and in the world in general. Hunger, for example, and starvation and climate change. So plant breeding will be important in this century of biology. This was proved during pandemics. The driving force of agriculture, as the minister said, Argentine agriculture is plant breeding that expresses itself via very professional operations conducted by agricultural engineers on a daily basis, on technologies based on knowledge and sustainable efforts, transforming genetic breeding in ecosystemic services. A week ago, our colleagues at INTA submitted a presentation in the G20 on a workshop on agriculture and climate change, and they said that our country is currently producing food for over 400 million people and 1,000 people. And Argentina accounts for only 1% of greenhouse gases, and agricultural sector and other land uses do not surpass 0.39%. However, climate phenomena are still affecting our agricultural activities. At INTA, we want to adapt to climate change. We want to improve plant breeding in order to contribute to smart agriculture. Argentina and its agriculture is part of a solution. This is how we need to be seen, why. We need to to be able to convey this. In Cordoba, we are committed with these good practices and plant breeding. We've been discussing to create a strategic center for plant breeding where public and private sectors can coexist and develop agreements in order to enhance this opportunity of biological knowledge, as the Minister of Science and Technology, Paulo de Chiara, says. We're here with a very clear purpose, and we know what we have to do and what we have to do ahead of us. Fred Kaufman, an international consultant, speaks about conscious organizations, and in his conferences, he addresses this question: what is your job? And what we say is, well, I'm a plant breeder, I'm a physiologist. We speak from our roles. And this person makes an analogy with soccer, and he says that soccer player job is not to be a quarterback or a goalkeeper. Their job of the team is to win. This is the mission of the team. All of them playing together to win. This is the purpose that gives sense to the organization as a team. Our job from INTA is to encourage innovation and contribute to sustainable growth and to contribute to public policies and create public goods. And we also produce plant breeding. With the first symposium, we are aware we provide strategic management, and we know the potential we have. Our companies prove that, and they have results, and INTA has results as well. We work for plant breeding. Let us work to make plant breeding win in Argentina. Thank you all for supporting us, and thank you for making this dream come true. Thank you very much. Let us enjoy this symposium and keep discussing plant breeding for innovation so that it is helpful, it adds value, and we can actually escalate it. Thank you, Juan Cruz, for your words.
Now, remotely, this is the symposium, this first plant breeding symposium. We have President of the National Institute of Agriculture, Engineer Susana Mires. Susana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to share and say that the INTA Vice President is with us, and I want to give you a warm welcome to this first plant breeding symposium. For INTA, as part of the Ministry of Agriculture, Cattle Raising and Fishing, it's a great pleasure to be with you with outstanding experts, more than 500 participants, national and international participants. And this event is the result of this articulated work that we have done with the government of the province of Córdoba through the Agriculture and Cattle Raising Ministry and the Science and Technology Ministry. To see this widespread diversity of participants and speakers, breeders, seeders, and scientists, lawmakers, professional associations, and companies proves that working jointly is the right path to embark on. And that's why we want to contribute with this platform. We want this to be used as a springboard to promote debates regarding the scientific advances in the service of innovation for the food industry, agro-food industry. And we want to set the path to continue researching and to set goals for a lot of conversations within the community. Transitions towards technological changes really strengthened by the climate change and the need to contribute to environmental sustainability highlights an agricultural agenda that must contribute to food production for an increasing world population and to increase productivity by surface units, but in a sustainable and efficient way. And this will turn into an increase in the production and in the yield, but it will also have an impact on a positive impact on climate change. That's why the three main goals for this symposium: promote updates on the most recent scientific research related to plant breeding and the development of commercial breeds, complementing traditional crops and IT and new techniques, phenotype or throughput, high throughput phenotypes to make a more developed cultivars. We think it's a way to contribute with synergies, and that these public-private contributions can still promote all the technological improvements and plant breeding that the sector really needs. And we want to highlight that it's key to approach, as this activity states, the concept of 4.0 agriculture, digital agriculture, advances in genomics, and new genetic breeding techniques that are marked by this industrial agricultural revolution 4.0. And the environmental agenda, that is, it's imperative to respond to that due to the frequency of our extremes that is negatively impacting in the food safety and in the ecosystems worldwide. At the same time, related to the chemical contamination and pollution due to the agricultural practices, using less supplies, using more biosupplies, and as it's done in Cordoba, the use of good agricultural practices to take care of people's environmental health, and managing natural resources related to the problems of water preservation and soil preservation. We believe that conventional breeding and the use of biotechnology, ecophysiology, biotechnology, and the different techniques for genotypes and phenotypes, and the use and preservation of genetic resources are key tools to solve the challenges in this context. And we think, well, we now have this pandemic situation of COVID-19. And then to work together to bring about synergies will allow us to have more access to better knowledge, to have better and improved cultivars, and to work sustainably with inclusive policies that contribute to land equality and social equality. I want to particularly mention the steering committee, INTA's steering committee, the scientific committee, the advisory committee of the organization, and all of those who made this symposium possible, this first plant breeding symposium. And the goal is plant breeding, plant genetic breeding for innovation. Our best wishes for the development of this symposium, and I'm sure we'll meet throughout the symposium. Thank you very much. Thank you, Susana, for your kind words. Now we'll hear from Minister of Science and Technology, Pablo de Chiara. Sergio?
Pablo. Bueno, primero que nada, buen día para todos, para todas. La verdad, un gusto muy grande.
It's a pleasure to be here in this opening ceremony. I'd like to greet my colleague and friend Sergio Busso, Minister Sergio Busso, the President of INTA, the steering committee, Daniel. Great job organizing this symposium to make this symposium a reality, a very important one that is going to be a milestone. Oscar, Juan Cruz, really a pleasure to be here with you. I'd also like to greet the CFI, the Investment Council, the university deans from different universities, different high studies organizations in the province, and to greet those main, the main speakers here in this symposium: entrepreneurs, scientists, SMEs from Cordoba, SMEs that expand around the world, large corporations such as Don Mario that produces seeds, from Argentina to the world and competes globally, and small farmers in Jesús María or the peanut complex that is so important in the province. In these 2 days, and with 44 national and international speakers, I think we're going to be able to complete and to be able to achieve those 3 things that Daniel mentioned in the opening ceremony. On the one hand, updating, to be focused on this issue of innovation for genetics, articulating innovation ecosystems, to improve our skills and to merge the scientific side with the technology for production. The second one was to sharing knowledge, sharing everything. And then the third one was cooperation. We saw what Tom said at the beginning, this idea of combining talent and technology, biology with other disciplines like algorithms, AI, and the use of huge data volumes, big data, that are the main supplies, so that through technology we can put this at the service of the development, the production, and that this development and that production be within sustainability, and that they produce these innovative ecosystems, understanding innovation as a path, but a mission that is never complete, that we will always have to feed. The other key element that I think is very important and that is going to be treated here has to do with the genetic resources, these functional units that we need to add value to, and that already have a potential value through the different techniques or procedures, and that need to be the raw materials so that innovators and entrepreneurs and these new generations of bio-entrepreneurs can create more bio companies and improve our yield and our competitiveness. We are convinced that biotechnology gives solution to the big global challenges. The INTA president just mentioned that. And in order to do that, we have to develop our talents, but we also need to develop our entrepreneurs so that they can develop themselves and use biotechnology as the main supply to improve production and to have better jobs, to create better jobs. And how do we scale these innovative solutions? So we need to work as a team, and that's what we're doing here with the province of Córdoba, with the productive cabinet, with the innovate and entrepreneurs chamber. So on my side, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to working as a team. It is true what Juan Cruz said, pandemic has only made this a little later, but it has not affected our convictions. We are convinced that this is the way to go. We know that we have a great opportunity and that we have to make sure that we profit from it, so that we add knowledge to our production and to be always on the top of the wave and to be in that continuous innovation process, understanding the innovation as that umbrella that will protect us all the time. And I hope you all enjoy this symposium. Thank you, Pablo. To close this opening ceremony, we will hear now Minister Sergio Buso, Minister of Cattle Raising and Agriculture in the province of Córdoba. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for making us part of this first international symposium. Thank you, Juan Cruz, Oscar. Thank you, Daniel. At the end of the day, you are responsible, together with everybody from INTA. Thank you, President, for being here with us. Thanks to all the people from INTA, from Córdoba, and all the different offices around the provinces. Around the province, you are really committed, highly committed. And I also like to thank the agricultural representatives that are here with us, people from the Cereal Chamber of Córdoba, all the academia, especially the people from the National University of Córdoba, the University of Agricultural Sciences, Julia Carreras, a lot of people who have made big efforts to achieve this goal that is now a reality with this first plant breeding symposium. Thank you to those that represent agricultural professionals, the president, Daniel Cabalín, and a lot of people that are following us. The day is here. As Juan Cruz said, everybody has been waiting for this day. We had to coexist with this pandemic context, and we had to think about a different event. You know, we thought about having this in the convention center because we thought that there could be a lot of people with us. Cordoba, in that regard, had great expectations, but we adapted. We adapted to the new reality, to this new context, and I'm sure in a similar way it's going to be very successful. I have no doubt, because there is huge participation by different stakeholders. Paulo and I are here because with the government of Cordoba, we understand that this symposium is very important for everything that was said, but besides the presence of the speakers and the companies, the scientists, all the people that are part of plant breeding, we have a responsibility from our side to help make this goal become a reality. And from the productive cabinet, we were working on it. We have an agenda to make production sustainable, but not only as a speech, but as a specific public policy, a state policy built by the private sector and the public sector. And when we take a look at everything we've done, I'm sure we can point out specific actions for this sustainable development. The platform, the development platform to take care of our natural resources, our habitat. If we don't engage ourselves to fight against climate change, maybe all of these goals, all of these dreams, and even all of the things we say is going to be in vain. So we not only have to say it, we have to do it with specific policies. Many of them are probably not there yet, but it's non-negotiable. We can go back, and I think that we can show that as construction between public, because in this sense I want to highlight that we always have INTA as an ally, as a partner, this national institute that is so prestigious to defend the interest of the agro-food industry in our country, as just as SENASA, another national institution that always helped from the regulation standpoint. Many of the goals were feasible by having the right laws in place and the right regulations in place to move forward and to produce by taking care of the natural resources. That's why this first symposium is maybe a starting point. I don't think it's a goal. It's a starting point. You, Juan Cruz, said that we have a lot of goals here in Cordoba. We are going to support you from the province's administration. And so I think that we share the goals in this event. I'm not going to talk about the success of the symposium. I'm sure it is already a success because there's a lot of effort, a lot of work behind this symposium, and the goals are going to be definitely achieved. And I'd like to close with saying something that I always say. You said something, Juan Cruz. We are in a very difficult context. We know that, and we always say we have to produce more because that's the only way for us to move forward. And you said something that I always say from a friend. We need to understand and to have an insight of what we're living through. through. And when you see the economic engines, there are many engines that are going to be damaged after the pandemic, and it's a fact. Different engines that generated possibilities for this country. In order for this country to move forward, it needs resources, tourism, energy, vaca muerta, that seem to be the solution to many of the country's problems, and now it's basically on standby. And if we could start those engines again, it will be because from each one of the provinces we restart all these engines. The pandemic is going to be tough, and the post-pandemic is going to be tougher for the agro-food industry specifically, and we know that this sector, we need to take care of it. First, we need to acknowledge it, then protect it and take care of it, and then stimulate it, because it's a serious sector that is going to work for the rest of the sectors and the rest of the industries, and that is going to get the country out of this complicated situation, not only the country but also the world. This symposium is going in that direction, improving productivity, making it more efficient, contributing with technology, and I think that's our agenda as well. So basically, what we want to say to you from the province's government, that we're going to support this event and all the goals that will come out, all the ideas that will come out and that will result from this symposium. There is a before and after with Pablo Di Chiara as Minister of Science and Technology, and me in the Agriculture and Cattle Raising Ministry. We want to congratulate the organizers of this first plant breeding symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio, for your words. I'd also like to thank the Secretary of Agriculture of the province of Córdoba, Dr. Blanda, and Catalina Boeto, and the Vice President of INTA, Tomás Schichter. Thank you to the Legislative Council that has declared this symposium of provincial interest. As the minister said, we have now officially opened this symposium. We certainly expect that this symposium can contribute to promoting cooperation between the public and private sectors, both nationally and internationally. You're welcome to visit our virtual trade show, where you'll find our sponsors. Diamond sponsors Federal Council of Investment and Argenbio. Platinum sponsors Bayer. Gold sponsors Córdoba Grain Stock Exchange, Palo Verde, and Grupo Don Mario. Our silver sponsors, Association of Argentine Cooperatives, Advanta, Bioceres, Oscar, Payman and Associates. Bronze sponsors, Florimon, Peanut Chamber, Peanut Foundation, and steel sponsors, Gentus and Buck Seeds. We'll now have a short break, and we'll resume at 9:30 to continue with this symposium. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the first plant breeding symposium. It is essential to have genetic variability in any breeding program, either natural or created. This first session was chaired by Dr. Marcelo Elguera, who is an expert on genomics from INTA's Agricultural Research Center, Córdoba. We'll be discussing on the creation and use of genetic variability. This first session is sponsored by Argenbio. We request the chairs of the sessions to stick to the schedule, please. Marcelo, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ariel. With your presentation on the first session, which is called The Creation and Use of Genetic Variability, this topic is the first topic we're beginning with this symposium, a way to imagine the importance of this topic of genetic variability variability is to think in terms of evolution. We cannot think in terms of evolution if we don't have genetic variability. And genetic improvement can be a condition for certain traits that have to do with the selection criteria used by breeders. In this session, we'll be addressing two main aspects that have to do with genetic variability: the creation and the use. We'll have 4 presentations that will be addressing different aspects of these characteristics. Without further ado, we'll now introduce Dr. Feinhold, who is Balcarce INTA researcher and also a coordinator of the biotechnology program. He'll be discussing on plant breeding and the creation of a new variability. Thank you, Marcelo. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I will be addressing genetic improvement and the creation of a new variability. Let's begin with when did breeding begun? And it all began when human beings were sedentary and they began to grow. And they became growers. And this all started when we identified that we could create a plant out of a seed. And this observation is documented that it was a female observation. Women were in charge of collection and men were in charge of the household. And they identified transcendental fact. If we choose a seed that creates plants, this just happened simultaneously in different parts of the world that did not have any communication among themselves. So this helps to understand that this is associated to a certain maturity of humankind. The domestication is based on a set of improvement data and change in traits that have to do with domestication traits, especially everything that has to do with the organ size, the harvest organ size, such as fruits, grains, tubers, and roots. One of the main traits is to avoid, to prevent the seed from dispersing because human beings or man want to harvest that product. Floral synchrony is very important, and the loss of seed dormancy, that is a strategy of adaptive strategy. It is men that have to plant the seed, and so they don't want to have a seed dormancy. And the same for photoperiod sensitivity, or the adjustment of crops to climate cycles. So the crops can actually disperse and be transported to other regions, different periods, and also reducing toxic compounds that are quite abundant in many wild plants that are not crops. So we could say that domestication has been altering and changing genomes, so trying to knock out or avoid the expression of those genes that are undesirable and making those alleles and genes that are desirable. In this sense, I think it's important to highlight or to consider one of the acronyms that speaks about genetically modified organisms. And the reality is that since, as we understand the domestication process and the impact in genomes, we could say that all of the plants and all of the crops that we use for food are already genetically modified simply because we have selected them for thousands and thousands of years. Plant breeding has been extremely successul. If we look at a long series of years, these are series that begin in 1270, and we see that production in this case, this is wheat, barley, and oats have more than quadrupled. These are U.S. data, and all of this has been achieved as a result of a combination of genetic improvement and management improvement, implementation improvement. But the important thing is that this did not have a sort of a parallel increase. And so this speaks of an increase per increase of cultivated area or crop area. So we could say that plant breeding has been very, very successful, but it's never enough. Why? Because we always have a high standard, so we're demanding more. And we've heard this during the opening sessions of this symposium, where this is a context of increasing population growth. We're expecting 10 billion people by 2050. Additionally, these 10 billion people are demanding a set of improvements regarding a diet or food that is a higher protein content diet or higher quality foods and feed. And also, there are several diversification destinations or outputs for such as fiber and the creation of the generation of fuel based on vegetables or plants. This has to take place in this will take place in a global warming scenario, so we need to adapt to climate or global warming. This means less water and higher temperatures that impact in the appearance of adverse effects such as biotic factors, and the world in general is demanding that we not only have to adapt to global warming effects, but we need to mitigate the production of or the generation of greenhouse gases. And we need to produce more crops using fewer fertilizers and using we have to be able to sort of balance carbon emissions and be very efficient and sustainable. The breeding scheme, since the beginnings up to now, is relatively simple. We begin with a pool of diversity, then selection cycles are conducted until diversity is worn out, and we have to create a new diversity. And human beings have been using, since the beginning, genetic diversity that existed naturally for thousands of years. And since the last 100 years or so, or a bit more, a set of technologies have come up, and technical, they have to do with the introduction of new variabilities. This has to do with the creation of interspecific crosses, genetic engineering, more recently, and the development of transgenics, and more recently, and being technology more promising, so to speak, both for genetic improvement and other purposes, is genome editing. So genome editing is a new technique of improvement or breeding, and this acronym is probably not that precise when we want to understand what it means. The The new technique, the double-strand break nucleus target size, the NBTs, genetic improvement or breeding is pretty much the same, which is selecting via phenotypes the best genotypes. What genomic editing does is to allow us to understand better the genetic basis that condition this phenotype. Simply put, genome editing is a technology that has evolved in the last 10 years or a bit less. So a nucleasa is directed, or an enzyme that sort of cuts the DNA in double strands, and the latest developments. So what really guides the nucleus is an RNA fragment. Other technologies, what did was to direct it via specifically designed proteins. As we simplified the direction of the nucleus through an RNA double stranding, have facilitated some developments. So what happens with these enzymes cuts the DNA in double strands. It can interrupt the sequence of a gene by incorporating or removing some bases. And so there's a gene knockout. A gene knockout takes place. This is done via a repair mechanism that sometimes sort of goes wrong, and so it creates discontinuity that results in a specific gene knockout. If we use other kinds of repair mechanisms such as homology, we can create two different products. One is the correction of DNA sequence, that is shifting a base or replacing a base by another one. This is called gene replacement or repair, and it can be used for allelic replacement, so we can change a variation of a gene by another variation. But if we introduce a fragment, a DNA fragment that is not of its own, I mean, that is not part of the plant, then a transgenesis takes place in a specific part of the location of the genome. This speaks about the uncertainty or the how random the insertion site is in a transgenic. There is a set of key aspects in genome editing. One of the most important ones is that this takes place within a cell. As this takes place inside the cells, we need to be able to regenerate it. I mean, we need to be able to regenerate the complete plant with the trait that we want, or the modification that we want. How do we deliver this? Well, this can actually vary. We will not go into detail. And the type of machinery needed for genome edition can determine the incorporation of a DNA fragment, or it can be done in a transient way through an RNP, through which the GE machinery gets into the cell, makes the change, and then vanishes. And the additional benefit is to identify of all of the plants that have been generated, then we get the DNA that we wanted. There is another key, other key aspects. If we don't know the gene we want to modify, then we need then the technology is not useful. So in this case, we have a set of knowledge on genes and their impact on phenotype, but we need to know exactly what the functional part is, the impact on phenotype. Thomas Sinclair spoke about phenotype traits, and tomorrow we'll have a session on phenotyping. And basically, we're interested in the impact of on the phenotype. For this, it's important to know the complete sequence of crop plants to understand that annotation of gene annotation, the sequence of genes is based on homology of genes in other organisms, but it's not a functional homology. So we can understand that this gene is carboxylase, but what does this mean in phenotyping? This is what we need to find out. And so this synergy is important among different disciplines, physiologists, breeders, of course, pathologists. They can work together in order to understand gene functions. A natural allelic variability is an important factor that have to do with genetic resource preservation. Since we cannot create an allele only modifying the sequence, and it is important to identify those alleles that are really interesting from the breeding point of view. A set of factors having to do with how we understand genome functions and how they impact on metabolic pathways, and a set of modifications that have to do with epigenetic prints that modify gene expression and can impact on phenotyping. What we've been doing through genome addition and what is really is gene knockout with undesirable effects. For example, those having to do with nutritional quality decrease or an increase in industrial quality. And we've also discovered that by knocking out susceptibility genes, we generate resistance, which is a different rationale compared to the one we've been using that looked for resistant genes. And also the avoidance of allergens in foods. This is a set of developments having to do, that we've been working on, having to do with the objectives of genome editing by improving starch traits, increasing yield, biotic factor resistant plants, and specific weeds and species for celiac and to try to reduce allergens and increasing food quality. Basically, what we've seen in the short time in genome editing is the fact that, if we compare the development objectives of GMOs that focus mainly on two aspects, herbicides and insect resistance, there is a large diversity of objectives as regards genome editing that have to do with consumers' preferences, resistance to biotic stresses and abiotic stresses, not only in plants, but also other areas such as, for example, the animals. So this is, innovation is related, is in red, the red line. We can see that there's been a significant increase related to genome editing. This has to do with the fact that in many countries around the world, if there's no DNA incorporation, then it wouldn't be considered transgenics, and in this way, it wouldn't be considered or supported by regulations that are oftentimes restrictive and costly. And in this way, the incorporation of new players would be facilitated. Since I'm running out of time, I'd like to say that plant breeding is one of the most important activities regarding the 17 SDGs. Basically, because of, out of the 17, there are 10 that we can identify or that are related to plant breeding. That is zero hunger, proper food and welfare, fresh water, clean water, having to do with sustainable production practices, responsible production, life below water, life on land, climate action, and also affordable and clean energy related to biofuels. And the main goal, which is no poverty in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for your presentation. Very interesting. And the first question that comes to mind about this latest technology that you were developing, genome editing, do you think that genome editing came to replace transgenic? How do those two technologies get along? A very interesting question, in fact, because in certain spheres, it is understood that this is a new stage where the old technology is being replaced by the new technology. Basically, my perception is that transgenesis, due to several factors that we can discuss later on, has not been fully exploited. Many people identify transgenesis as something exclusive to pesticide-resistant crops, but it's part of a complete technological package that sometimes is not very careful in terms of sustainability, but there are many developments, and we'll see that in this same session, that involve transgenesis, but they also involved environmental and productive sustainability. And I think it's important to identify that not everything is the same, and there is still a long way to go to work on with transgenesis. So that doesn't mean that we shouldn't promote a genome editing, because it has different capabilities. In my point of view, they're complementary. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Sergio. Well, I think we are now on time to go to the second presentation. I'd like to introduce the second speaker, Dr. Lucio Lombardo. Dr. Lucio Lombardo is a researcher of the Biotechnology and Genetic Resources Group at INTA, Marco Juarez, and what he's going to present is chemical mutagenesis platform applied to pre-breeding of crops. I think, Lucio, you are ready to start. The floor is yours. I'm going to share my screen.
Puedes empezar, Lucio. Te vemos bien.
Can you see my presentation? All right, great, thank you. The goal of this presentation is to show you what we're doing in the biotechnology and genetic resources group in Marcos Juarez. We're using mutagenesis for pre-breeding crops. We could define the breeding as a science of increasing the favorable characteristics of species through modifications in the genetic constitution of individuals. But I want to highlight something. I'm not going to talk about arts, but I want to use this sculpture. The ball represents sky, a breeding program. And the titan that is holding that ball is the genetic variability atlas. So without genetic variability, no breeding program can be sustainable. How do we get the genetic variability? Ideally, or conventionally, is through hybridization. Here we see this crosses. When we cross the parents, we get the F1 for all the genome, so genes from each one of the parents. And when it's fecundates, it starts generating heterozygous plants, and we get all the genome, but it mutates in a proportion of 50-50. And what we can do with the crosses is to get the cleaner, the nicer line that we're looking for from that from those offsprings. The genetic variability obtained will be limited to the pre-existing genetics in each parent. Another way to obtain genetic variability is through mutagenesis. In this case, the scheme changes. This is one, of course, that we depart from one genotype, the wild type, and we're going to add the mutagenesis. In our case, we work with EMS, but there are many different mutagen platforms, and we get an M1. There is a big difference between the M1 that we obtain here with the one I just showed you. This is a chimeric plant. When you mutate an embryo, some will mutate, some will not mutate. And what we'll get is a competition between the cells, and what we obtain is a plant that has mutated areas and not mutated areas. And the mutation that will be able to be transmitted to the offspring will form the gametes. And it has not to be lethal for the cells that carry them. So it goes from all the mutations that you can achieve. We will get a group from that mutation, and there will be a specific group, a special group of mutations that will be lost through several fecundations. And this is, for example, a sorghum example. When there is a phenotype that is going to be lethal for the plant, of course, it cannot be spread and it will be lost. So the important thing here to highlight is that the genetic variability obtained by mutagenesis is usually on a lead genotype, and in general, it is a novelty. Just to let you know, this is not just the one person's job. It's a lot of people that are working on it. There are people that are working on this platform throughout the country, and many other working groups that are specialists that we're working with. I didn't want to leave anyone out, and I wanted to name all of them. So we will see the operating scheme of the platform. The first thing that we start with is a demand for breeding on an adapted material. If we have mutagenesis, we can solve that, so we do a dose test. And the dose test is taking the different phenotypes that you're going to mutate and submit them to different EMS dosage. This is very interesting because the mutagenesis is going to be species dependent. It's not the same mutating wheat and sorghum, and it's also going to be genotype dependent. Among the different types of wheat, we will need different dosages. We work and we count the number of plants that are feasible, the seeds that are feasible, and we will determine the DL50, where we lose 50% of the feasibility of the seed. That is random. That means that we're touching essential genes. Once that we generate once we use that dosage, we generate the M1. We have a special room for that, and what I want to highlight is the way in which we operate. We do 2 mutagenesis a year, one between spring and summer. We do the dose test of the winter crops, and the summer and during autumn winter we do the mutagenesis of the winter crops and the dose test of the summer, spring crops. So we're always mutating, and that's why it has a platform structure. So once we define and we obtain M1, what we do is to get the M2 seed. We have 2 options: to stabilize them and to get the stabilized lines, or to work massal populations. Those are the 2 ways in which we work. There you have a population of oat, individual soybeans, another one sorghum, lots of plots of wheat, and the last picture you can see for wheat. When we stabilize them, we do it through PI breeder. This is the first product that we give the breeding platforms for them to work. We can continue working, and we make selection, and what we get is the bottleneck effect. We can depart from a stabilized population or a massal population, and what we do, we apply a treatment to reduce the population, to just get the mutant candidates, and that population, that mutant population, we're going to enrich it to get enriched mutant population. If we depart from stabilized lines, or if the treatment is very astringent, of course we're going to have practically stabilized lines. Once we enrich this mutant population, we remutate them, and that way we start once again a selection process. So we do a recurrent breeding system through mutagenesis, and that way we get candidate mutants for breeding, and we also do crossing among the different lines that we obtain, especially even though they depart from the same parent, but once we put them into the system, they are already crossings, and we go back to start the cycle to obtain new lines. And now we are going to see some of the topics. We're going to start with rye. People asked us to evaluate the plant height of rye. We originate the population, the mutant population. We have the astringent system, the bottleneck effect, and all spikes that exceed a limit height before antithesis are eliminated. And that way we enrich the population, and we get smaller or shorter populations. Another one that we're working with is wheat. In this case, for Fusarium resistance, as Sergio said, you know, the gene blockout and knockout, and we do the selection of the wheat, as you can see here in the picture, and we obtain a line that reduces infection quite a lot, and this line is already in the wheat mutation. Another one that we're working with is the drought resistance. We work with people, with interns that come to the lab to do internships. They say that they have a great time doing it. I don't know if it's true. So we have a drought evaluation in a greenhouse. We simulate drought there. And then we travel to San Juan, where there is actual drought, and we test it for drought resistance. Here you can see that there is very good results for wheat selected in San Juan, and you can see it here in Marcos Juarez in a very extreme drought line between the wild type and the mutant. Another one that we're working both for sorghum and wheat is salinity resistance. And in order to do so, we work with the Garion Basic. Garion Basic is the basin that is around the Tortugas stream between Santa Fe and Cordoba in Marcos Juarez, Saura, Buquet, and Tortugas, all those locations. And in those fields, they have serious salinity problems, as you can see in the pictures. And those environments, we're working manually. All the work is done by hand because the structure is very compact. It's very difficult to make the lines, so everything is done by hand. So we seed, and we see which mutant actually spreads and lives in that sort of environment. And to check, then we do a grid analysis. And this is just to show you, not very important. The first one is the sorghum. The first time we detected a drought-resistant mutant that is already in the program's hands. And on the right, the wheat lines. For the wheat case, what we do, we cross selected mutants, and you can see all that material that were seeded in the same environment, background. Even though the picture I just showed you, they are not very nice plants, but what makes them valuable is that they survive that type of environment. And there you can see from a mutant, you will see even the different types of the differences between the different springs, the different spikes, and we obtain F2 lines that in that environment they work really well. At least they look like wheat, and those lines are already in the breeding program. Another topic we're working on is the herbicide resistance. We do it both on sorghum and wheat, and the approach is to apply the different treatments, the herbicides, to the different phenotypes. And of course, we obtain different candidates. You can see here an example in sorghum and several wheat plants. And once we have these candidates, together with the ICAR, we have a PICT, and we analyze resistance. This is the resistance study. The first, you see the wild type, and then the different mutants, A, B, and C, to simplify the herbicide dose. And what we do is to define the radicular biomass and air biomass. If you want to go deeper into this, in the same symposium, there is a paper on this. This is another thing we're working on, which is the yield components for grain size. In this case, there's a stringent effect. We get the bigger grains, the largest grain size line in isolation. That is also in the hands of the breeding program. And finally, we are working on the bread making quality for wheat, and in this case with the gluten proteins. And I'm going to talk about the glutenins. I cannot leave aside the molecular to explain what you see there. That is a polyepimide gene, different proteins, different sizes on top. You have the high molecular weight, and the ones on the bottom, the low molecular weight. We're interested in the high molecular weight ones with wheat genes, and they modify that. That's why we see 5 different types. And what we get to do with this, in the polyelastimide gel that we see there, the null mutants and the size, we are able to turn off to knock out the high molecular glutenins, and then we alter the size which are the ones that I show you here. The size-altered mutants, they're in a different position. They're not where they should be. Those are the most important ones because they can change the amino acids, the insertions that can impact on the baking or the bread making quality. This is on the context of a thesis, a final thesis work, to see the effect of each one of these mutations. And an interesting detail about this, with this work, we found that with EMS it's very easy to do, to mutate the glutenins. And it's so easy that we propose it as a validation tool to mute for wheat mutants. So when the lines are used in the AMS platform, it's very difficult to do phenotyping unless it's a very large sample. But with just a polytamine gel, it's very easy to do. So we know that they are mutated. And with that, I'd like to thank you with our club, our fans club, where we already did some hybrid tests for salinity resistance. So with that, I leave you if you have any questions.
Excellent presentation, and thank you very much. Very interesting. We'll now move on to the next presentation by Dr. Gabriela Soto, who is a Genetic Institute researcher of Castelar INTA. The topic of the presentation is molecular improvement of alfalfa from genetic studies to their applications. Gabriela, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. We can see your presentation, Gabriela. Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation. I'd like to begin by telling you that our lab specializes in alfalfa technology. And for many years, we've been working with collaboration of the Conventional Breeding Program and the Alfalfa Evaluation Network. And also, we have the support of the Alfalfa Biotech lab, and the objective is to create knowledge that can be applied to our topic of interest, which is alfalfa. Alfalfa is a crop, is a legume, it's perennial, autotetraploid, and a leguminoid. It's considered to be the forage base of intensive systems of meat and milk production. It stands out due to its high dry matter production and digestibility. It is also critical in crop rotation because since it's a legume, it contributes with nitrogen to the soil, and it is considered to be an excellent quality type of food. It is a very variable species, and it adapts to many climates. Conventional genetic improvement with large contributions. When we started the project that combined biotechnology and genetic engineering and conventional alfalfa breeding, this is the scheme that we use. We begin by selecting the trace for the breeding program, and so we identify which one we can address by using editing, GE, and this is when we particularly, I like to look at the lab projects that we are using gene editing. Then we move on to transformation screening, where we identify either phenotypically or molecular screening those promissory or promising traits. Then we will integrate them and we'll work together with the program. We'll try to shift the background, the genetic background of our transformation culture cultivar that is agriculturally poor and combine it in order to create an important projects. And I'd like to go into the program now. The traits we work with are for weed management, we propose experimental synthetics that are tolerant to herbicides, and we also want to take advantage of low quality irrigation areas. We also focus on salinity, and we also working to improve productivity and quality via two different strategies: by delaying senescence, and the other is by studying critical points of nitrogen fixation. I like to deal with two projects that are we developing, which is experimental alfalfa, tolerant to weeds, to LS inhibitors, and the creation of tolerant or events that are tolerant to salinity. As we select the traits, we begin with GE editing. This is the route. I will not focus on each of the considerations because of time restrictions, but our experience in alfalfa, I would like to talk about the experience in alfalfa. So as we consider the different, or we take a look at the considerations. For example, we can see that in many cases of GE, it's in the case of alfalfa that many crops have a lot of variability, and we need to manage this across the development. And finally, we need to say that oftentimes there are other factors that make the process complex. Editing for alfalfa pipeline. As Sergio mentioned in his talk, it's very important for the addition to identify the gene we want to modify. And this is also important in a model crop that oftentimes we don't have as, the genome information or data. So we need to conduct a very deep bioinformatic analysis. We begin with a simple alignment by identifying different issues. And so we conduct a study that involves phylogeny, cystiny, and genetic structure. We do this in a model species that is called M. truncatula. So for all of the genes that we work with, we select M. truncatula. The situation changed a lot in 2020. We completely sequenced the alfalfa genome, and it is in a Chinese consortium. It's not a lot of the tools that we are accustomed to using are not available, but we can download the 32 chromosomes, and with a powerful use of bioinformatics, then we can take advantage of this. We need to do this before we start. Then we go into the design. We always need to validate the gene sequence we want to validate, and this is why we sequence it. In the case of alfalfa or any other species of high variability, we'll have to at least sequence 20 clones in order to be sure of the sequence we're working with. And I'd like to highlight that besides all of the considerations we need to take, we need to pay special attention to the fact that, I don't know if you can see it because it's too small, so that there's no polymorphisms, so that the guides can work simultaneously in the 4 alleles at the same time. This is in variable species is really key. And there's a slide missing, but this is the assemble for the double component of the Cas line and the GE editing. We use a modular assembly system, And then a step that we take that is quite simple, because in alfalfa the delivery is really is really very important. I mean, how the double component system gets to the cell that I want to modify in an efficient manner, and then how from that cell I create a whole new organism. And this has been ready for a long time now. Then we have to conduct the molecular screening. And here I will split this into two groups. If we want to create a knockout, I'll have a variability in the time or the size of the sequence. We can use PCR for large deletions. So this will indicate when two or more guides will work at the same time. In the case of alfalfa, very, very few events we could identify using this technique, but we were able to identify many events with a great resolution fragment analysis that is carried out by INTA University, which allows us to observe and distinguish one insertion and when the modification we make is not of the size in the sequence, but of the identity of the sequence, we'll be able to conduct a PCR screening plus direct sequencing. Any of the two methods we use will need to confirm our sequence via the Sanger sequencing method. In the case of Sanger sequencing method, it was not efficient for alfalfa because in some of the cases we address two different aspects, and we need to edit 8 different alleles. When efficiency is not so high, then it cannot be observed. And the use of NGS was very, very useful. This was the other slide. Now we move on to the two lines that I wanted to mention. One is the MSALS, tolerance to these kinds of herbicides. And what I'm showing here is that there are many suggested mutations that confer tolerance to these herbicides, Pro197Lu. In this case, we created a guide that will guide to the region of interest in the two locus that has ALS1 and ALS2 that will show which modification has to be done. In this case, we cannot have a double cut in the strand because it's mutated, but it is fused to acetidine desaminase, that is CCC. So I'll have a leucine that gives tolerance to the herbicides, particularly to the ALS family. So we were able to analyze the 100 events, 103 events, 29 tolerance. I'd like to show you some results then. And we analyze them molecularly. How do we determine that an event is tolerant when in the phenotypical screen that involves different doses of herbicides, 15 days are subjected to this kind of treatments? We can see that wild types drops and tolerant ones show how resistant they are. This is not efficient. We repeated it and we got the same results. We conducted the molecular analysis. What does it look like? What we can see very neatly is the region that we want to modify in wild type species. In edited plants, we can see some sort of noise in the region. Let's remember that alfalfa is polyploid, so we'll see a noise. This is why we need to confirm it later. There's another example, and this is another event where we tried more than one herbicides belonging to the same family, imazapic, metsulfuron. We went on to a second screening in order to shorten promissory events. We have these plants at 28 days, and we worked with 2 plants simultaneously, and we can see some of the events that we consider promising. These are the ones we sent for analysis via amplification of the region of interest and amplification. We didn't have any promising results. We conducted a massive mass progression analysis. This is the CCC and the CTC. And what we did was to form a pool with the plants and conduct a mass sequencing, comparing it with wild-type species. So these are the wild-type species, and we can see how CCC and CTC looks like. And with these selected events, we moved on to integration and the program. I'd like to say that in this integration process, we consider that we'll be losing the GE machinery. We worked together with the Balcarce lab and Dr. Blumberg, and we also consulted Canabia, and they also consider that we'd be having a genetically modified event free of transgenics. The second and last thing I'd like to say is that we've been working for a long time on this route, which is biosynthesis of PHB. PHB and 3HB show high tolerance to different kinds of abiotic stresses in bacteria. We study the action mechanism. As I said at the beginning, with these same techniques, we identified the orthologous genes in alfalfa. These are the 2 genes. So we make sure, or we just tested their function, and we began characterization in plants. I will just talk about some results related to mutants of this gene. This is the mutant, and the knockout for the gene shows a greater elongation of the aerial part and a greater elongation of the root, expressed in different osmotic stresses conditions. The mutant shows delayed, which is a candidate for knockout. This is what we did with 3 guides, and these are the results. We obtained 25 events. We analyzed them through ArchFA, and out of the 25, 21 showed evidence of addition, at least in 1 allele, and 2 of them showed in 4 alleles. So we marked each of these events to mass sequencing, and we compared this with a wild type. So as we have wild types and no insertion, no lesion, 100% of the mass readings of the 2 events shows 100% insertion percentage. And this is the event that was selected, and you can see in the 4 alfalfa alleles, in 2 of them, there is a single base insertion, a 5 base insertion, in another case, lesion, and 2 lesions. So there's, none of them shows, they all have some difference in the reading. So these plants are under analysis. I look forward in the next meeting to be able to tell you more about them. Before I conclude, our lab has been focusing on trying to generate sustainable projects, environmentally friendly projects. And the route that I mentioned before, PHB, besides being useful for stress, is a bioplastic. We're working with the mutants I talked about and the overexpressants, and alfalfa is a bioreactor of PHB. To conclude, I'd like to thank all of my team, the researchers that conduct GE editing, transformation in plants, care staff, gene prospecting staff, and the lab and greenhouse staff. Our collaborators, Dr. Blumwald, the Sergio Fengel from Balcarce lab, and of course the breeding program and Alfalfa program. We work together, as I mentioned at the beginning, and Dr. Mikaju, that is the expert on bioinformatics that supported us in the determination of the mass sequencing analysis. And finally, I'd also like to thank the IGF AF staff, particularly last year, because of their effort and their work, we've been able to come to these results. Thank you, and I also like to thank the support of INTA and the other organizations, and thank you for your attention.
Bueno,
Gabriela, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Very inspiring, really. But unfortunately, time is of the essence. And now we are going to hear from the next speaker, Dr. Luis Herrera Estrella, who is a remarkable researcher from the CA in Irapuato, Mexico, development of a novel phosphorus fertilization and weed control system for a more sustainable agriculture. Dr. Herrera Estrella, the floor is yours.
¿Se ve bien mi pantalla?
We can see your screen perfectly well. Well, thank you very much for your invitation to present one of the technologies that we have developed in my lab, together with a company that we founded as of this technology. It's one of the examples out of which Sergio was talking about, actually, this example, which is transgenesis, presented as the only pathway to get a new trait that does not exist in crops. The problem started in the following way. My lab has worked for 15 years working with fertilization, plant nutrition, in order to get variants that are more efficient in taking phosphorus and nitrogen fixation. In the case of phosphorus, the particular problem is very interesting because phosphorus is very reactive and it absorbs to the soil particles very quickly in a way that is not accessible anymore for cultures, for crops. According to different calculations, between 20 and 30% is used efficiently, and the rest is fixated in the soil particles, most of them, and another part is transformed by microbial activities, and plants cannot easily utilize. In this image, what we can see is some lines of a plant that is fertilized with phosphorus, and 30 centimeters on to the left the low phosphorus, non-fertilized soil. So the reaction to phosphate with the soil particles prevent going to those fertilized soils. So we wanted to see whether we could change the architecture of the roots, the organic elements, to increase the capacity in obtaining phosphorus by getting new transcription factors that would improve this issue. And in fact, we were never able to get anything that was actually relevant. So what we started to conclude was that, in fact, most of the problem with phosphate fertilization is the chemical properties of phosphate itself. Phosphate is only soluble in a very small pH range, between 6 and 7, and acids or alkaline, the phosphorus availability is decreased because phosphate reacts to cations of the soil particles of iron, manganese, and calcium. So we started to think about the possibility of seeing if we could set some sort of technology that would help us improve this problem or reverse this problem. In this map, the red areas is where we have low iron availability, and that requires more phosphate fertilizer to sustain or to have maximum crop productivity or yield. So the idea was to develop new plant varieties or hybrids with increased phosphate uptake and utilization efficiency. And this can be done by conventional breeding or genetic engineering or genome editing. And we also need to develop cost-effective technologies to recycle phosphorus, because phosphorus is a compound that is non-renewable and that has finite reserves in the world. Most of those reserves are in the Sahara Desert, in China, in the US, but most of the countries have very low phosphorus reserves, so we need to have technologies to recover phosphorus from agricultural effluents and urban waste to feed the agricultural effluents. And the other thing is we have to design new and more effective fertilizers and fertilization schemes. For example, fertilizers of low release, nanoparticulates, organic particulate particles. So far, even though that has had an improvement in the efficiency and the use of phosphorus, there is no technology that will radically change the problem of the phosphorus chemical properties. So what we started thinking is, why, if the problem are the chemical phosphate properties, why don't we use another chemical formula in phosphorus that would prevent us to have that low fixation in the soil particles, and that makes it more accessible to the plant, that is not toxic, etc. So we found phosphate, that I'm sure you've heard about them because they're used as a treatment for diseases for some fungi, especially Phytophthora, for instance, in the peanut crops. And for a long time, they proposed as a higher fertilizer to use phosphate for the chemical properties. Its salinity, its solubility was not depending on phosphorus so much. It was more, it agreed more with the components on the soil, and it's very widely used in agriculture. It's not toxic for humans, it's not toxic for animals. FDA reports say that there is no toxicity reported for humans and animals. They are the ones that review the products that are introduced in agriculture and food and medicine. So there is no toxicity, as I said, or it could be the same or a little lower than phosphate itself. The problem of using phosphate is that plants do not use phosphate as phosphorus source. Here, I'm going to show you some greenhouse assays with corn where there is phosphorus, the plant grows. If I add phosphate fertilizer, it grows better. But if I add phosphate instead of improving its growth, it gets worse compared to the non-fertilized one. So this is not that means that the plant does not use it as a fertilizer, but phosphate interferes with the phosphate and phosphorus uptake, because when they enter the plant, they do it through the same transporter of high phosphate affinity. And that happens not only in the greenhouse, it also happens in the fields. And it's proven to be so in wheat, in beans, in onions, tomato, etc. When we send phosphate as fertilizer, that's a lie, because phosphate has very interesting properties. Because the plant is well nourished, it activates the defense mechanism of that plant, and it protects it against fungi diseases, but it promotes growth. But if the plant does not have optimum fertilization, phosphate can produce high losses. So the question here is whether phosphate has so many advantages. If it does, can we engineer plants to metabolize phosphate? So we started looking for a source, the source of a gene that would allow the plant to metabolize phosphate. So we started screening different bacteria to try to isolate them, and we found one that could use phosphate as the only phosphorus source. It could also use phosphate, but if I take all the phosphate and I leave only the phosphate as the only source to isolate that bacteria, we cloned the operand, and we found that the character has a gene that is an NADH that transforms it into the phosphate into phosphate. So it takes phosphate, a non-metabolic compound that cannot be incorporated into the bacteria. It transforms it into phosphate. We get NADH, and it's self-fertilized. After all that work, we find that another person, Dr. Metcalf, had discovered this same strand, and he had described this gene before. This enzyme is very specific. It has a high activity to oxidize phosphate, but it does not oxidize nitrate, formate, sulfide, hyposulfide, and it prevents non-desirable activities. So what happens if we introduce this gene to the plants? Would they be capable of metabolize phosphate? And I show you here on the upper part of this graph, it's a control plant growing without fertilizer, low phosphorus soil, fertilization with phosphate at different levels. They grow much better the more phosphate we give it. And if I add phosphate, since there is low phosphate in the soil, the plant does not only grow, but it grows worse than in the non-fertilized control group. The transgenic plant grows as much as the control normal plant without fertilization. It grows the same with phosphate fertilization, but the biggest difference is that if I add phosphate now, this plant now has a new feature that plants don't usually have, to be able to use phosphate as phosphorus source, and it grows as much as using phosphate as fertilizer. The idea that we had from day one, that was perhaps a very romantic idea, was to reduce the amount of phosphate fertilizer that is required to have maximum productivity, with two main goals: to reduce the cost, the production cost to the farmers, because even though phosphate is 10-15% more expensive than phosphate, if we can reduce the amount of fertilizer to be used by 50%, then we were going to save some money there, but it was going to have some ecological result, because the abuse in the use of phosphorus fertilizers contaminates, pollutes rivers. It produces hypoxia, killing lots of organisms in the water. So what we were able to do was to define that if we grow transgenic plants, the white bars here are the original plants and the black ones are the transgenic plants. If we fertilize with different concentrations of phosphate, both grow in the same way. This is the total biomass per plant, and this is the seed biomass per plant. Both grow at the same rate with phosphate. Statistically, they can be divided, but when I use phosphate, the plant, the normal plant doesn't grow, the transgenic does grow, and what we see here, 30 parts per million phosphate, I reach the same biomass productivity than with 60 parts per million, or the same seed biomass with 30 than to 60 per million of phosphate. If I add phosphate at the same level as phosphate, then I have a biomass that is the same. So we can then conclude that we can save 60% of fertilizers and save the farmers and reduce the environmental impact and prolong the phosphorus rock reserves where we get phosphate and phosphite. With this, we patented this, and many people told us that the only way to bring this, to create a company, to put this in place, so with Dr. Marlo Pizarredondo, who did all the phosphate technology research, we decided to then create this company in Irapuato to have all the innovation process for all the crops. When we started looking for investors, we didn't have a hard time, but they said that the environmental part was perhaps not so financially attractive for companies. So they said, why don't we look into weeds? Because wheat is becoming more and more herbicide resistant. There are more herbicide resistant wheat biotypes because, well, herbicides are obsolete and many people are looking for alternatives to look for ways. The technology works with maize, soybean, and here we have this idea, okay, if I fertilize with phosphate, my crop grows, but the ones that are not transgenic do not grow. So the question is, can phosphate be used to selectively fertilize crops and reduce weed growth? So the idea is very simple. If I apply phosphate, I'm going to promote the growth of my crop and weed, so I'm forced to using herbicides to kill weed. And that brings ecological problems as well. If I use phosphate selectively, I fertilize my crop, I will have fewer fixation in the soil, weed is not going to grow, I don't need a herbicide, and I reduce ecological impact. This is an example of a competition between weed of broadleaves hypomia and transgenic cotton. If I use phosphate, the weed controls the system and it's going to kill my cotton. If I add phosphate, the only thing that grows is my cotton, transgenic cotton, and we see the weed that is growing there. I'm not killing weed, but at least I control its growth. In these experiments, what we see is soil where there is natural weed. It's a very weed-infected soil. Weed control the ecosystem, and cotton grows in between, eliminated by the weed. But what happens if I fertilize with phosphate and I use a transgenic plant that can grow with phosphate? I control weed now, and I have cotton as the dominant crop. The most important test that we had to do was with glyphosate-resistant weeds. This is Palmer amaranth, one of the phosphate-resistant plants that causes a lot of problems in the U.S. and other parts of the world. If I add phosphate, amaranth is very aggressive, it grows very fast, and it kills my cotton. If I add phosphate, amaranth remains there, but it's very small, but my cotton grows better. This proves that I can control any type of weed, including those that are herbicide resistant. At field level, at soil level, phosphate is very good to control natural weed. This is a non-fertilized plot. This one is fertilized with phosphate. It suppresses the weed growth. This is a field experiment with tobacco. If we fertilize with phosphate, this is the non-fertilized area. The weed grows faster than tobacco. If I fertilize with phosphate, tobacco grows faster and dominates the ecosystem. Here, something interesting to show is that phosphate treatment, even though it doesn't kill weed, it does reduce its growth and its spread as well by reducing the impact of weed in the long run. It's also important to say that the presence of weed in the crops is going to help us prevent water evaporation and soil erosion. And these are some field tests that we're doing in the U.S. with cotton producers, where we see that the treatment with phosphate works really well to control weeds. This is the control of non-transgenic weed cotton, and this one is transgenic. The best case scenario, what weed grows when it's phosphate, when there is phosphate, and this is phosphate. And the results are very similar to the ones that we got with glyphosate treatments. And so the advantages, the same gene can be used as a selective marker. It reduces the application of phosphorus fertilizers, it reduces the application of herbicides, or it eliminates it, and therefore we save money, farmers save especially the larger farmers, save money. It has the potential to protect against fungal infection, or it reduces the contamination of rivers, lakes, and oceans. It benefits human, animal health by reducing the application of agrochemicals such as fertilizers. And now I'd like to thank people from the company that made all this possible, and Dr. Damar Lopez. She was the core, the heart of all this technology, and those who financed or funded the development of this technology. Well, in Mexico, Howard Hughes, World Bank, and the Energy Secretary, because technology works anyways very well for the control of weed, the growth of microalgae. Thank you very much.
Dr. Herrera Estrella, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll continue now with the last presentation in this session by Dr. Charlie Brummer, who is a researcher and professor at the Davis University, California. His presentation is the good, the bad, and the ugly, the use of germplasm in plant breeding programs. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Well, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a talk at this symposium. And today what I want to talk about is several different uses of germplasm that I've used in my own breeding program, and that maybe more generally would be useful in other programs as well. Hopefully I'll talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of germplasm in the breeding program. The outline of my talk is as follows. I will give a little context to the germplasm concepts I want to talk about, and then I will move into the 3 case studies I want to talk about. First, improving old varieties using new elite varieties, kind of backwards from what we normally think about, and talk about a case in heirloom common bean. I then want to talk about how we choose germplasm for an improvement program, and I want to focus on alfalfa grazing tolerance for that case study. And then third, I'll talk about an alfalfa pre-breeding project that we have to help take the whole corpus of germplasm in a gene bank and maybe make it available to breeders in a more tangible and useful form, and then summarize with a few comments at the end. Most germplasm is bad, if not ugly. And when talking to students about genetic diversity, often students are very excited about having genetic diversity. And I make the point early on in a course that genetic diversity is not necessarily good. And in fact, in a breeding program, you really don't want a lot of genetic diversity because a lot of it's bad. Low yielding, disease susceptibility, and so on. However, it's very important to be able to tap into genetic diversity when we need it for various traits. And so if you think about a whole germplasm collection going from, in this picture, from A, which is the base germplasm collection, into increasingly advanced breeding populations or breeding lines, you can see that we get rid of a lot of junk that's there in the original material, and we concentrate on just the good alleles. So breeding programs have good alleles concentrated in them, but sometimes need to tap into the old or older material to improve various characteristics. And we can do that going from A, say, to the elite varieties using introgression. I'll talk about that in the first case study. And then in the third case study, I'll talk about how we move collectively this A pool into B or C via a process called incorporation. When thinking about germplasm, it's useful to understand where the germplasm for your crop comes from. And here's an example from alfalfa, where a large amount was written about alfalfa over a century ago on alfalfa moving into the United States. And these old experiment station bulletins provide a wealth of information for a breeder today to understand what germplasm contains, what kind of traits, where it came from, and so on. And I certainly urge students to go back to look at these old papers to get an idea where their crop comes from and how to use germplasm in their program. Thinking about a germplasm collection, how do you use it, and so on. We also might want to know just what's there. Let's grow it out in the field and see what the potential is of different germplasms. And maybe we can identify things that we hadn't really thought about before. And we do this routinely with the crops I work on the left, an alfalfa germplasm evaluation for winter survival and autumn growth. And on the right, a spinach germplasm collection looking at 400 accessions for basically for yield of baby leaf spinach under low nitrogen. Now, the first case study, I want to talk about introgression. Introgression is by no means a novel concept. It's used very widely in most all crops to take germplasm in the broad sense and find 1 or 2 genes for resistances, for example, and move it into elite cultivars. What I'm going to talk about is a project that was part of a student-led breeding program that I direct here at Davis. And Travis Parker was the former graduate student who introgressed common bean mosaic virus from resistance from elite cultivars into heirlooms. We often think about it going the other direction. Here, we're trying to improve heirlooms using modern varieties. This project is designed to give hands-on breeding experience to students from practical cultivar development through release of varieties, and Travis was able to do this during his time as a graduate student. Basically, what he did was cross heirlooms that had unique flavor profiles as well as interesting coat colors to elite cultivars. I'm going to say, this is good. Normally, we talk about breeding good by good varieties to get something better. This is the good material, but it is kind of ugly. So these coat colors are very interesting, and a lot of people like to grow them because of the coat color. So the idea was to introduce BCMV resistance from the elite into the landrace, and then makes additional selection with during the process for yield and for plant type, which is an interesting way to think about it. Instead of introgressing just one gene, we don't worry about linkage drag in this case, and we like to get other good stuff out of the elite variety into this heirloom. Travis did this with marker-assisted selection that facilitated the introgression. As a result, we released 6 new varieties that have improved disease resistance and that also have higher yield in most cases than their heirloom recurrent parent. And this is, again, an interesting way to think about using elite germplasm to take land races or older varieties that have particular niche interests or uses and get them moved ahead to make them competitive and to make them more available to growers than their original form. The second topic I want to talk about is how to choose germplasm. And here is an example with grazing tolerance. And I want to use grazing tolerance as one of potentially any stresses that we might talk about. Often we think about going back to germplasm collections, broad collections, wild germplasm, to find some sort of stress tolerance. Probably there's something out there that's grazing tolerant. And can we then use that and develop cultivars that are going to be productive? So in the grazing tolerance literature, and when you think about grazing tolerance, it sort of makes sense that you might go for an idiotype where plants have low growth to the ground. They have crowns. The crown of the plant is set in the ground so that hooves don't injure it. They may have many stems. They may have creeping roots, as shown over here on the right. And so you can go to a gene bank, get the germplasm out, and find this idiotype. And people have done this for grazing tolerance in alfalfa. And what you get is generally grazing tolerance, not always, but generally these are grazing tolerant, low growing. They generally have low yield. And so here's an example of one variety in a variety trial. So there's many small plots here, and you can see one plot that's a depression in the field. And this is in fact a low yielding grazing tolerant variety. And so by starting with that idiotype and by finding germplasm for that idiotype, you end up with something that is grazing tolerance but has low yield, and it has poor disease and insect resistance as well. And those are undesirable characteristics. So thinking about where to get germplasm again, maybe the alternative would be to start with elite varieties that don't have any grazing tolerance but have all the other characteristics we want. Just put animals on those plots and select the few plants that survive. And when you do this, and this has been done numerous times, Joe Boughton at the University of Georgia, who was my graduate advisor, did this, and some work that I did early on in my career was with Joe on grazing tolerance. And by using elite germplasm to start with, and then selecting for grazing tolerance within that germplasm, you end up with grazing tolerance as well as high yield, as well, and also the good disease and insect resistances that you need. And so this picture here in the bottom shows a variety that has very good production compared to another variety in the background here that is also seemingly grazing tolerant, but it has very low yield. And so really you want to get both things together, and the way to do that is to start with high yielding material rather than start with grazing tolerant germplasm initially, and then trying to get high yield from there, which is a much more difficult task. So some general comments I want to make about this, and in the sense of a larger situation with stress tolerances, for example, is that finding stress tolerant germplasm for your crop generally is not that difficult. The problem is that you can't find that kind of germplasm that also has high yield. And getting high yield into a germplasm that's initially low yielding is difficult. So one thing that might be a general principle when thinking about using germplasm in a breeding program is to look outside the target region where you're expecting the germplasm to work. In this case of grazing tolerance, I just look to high yielding germplasm to get grazing tolerance and move it into it. You might think for traits like heat tolerance and so on, in the northern hemisphere here, you might find southern germplasm is very useful to get varieties that are adapted to the northern areas that are experiencing an increase in temperature due to climate change, for example. And so rather than going to a germplasm collection and finding heat tolerance, go to the existing high-yielding germplasm that's out there and get the heat tolerance out of that if possible. And again, avoiding that problem of having to then figure out how to get yield. Now, these pictures here are of a selection that I've been doing in California for salinity tolerance. And we have an increasing problem with salinity in alfalfa. And as you can see on the left, there are some plants that have survived, and those are now in crossing blocks, hopefully making a salinity tolerant, high yielding germplasm. The third case study that I want to talk about in terms of using germplasm, so beyond just looking at an introgression approach for a germplasm collection, how do you take the whole collection itself and use that in some way to improve a breeding program, to improve the germplasm base of a breeding program, rather than just having this kind of unadapted germplasm sitting there? And my thinking about this idea is really driven by this paper from Norm Simmons from almost 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, talking about introgression, which we've talked about already, and incorporation for using crop genetic resources. And so the idea here is that unlike introgression, where you take a collection that's poorly adapted and just move in through backcrossing, for example, 1 or 2 genes, an incorporation strategy would, or a base broadening strategy, would take the collection itself and try to develop new populations from that de novo that then can be integrated with the local breeding genetic base or your breeding program. The figure on the right here, which is somewhat complex, which is the way Norm often wrote, you have your breeding, the local genetic base being your breeding program, and the collection being down here with considerably less merit. Moving this base up through selection and then crossing it with your local genetic base once it gets into a reasonable level of merit. And then you see this, hopefully, further boost in performance of the breeding program. And so he talks about this incorporation strategy as being large scale with a lot of entries. You keep this program separate from the main breeding program and do essentially rapid mass selection over multiple cycles to generate recombinants, to try to find a sort of collect the best of the alleles from that germplasm into new populations that could be used in breeding. In alfalfa, we have a project, a number of us have gotten some funding through competitive grant programs, interestingly enough, to take unimproved germplasm from the National Plant Germplasm System in the US and develop new breeding populations. And by looking at a number of different regions, both of dormant and non-dormant alfalfa, that could potentially be useful in the US. And so we're evaluating across the northern tier of the US for this northern germplasm, and then along the West Coast and Southeast in Florida for these southern pools. So we'll evaluate, and we've gone through 2 cycles of selection up north, and we're in the first cycle of selection in the south in developing these pools that then will be made available to anybody, and hopefully have some concentrated good traits for things like production that are hard to get at otherwise from a germplasm collection. Some pictures of plants from around California. For example, I'll just draw your attention to the middle bottom here. Whoops. This picture from El Centro where we had massive plant death in this germplasm collection, but also some germplasm that looked very, very good. Again, what we're trying to do is go from this gold A pool, the broad germplasm collection, into breeding, the base breeding program, something that would be not so far away from elites that we couldn't use it at all. And we've gone, as I said, this is a long-term project, and it seems like we've been making some progress so far. Some general comments on this. Most germplasm sits unused in gene banks, or as some people have referred to them, gene morgues, where we just let the material there unless we want to maybe find a resistance gene. But otherwise, the corpus of the collection just isn't used. And so how do we make that more useful to a breeding program? And pre-breeding is one way to do it. Now, thinking about using or overlaying onto this program something like genomic selection that could help speed cycles faster, there may be ways to incorporate that type of genomics technology. But we have to be careful that we don't, in the process of doing that, lose a lot of the variation that we're trying to capture in the very first place. So I think there's opportunities maybe to sort of speed up the consolidation of good alleles using genomics, but we also have some concerns about that. Okay, so some final thoughts regarding germplasm. Germplasm resources range from bad to good. There's a lot of ugly stuff out there if you grow a germplasm collection, and a lot of that material is not something you want to put into your breeding program in any way if you can avoid it. But sometimes there are good genes that we know of, like resistance alleles especially, and we want to introgress them through backcrossing, or potentially, if we can identify the gene, maybe using something like gene editing. But something that I talked about here with the common bean example is that we could potentially flip this around and think about how we could use elite cultivars that not only have resistances now brought in from wild germplasm often, but also many other desirable traits. And how could we use those to improve older varieties that have particular value, such as these common bean varieties that have interesting coat colors? So going in the other direction then alleviates many of the problems of introgression typically, such as worrying about unadapted alleles coming along, worrying about linkage drag and so on. Coming from an elite cultivar, we might actually be able to improve older varieties, not only for a resistance trait, but also for other things like yield, as I mentioned previously. Breeders typically make good by good crosses. And to the extent that there's good germplasm available, for example, in the grazing tolerance case study, high yielding germplasm, use it. Use that as a starting point, if possible, rather than going back to unadapted, otherwise undesirable germplasm that maybe has that one stress tolerance that you want. It's going to be a much harder row to hoe to bring that up to commercial viability. And finally, I'll just make a general plug that pre-breeding activities should be prioritized. And maybe every breeder who's listening to this says, oh, yes, I agree with that and we need to do it. Where does the money come from? And that's always the problem. But I think collectively as a community, we need to make that case to funding agencies, because really, given climate change and other challenges we have, we need to make sure that germplasm is used to the best extent possible. Well, I'd like to thank you for listening to the talk. This is a picture of some alfalfa flowers from a single population that I had in the greenhouse, showing really the range of alfalfa variation for flower color that exists out there. And it's, I think, quite beautiful. And I'd like to thank also the various funding agencies that have funded the work that I talked about today. And I'd be happy to take any questions if anyone has them. Thank you.
Charlie
Brummer, thank you so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have only time for one question for Charlie, and that has to do with how do you consider that you that you can contribute to speed up the step from pre-breeding to breeding, the new tools as a consequence of the new genomics, plant genomics, like, for example, genomic screening.
Can you hear me? I will ask you the question again. The question is, if how do you think that breeding selection, genomic selection can improve or speed up the step of pre-breeding to breeding in the way you fast get the high yield cultivars adapted? How can this step be done faster with genomic selection?
I think this is the challenge. I think it's a challenge to do this even within a breeding program, let alone using adapted germplasm. But in theory, I think that what I would hope we might be able to do is to turn cycles faster. And in a crop like alfalfa, a perennial legume, if we can turn cycles somewhat faster using markers to help concentrate desirable alleles for yield, I think that would be very beneficial, as long as we maintain enough variation that we're trying to capture in the first place.
Okay. Charlie, thank you very much for your question.
I'm afraid we don't have any more questions, any time for any more questions. The other 4 presentations were so great, and I'd like to thank each one of you for having given us such interesting input and insight. I think we'll start with the second part of the symposium shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcelo. Let's continue now. We've had this first session. Let us tell you that now we be prepared, because for those questions that cannot be asked due to time restraints, we'll ask them through the platform. We'll ask those questions through the proceedings to have access to the email addresses of our speakers so that questions can be asked directly to them. Now we'll go and have a short break, but first, please visit our virtual convention center to see all the sponsors that we have and go to the poster session with the scientific papers that are part of this symposium. We'll resume shortly.
We're back from Quorum's Convention Center in the city of Cordoba, Argentina. Throughout these sessions, we'd like to thank officials, authorities, such as from the Board of Directors of INTA, Martín Irurueta and Juan Llorens. We'll now begin with the second session that will allow us to get to know the regulatory framework and processes that are needed for the approval of events in obtaining genetically modified organisms. The following session is chaired by Dr. Diego Ortiz, INTA sorghum breeder. This session is sponsored by Argenbio. Diego, please follow the times stated in the agenda so that we don't fall behind. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this new session. To start with, the first talk is by Dr. Wayne Parrott from Georgia University. He'll be talking about the approval process of GE events in the USA. Good morning, Wayne. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to give this talk.
Así que la regulación es la barrera que tenemos entre el laboratorio
the regulation between labs and trade.
Entonces,
I was asked to talk about the regulatory framework of the United States, which is called the Coordinated Framework for Biotechnology Regulation, that was established in 1986, which involves three main agencies. The first, the federal plant, the federal USDA, that is responsible for ensuring that no new pests are present for agriculture. Also the FDA, that is responsible for food safety. And finally, the EPA, that is responsible for recording all of the pesticides. Something I'd like to highlight is the fact that in the United States, no new legislations were passed for technology, but everything is based on existing laws, some of them which are quite old, such as 1912, 1957, 1938. So biotechnology, as we know today, did not exist back then, and this is why they had to come up with very creative interpretations so that these laws can be applied when for biotechnology. Another thing is the fact that this agency, I mean USDA, depends on, I mean, if we didn't have blue rose, that is not good to control pests, and that is only the responsibility of the USDA. But if we add fungus-resistant blue rose, then the EPA is involved. If it is a product that is going to be eaten, for example, soybean, it will be USDA and FDA, unless insect resistant, for example, soybean, is included, and so EPA comes into play again. So as we have a look at the role of these agencies, and particularly the FDA, FDA has the authority to regulate breeding, either conventional or not, but has mainly focused on a DNA, rDNA breeding. Legislation states that all food sold in the U.S. is expected to be safe and legal. And as a breeder, I mean, if you have any questions as to what we're selling, whether it's safe or not, we can check with the FDA. And this is a voluntary process. But it has become sort of a compulsory consultation, not only in the FDA. This is also required or demanded by the market. I mean, so that only FDA products are sold. What FDA does is what they call a comparative safety assessment. And so they measure the changes that were made intentionally. A transgene was added, so we need to know the molecular characterization to that transgene. It has to be the same gene that you used in the first place. It has to be stable for 4 generations, and this gene will produce proteins the SPS and DT protein, and we need to make sure that they have the same sequence, the same enzymatic activity or enzyme activity, the same use. We need to ensure safety so that they don't produce allergics or they are not toxic. And if metabolite is produced, then we need to assess the safety of the metabolite. The product is also assessed so that unintended changes do not take place, and this is done via compositional analysis that is mainly based on the OSD lists that OECD, lists with all of the key nutrients of each crop. So we want to make sure that the element you're trying to approve has not been altered. I mean, the number of key nutrients have not been altered. The USDA regulates all of the pests that can impact on crops, and this is the first issue we come across is the fact that a plant, a transgenic plant or edited plant, is not a pest. So for the USDA to have jurisdiction on them, they had to declare a plant to be a pest before they could be regulated. And to be able to do so, they said that original transgenics contain DNA, a pathogen-derived DNA. For example, the 35S promoter of the or the NOS terminator. So by putting a segment of DNA to the plant, then the whole plant would become a pest. Or if we used agrobacterium for genetic transformation, then as it is a pathogen, then the plant would become a pathogen. A very interesting legal theory, which is non-scientific, of course, which prioritizes, it considers the plant pest potential as it becomes a weed. It also analyzes gene stability. If it weren't stable, it would impact on plant behavior, the ability of weediness. We don't want to produce weeds such as the ones we have in the U.S., the gene flow, or harm to other agriculturally beneficial organisms. We also need to conduct an environmental assessment so that it does not harm archaeological sites or endangered species. And if necessary, then an environmental impact study is conducted, which was done 4 times. Now, the thing is, if we didn't use pathogen DNA as it is transgenic, if we used, instead of using agrobacterium, then the USDA was not entitled to regulate products. So, if in doubt, whether the product was regulated or not, we could use a regulated process. You would write a letter describing the event, and they would respond via another letter saying, no, you're not regulated by USDA. So these letters have been filed, and you can actually check them. And this process lasted up to last year with some reforms that USDA carried out. And now they use what they call the secure rule. They begin with a new definition, which is a very wide or very broad definition that includes all of the changes that can take place with recombining DNA. And then once they get, they begin to give exceptions to what is regulated. First of all, agrobacterium stopped being used, or DNA or plant pest-derived DNA as the basis to regulate plants. So this is not relevant any longer. And then cisgenics and intragenics have been regulated as well, as long as DNA comes from a species that is sexually compatible with the crop. Most important thing is probably the fact that there's no event-by-event regulation. Once a gene has been approved in a crop, then all of the following events from that event in that crop are no longer regulated. And also gene variations. Those gene variations are not regulated either. For example, if I had, and this is based on what they call the mechanism of action. So if I had a glyphosate resistant soybean, for example, through a SPS, sensitive to glyphosate, can be used, and that is not regulated. But if a gene that has a different type of mechanism or mechanism of actions, or using an oxidase glyphosate, that is regulated because it has a mechanism of action which is different from the one that had been approved. And the USDA also has a list of crop gene combinations, or a list of exempted crop gene combinations. This list can be found here. And since yesterday, there were 142 combinations that are regulated. Regarding genomes addition, you can knock out a gene or change the gene sequence in a chromosome which is not regulated, which personally is not, exemptions are not broad enough. But now the proposal is that two genes could be edited without, one of them being regulated. Under the regulatory framework, we can add exceptions as biology, edited plant biology is understood. So if we have a plant that has been regulated via a mechanism of action, we can self-determine as exempt or not. And if you can also request for a status confirmation. So you request what is called a regulatory status. So they revise the regulatory status, and so you can get a permit in order to continue managing that crop. And the USDA will then ask whether there could be a plausible increased plant pest risk. If no, then it's exempted. If it is yes, then they conduct a more thorough evaluation that takes up to 15 8 months. If there is no increased risk, exempted, if yes, then the event is regulated and you can only use permits. And then the EPA that regulates pesticides, and a definition of pesticide has to do with the intended product use and not a product intrinsic quality. So we have, for example, an insecticide, resistant potato, and so all of them, and then a washing machine, an insecticide, they are all regulated by the same EPA because the intended use is to use rust to kill bacteria, So when we have resistant traits from biotechnology, then it is classified, the EPA classifies it as a pesticide or as a plant incorporated protectant, that is a PIP. There are no policies for gene addition, but they're proposing that if you use gene editing to deactivate a gene, then it could be considered as a pesticide, because these are pesticides. As they are pesticides, then the studies that are conducted are the same as that are conducted for other pesticides. The EPA also sets allowed residue levels and also sets management conditions. For example, the use of areas to protect BT. As they are pesticides, they need to be recorded for 15 years, and then they have to be renewed. Pesticides require labels, so they have to be labeled. And this is the label for this potato that is resistant to rust. So they all have these kinds of warnings. Also, seed facilities have to be recorded, and pesticides producing facilities, and a lot of records have to be kept. Who bought them and who used them and so on. So to summarize, there are 3 agencies to which then data has to be submitted, and then they exchange information, then the USDA completes consultation, and they send a letter stating that there's no safety issues. The EPA registers as pesticides. The USDA will say whether it's exempt or not. This is published, and with this, then you can reach the market. And finally, the labeling issue. They compiled a list of all GM crops on the market, and if you have one of those crops, and if there's rDNA, then a label is added, unless you can prove that non-GM versions were used. And as regards editing, they're not labeled as long as the change can be obtained by conventional breeding. The label is not the one similar to the one we're used. It could be a tag elsewhere on the label, a 1-800 number, or a code, or maybe a symbol stating that they are bioengineered. To refine products not having detectable genes, they will not be labeled, but there is voluntary labeling. And restaurants, for example, and manufacturers with less than 2.5 million annual sales. There's also conflicts with this legislation. This is the Federal Meat Inspection Act. If you combine a transgenics with a meat that is under this law, they are not labeled. For example, if this is the first ingredient, the corn is transgenic, but these meat are under this law, then they have to be labeled. But if it's in the second place as regards the amount on the product, they are not labeled. So, for example, rabbit and venison, corn in third place, you have to label them. This is under this law, so you don't need to label. This is not under the law, so there is label. So very interesting how they will implement this law. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parrott. Very interesting talk and excellent Spanish, too. We invite you to stay connected so that we can have the question and answers, the Q&A. Now we're going to go to Dr. Dalia Louie. She worked in INTA, and she's an agronomist and a doctor in BS. She's going to talk about the regulatory framework adapted from the biotechnology for products on biotechnology. Can you see my presentation?
Sí, sí. Adelante.
¿Está en pantalla completa?
No.
Ahí está. ¿Ahora sí?
Sí.
Bien. Bueno, muchas gracias al comité organizador.
Thank you very much to the steering committee for inviting me and having me to have this presentation. I'm going to talk about Argentina's regulatory framework on plant biotechnology products. Many of the things that Dwayne just explained, a lot of criteria, are very similar to the ones in our regulatory framework. And I'll tell you a little bit about regulations and the laws and the standards are in Argentina. To start, let me tell you that the Bioeconomist Secretary is within Bioenergy Coordination, is within the National Bioeconomy Directorate of the Secretary of Food, Bioeconomy and Regional Development, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. One is the coordination of bioenergy, the other one is the Innovation and Biotechnology Coordination, the one that assists, helps the National Advisory Commission on Agricultural Biotechnology, which is called CONAVIA. And this committee advises the Secretary of Food, Bioeconomy and Regional Development with regards to biosafety of modern biotechnology byproducts. What is the Argentine regulatory framework nowadays? It's based on Resolution 763 from 2011. However, in Argentina, the modern biotechnology regulation started in 1991. This resolution was an update that we did over the last 30 years. The regulatory framework has three parts. One of them is with CONAVIA, the organization, the committee that I mentioned before. They evaluate the biosafety in agroecosystems of GMOs. Then the other instance, which is the SENASA, that assesses the food sustainability both for human and animal health and for crops and byproducts. And the third instance is the one in charge of the Undersecretariat of Agricultural Markets. What they do is they run an economic evaluation and how that impacts on exports. If these three instances have favorable, are approved or passed, then the MAGMP can authorize the production and commercial and sale of that GMO. That is both for GMOs, animal, vegetable, and microorganisms. Now, how is CONAVIA made up? It's made up by representatives of academic institutions, government institutions, research institutions, NGOs, and some production chambers. CONAVIA, as I said before, started its activities in 1991. This is its 30th anniversary. And in 1996, after 5 years of assessments, they had their first approval of a commercial crop soybean GMO, glyphosate resistant, and advancing in 2005, after they created the regulations for animals, they were able to have the first evaluation of a GM animal on cattle. And in 2014, it was recognized as an FAO reference center. And this acknowledgement was once again received in 2018. By 2020, there were some updates of the regulations. I'm going to tell you which ones those are. And in 2021, we currently have 60 commercial approvals for 7 crop species: soybean, corn, wheat, alfalfa, safflower, cotton, and potato. Regarding the first management objectives, with the regulating system, within the Bioeconomy Secretariat, we decided to make some changes and some improvements in response to these elements in this slide, to promote the local development, to improve the regulations of new breeding techniques, and to improve the regulatory framework in Argentina. Within the coordination of innovation and biotechnology, there are 3 different approaches for the vegetable genes. Phase 1, which is the approval of all the requests and the permits to do assays. Then phase 2, all the evaluations to risk evaluations of events that required a commercial approval. And in another instance, we approach the MBT. This is for both animals, microorganisms, and plants. This is a query code. If you want to scan it, it leads you to the website where all the current updated regulations are. And just to quickly tell you that Resolution 44 from 2019 has to do with the rules for permits to do plant-based GMOs, and Resolution 32 from 2021 was one of the updates that we did working in 2020. It finally came out in 2021. That's when it was published. It was a risk analysis of plant GMOs as a prerequisite for applying for commercial authorizations. We also had installation conditions for tests, Resolution 19 from 2021, and also there was an update of the IRMP Resolution 49 from 2021. Something else that I mentioned that we decided to enhance was the new breeding techniques regulation that includes gene editing, and that started the treatment in CONAVIA in 2013 when we started working and analyzing the situation in other countries, both at national level and public institutions, developments at national level and international level. In 2013, the debate started. In 2015, we had the first regulation to analyze the MBTs. In 2019, we expanded on the animals and microorganisms, and there was an update of plant standards. And in 2020, there was a unification and an update of the MBT regulations for animals, microorganisms, and plants. It was published in 2021, and this is Resolution 21 from 2021. The criteria that was applied to analyze these products: first, the application of the GMO according to the Cartagena Protocol, the same definition that we currently have in Resolution 763 from 2011. Said definition states that a GMO is one that has any combination of new genetic combination and that has an application of modern technology. What is a GMO in this case? We take it as the definition of events, the change produced in the genome of the organism by the incorporation in a stable and joint form of one or more genes of nucleic acid sequences that form part of a defined genetic construction. In other words, in order for it to be a GMO, it has to have those two conditions: to have applied modern technology, biotechnology, and to have a new genetic material combination. In this Resolution 21, the criteria that is being applied to analyze the cases that are submitted, there is a procedure to determine whether a product obtained by MBT could be covered by GMO regulation or not. The analysis is done on a case-by-case basis. It's not restricted to a specific list of techniques within gene editing or any other approach. It can be included within these MBTs. It allows for consultation when the product is at the design stage, that is previous to the product becomes a reality, and when the product was already obtained, that is according to the choice of the developer. The Commission must respond to the interested party within 80 business days, and there are specific annexes, about 10, for the application, both for animals and plants and microorganisms. In that prior consultation instance, PCI, they must inform the new trait, what were the changes in the product that they obtained, to show evidence of the appearance or not of transgene deletion in the rest of the genome, and to explain the applied methodology. The roadmap for this PCI is that the developer submits the hypothetical or actual product. In this PCI stage, the analysis team of CONAVIA analyzes the result of the condition of that specific product, whether it is a GMO or not, based on whether it has a new genetic material combination. And if there is no genetic material combination, that product is considered to be not GMO. If there is no absence of material genetic, that is, there are insertions of genes or sequencings that are part of a defined genetic construction, then that product is considered GMO, and it has to go through the regulatory process as any other GMO. Very briefly, I'd like to tell you that so far we've had 32 consultations, and we have a small statistics about the origin, the type of applicants. 31% of the applicants are in the public sector, 60% private sector. But when we think about the origin of the developments, most than half, it's national in the MBT's PCIs. We can conclude then that the spirit of the regulation is to contemplate in its regulation and in an independent way any GMO regulation to the situation of consultation for MBTs, and that there is a possibility to have a prior consultation before we obtain the product, as this allows more certainty for the developers and to the people to continue with those products, knowing that they will have to go through that GMO process or not. Then, if we considered other management objectives, one of the goals was to promote the local development. As I said before, we had several responses regarding the PCI for MBTs. Something which is quite the novelty, we opened a consultation section in the CONAVIA website within the tab of the Secretariat of Food and Economic Development of the Ministry, and that tab is a mailbox where people can submit their questions about whether the product should be regulated or not. There is a short questionnaire anyone can answer to that, and this questionnaire reaches the Coordination of Innovation and Biotechnology, and it will be answered in a short term to give some sort of orientation about the steps to be followed if the product may be regulated, should be regulated or not. Other challenges that we approached during our administration was to have working groups on GMOs and GM insects. We are also working with a group that is focusing on analyzing the molecular farming to see whether we have to adapt the regulations or if the regulation we have is enough. We are also working on the familiarity and the history of safe use, and we recently saw some newsletters, and those were distributed among the developers. And these newsletters contain conclusions about phase 2 forms and familiarity and HOSU. We also have a group that works on communication for all of these topics that sometimes are very controversial. That's it from me, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Lewy. Thank you for your presentation. And now we'd like to invite you to stay for the Q&As.
We'll now move on to Patricia Miranda's presentation from an independent researcher of CONICET. Dr. Miranda will be discussing late development of a biotech event, the regulatory pathway leading to the market. Good morning, Dr. Miranda. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation.
¿Está en pantalla completa?
Ahora sí.
Muy bien.
I will try not to overlap with the previous two presentations. I will try to find those niches or those gaps where I can provide some useful information for breeders. A project has several stages along its cycle or life until it reaches the market. Initially, since the hypothesis or the proof of concept begins with the considerations of the hypothesis as a model plant, which we verified whether the genetic modification we want to make has the phenotype we expect. And then this model plant is used, which has a short growing cycle. We study the mechanism of action in any unexpected effect, or when we have several candidates, whether we can rule one out or not, and see why it has to be ruled out. Secondly, the second stage is a product development stage, where the modification is transferred to an agronomically relevant crop. We need to confirm the phenotype, and then many events are created, and we need to study them and grow them and conduct different tests in order to be able to select a group of events that is the most promising group and select the event that will be released into the market. Finally, is a late development stage where the selected event is subjected to the product characterization, which is a very wide and costly test, the regulatory presentations depending on the product. And we also begin with the breeding activities, because in general, events are created or generated in a genetic fund, but it has not a good performance in the field. So we need to think how or when transfer to more successful germplasms is going to be made. So the event goes through different stages. First of all, that it's a regulated product. This means that it's subjected to authorizations or permits for any kind of activities, from planting it in the field or rolling out the rest of the procedures. And along this, there are many inspections by the different agencies at different stages. I mean, some of them are pre-established, such as the time of sowing, the flowering, harvesting, destruction, and so on. So we're always talking about the most complex scenario, which is a field test. There are several stages for these studies. The simplest way is the greenhouse that is next to the lab, that has a high biosafety that requires fewer inspections. And then the control studies in a greenhouse that is not, that is a bit further from the lab facilities, so there could be some release of material. And finally, the controlled studies, and this is what we call the final stage or the final test. And there's a second stage that is called controlled, that is subjected to stewardship processes, where the product could achieve many deregulations, but has to be controlled very much. It has to be controlled. When and where and how it is produced, where it is stored, how it is distributed, and so on. There are, breeding to other kinds of germplasm, and so variety registration analysis are started, and where there's some resistance to herbicides. And finally, once all of this has been finished, once we have the cultivars recorded, then we can proceed to the commercial release of the product. The regulatory data is quite wide. It covers a wide range of things, the phenotype, the agronomic traits or characteristics of the plant, the molecular insertion, the product composition. For this reason, this is kind of the nightmare of developers. There's an initial assessment in the first place that has to do with the types of donors I'm going to be using. And by donors, I mean all donors, because the breeder may think of the expression product, but it's important to know that regulators will have a look at each of the donors in each of the sequences. So elements coming from risky elements should not be considered. Also, the mechanism of actions with this history of safe use and whether there's homologies with some substance that could be harmful. From the host, we have to check the allergenic, harmful effects, the reproduction systems, and whether it has wild relatives or not in the place where I'm going to grow them. And finally, the transformation method, the method used to obtain the GMO. Product assessment is conducted via field trials, so we need to define a set of diverse climate weather conditions so that the traits that I want from the crop is actually shown. So we compared regarding others, which are the rest. I mean, the others. One is the control. Ideally, transgenics, lines, or commercial lines. Not always regulatory authorities accept the same controls or comparatives, and this is to be based on authorizations and permits, and we need to think also whether we'll need, for example, foreign approval to obtain the approval of those varieties in the places we're going to test them. For example, soybean in Brazil has several more variations, weather variations. Comparative assessment has two main aspects to them. Agronomic, we measure all of the phenotypic and agronomic endpoints via diseases, insect damage, or any other kind of stress, reproductive features, and then samples are taken. I mean, samples, they have to be used for the compositional analysis and the expression analysis, and also to count beneficial anthropods. And this is followed by test labs that sort of complete the agro-pheno aspects. From the compositional perspective, there is a set of at least 40 components, and the important thing here is that this involves many samples, because we need 4 different studies. To replicate 4 studies, we need to have at least 3 locations. 3 tissues per plant are taken. There are over 5 interests: the transgenics, controlled, the commercial varieties. 3. So when we look at numbers, the compositional analysis, one of the most costly sets that we need to actually have from a test or an assessment. So the product would be defined as safe as. So this is where commercial varieties become important. And so then the natural variety is expressed. And then finally, these 2 aspects show whether there was an intended or unintended effect caused by the introduction of the crop. That has to be checked by, it's checked by the regulatory bodies. Besides these assessments, there are some lab tests that have to do with molecular characterizations. I will not go through that. You should understand that this involves a lot of lab tests. It takes a lot of time based on the species we're working on, the size of the genome. There are tests that take many years, such as stability, or that require the analysis of many individuals, such as segregation. We need to determine a detection method that is specific, in some regulatory frameworks require that it should be validated, and this requires time and money. Molecular characterization defines what was inserted, the specific sequence, the type of genome, in order to make sure that it's not altering any outside or endogenous gene. On the other hand, there's another set of studies regarding the expression product. So we need to measure the levels of expression products. If it's an RNA, we need to state the type of our RNA. We need to have a standard protein, a pure protein, in enough quantities or sufficient quantities to conduct equivalence studies, digestibility, and some countries require tests on animals, such as toxicology. There's the acute study that takes 14 years, and protein studies that are similar to drugs, that is producing recombinant and subchronic studies that takes about 28 days, and the 90-day studies that takes the whole grain. And some countries require also nutritional studies, that is to make sure that the transgenic is as nutritive as the transgenics. And so the most common one is performed on chicken, but there are also countries that require studies on fish, and depending on the study, ruminants. And oftentimes these studies discuss efficiency, but most times, toxicological studies, on the other hand, are performed on mice or rat. As Dali said, the Argentine regulatory system has 3 evaluation agencies: the environmental, consumption, and the commercial use agency. How this can impact the trade of a country. It has to do with the place it will be grown and the export products, either seeds or event byproducts. This is important to consider when we think of product development. All of the studies that I mentioned are mainly shared by the 2 agencies related to food safety or environmental issues, such as molecular characterization, expression product, composition analysis, and there are others that are different depending on the agency. SENASA, for example, will focus on nutritional or toxicological studies. Markets, for example, request a deep analysis of the product, the byproducts, the export destinations, and the other competitors, the countries, the quantities that are exported from Argentina or other parts of the world, the regulatory state, and the regulation agenda, the added value, and the adoption rate that I expect the product to have. This analysis is completed, as Dali said, in order to achieve the final resolution. This is the pathway that transgenics products have to go through. You know that they can be obtained via other ways. This is transgenics, and somebody talked about gene editing. because this is probably more, it's kind of, it's more popular now. Gene editing is for sure a great advantage because we can choose the type of genome that is going to be used for the gene expression. But a lot is required for approval. However, as Dalia said, but there are two things to consider while the product is obtained, and so we need to consider that probably or most likely all of the permit or authorization stages have to be undergone because of the cost and time. And finally, if there's new genetic information that had been introduced in the final product, and if changes are minimal, then it can be labeled as non-transgenic, but this label depends on the country. As it was shown in another presentation today, this changes from country to country. There is a page that shows the status of the events obtained from gene editing, the regulation in each country. If you're interested in, this is my recommendation to look at the export destination and familiarize with the transgenics policies. And finally, I will look at the history as I participated in regulatory presentations to emphasize the fact that regulatory policies depend on the product and the country. And these are some countries where we have been able to achieve approvals or obtain approvals. The case of soybean, China repeats all of the studies, so we need to submit the data package, but the material have to be provided so that they repeat all of the tests, the field tests, and everything I mentioned before. For example, if Brazil, for example, requires local trials, which have to be submitted by a local company or applicant, so that require a lot of time, germplasm to obtain local results and the approval for growing. Uruguay, for example, they never require local trials, but they have an application window which ends once a year. So we need to consider that as well. Bolivia, for example, transgenics have been approved by presidential executive order, and this is a country, if it's a destination for your product, then that is on hold. I mean, it's in Chile, for example, it has a regulatory framework for food, but it's on hold. There's no feed frame and cultivation for exports. So it's a country that is free of genetically modified organisms. Canada requires endogenous allergen levels, and if you request approval for crop, it only takes data that are comparable to the ones in Canada. The European Union is one of the most difficult for approval. It requires non-GM competitors, and it requires complete packages with 5 locations and 4 replications. Vietnam, for example, if there are 5 previous approvals, there's a fast track for approval. And for example, South Korea requires nutritional seals for chicken and fish. And if we're thinking about exporting a product that is in the market in Argentina, you should consider the destination of exports and where you want to grow the product, where you want to harvest, in order to think ahead how to deregulate it, because this could affect the market process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Very nice presentation. Let's go now to the Q&A session. I'd like to start with Dr. Parrott.
Dr. Parrott, Usted mencionó
Dr. Parrott, you mentioned
etiquetado de productos derivados de la bioingeniería.
the beginning of labeling of byproducts of bioengineering. How do you think is going to be the reaction of U.S. consumers to this labeling? And I also want to ask you if there is any plan for labeling for byproducts of gene editing. Thank you for those questions, Diego. In the U.S., there are so many labels, and all the surveys prove that consumers are very confused with regards to what labels mean and what they say. There are some things that I can self-define and say, okay, maybe a transgenic product I could self-define a transgenic product and take it to the market. There is no official report. So I don't know how they will be able to reinforce the transgenic list that is already out in the market. But there are some chains, supermarket chains, that insist on labeling even the gene editing. Many of the edited things are self-defined. There is not going to be an official report, so they're looking for voluntary systems, maybe a voluntary registry of products that have been gene edited, and in order to satisfy supermarket demands. So to clear the gene-edited products, if the gene editing was done through a conventional editing, then it should not be labeled. But we still are not clear as to whether we can consult that or we can self-define that. There is no registry, no database where you can go to. It's going to be interesting, interesting times are coming up. All right, very good. Thank you, Dr. Louis. A question for you with regards to the question that Dr. Fingels asked you earlier. The new breeding techniques, the MBTs, are going to replace transgenics. I'd like to know your opinion about the type of traits that are going to be approached by the new MBTs and which ones are going to be open to the use of transgenic. What is the perspective in that sense? Thank you for that question. Definitely, it's not about replacing one technique by the other. Each one of the techniques offers specific traits, different conditions for breeding. There are different tools to improve and breed crops. Gene editing, as many of the speakers have described, makes a more accurate intervention in the genome. It could be an deletion, an insertion, even an allele replacement. In our case, as I mentioned before, in the regulations, it's all about defining whether that intervention leads to a product that is considered GMO or not. And to answer to Wayne's question, I think it's interesting to say something about our regulation, in case it's not that clear in my presentation, that we only have two categories of products. It's either conventional or it's either a GMO. If it's GMO, despite the technique that has been used to obtain that GMO, it has to respond or it has to abide by all the regulations in the country. If it's conventional, then it doesn't go into that regulatory place, and it's part of the regulatory it goes to the regulatory framework of regular conventional products, hybridization, or genetic variability that is not transgenesis and that is not gene insertion of genetic pathways. I just wanted to clear that out just in case it was not cleared in my presentation. Regarding the traits, well, it's a whole new world, the one that opens up, and we can have as many variables and as many variabilities as the scientific development and the imagination allows it. Out of the questions that we got in the PCI prior consultation instance, then they go from improvement in the nutritional values or agrophenotypes enhancement or breeding. I could not describe all the list of the things that we get, but there are tools that we have, and the possibility of using those are there. And if we have the correct regulatory framework based on science, we can be sure that this is considered, this is analyzed, and it reaches the market with the right analysis. Thank you, Dr. Louis. We have one final question for Dr. Miranda. What do you think is the biggest limitation that the NBTs have to speed up their development in Argentina? Is it possible that an NBT reaches the Argentine market? Thank you, Diego, for that question. I think it's the other way around. The MBTs have the opportunity for many institutions that do not have the capabilities of developing complex tools to have more accessibility to those. So I think it's very promising. And I think it's really good for Argentina to be one of the leading countries in these regulatory changes. I hope it continues to be so. So these developers that have fewer resources are able to bring those products to the market. The techniques have to do more with they cannot replace all the transgenic. There are some things that require the introduction of new information. So even though you choose by using gene editing techniques, the genome where the information is going to go, the final product is a transgenic product. And even though it goes into that, falls under that regulation, there are startups that invest in order to reach that product. So I only see positive things in the gene editing techniques. Thank you very much. We finished with that, session number 2. We want to remind you that through our platform, we already have all the proceedings with a summary of each one of the presentations that our speakers have presented today. There you have the email of our speakers. So if you want to continue asking questions or continue with the discussions, these first 2 sessions were sponsored by Argenbio, and we want to thank Gabriela Levitus, President of Argenbio. We like to take this opportunity to thank the President of INASE, Joaquín Serrano, authorities of SENASA, Carlos Paz, President of SENASA, Lorena Basso, authorities of SENASA, Alfredo Paseiro, authorities of Maizar, Alberto Morelli, officers of AdSoja, Luis Ubizarreta, authorities of Argentrigo, Miguel Cané, Asagir, Enrique Omar Moro, and also authorities of CREA, Santiago Negri, authorities of APRESID, David Rogero, Ciara, Gustavo Idígoras, and also president of the Agronomical Engineers Association, Daniel Cavalli. We're going to have now a break, a lunch break, and we'll resume at 1:30, and we'll remind you once again that in our virtual platform, you can take a look at all the different stands, virtual stands of all of our sponsors in their different categories, and the virtual workrooms in the poster format that our researchers have submitted for this symposium. Thank you very much, and we'll meet again at 1:30. Thank you.
Are we ready to begin with the second half of today's, today at the first International Symposium on Plant Breeding, streaming live from the Quorum Convention Center from Cordoba, Argentina. This event is organized by INTA, the regional center at Cordoba, and the support of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and the Ministry of Science and Technology from Cordoba province. We'll now move on to the third session of this symposium to talk about intellectual property rights, the payment of royalties of a specific variety so that they can enjoy from the benefits of the work and the payment of royalties to be able to reinvest them in new projects. So this session is on patents and intellectual property, chaired by Maria Beatriz Fornica, who is an expert from INTA Marco Juarez. Beatriz, it's been an honor to work with you in the organization of this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you to the Regional Center and the committee for inviting me to participate in this steering committee. I honestly think it was hard work, but very pleasant. So let's start with the third session on patents and intellectual property. It's a key aspect if we consider that science and technology, genome knowledge, the cultivars we're working with, make it easier for us to have complex products where we have IP on biotechnological inventions, the breeders' rights. So how do we get in the same phytotechnical achievements all of these rights that have to do with IP? In order to clear those ideas out, we have Dr. Miguel Rapella and Dr. Gloria Montaron Estrada. We'd like to thank you both for being here today. So we're going to start with the first speech, Dr. Miguel Rapella. He is a master in forest and agrarian sciences, doctor of the law school in Austral University, and director of technological of genomics and Ubatech. Dr. Rapella is remotely with us, and we'd like to thank you for your being here, for your presence here. Thank you for your introduction. So we're going to talk about these invention and innovation processes in plant breeding. And clearly, one of the things that happens to us every day is that all that has to do with IP in plant breeding, there is a seeds law in Argentina, but in other countries in Latin America as well. Everything around IP is a lot more complex because in our item we have the brands, the industrial designs, copyrights, everything related to the seed itself, but more specifically, all the confidential information, that cannot be disclosed, patents of biotechnological inventions, the plant breeders' rights, and if anything is missing here, all the genetic resources, plant resources. So all of this makes a very complex system, and many countries, especially all the developing countries, no exceptions made, have this trilogy of three things that in English they start all with I, which are invention, innovation, and intellectual property. And that's exactly what we're going to be discussing here in my session today. When we start talking about IP specifically in plant breeding, we find that there are many things that are not solved yet. We're going to talk about three of them. First, the things that are unsolved over the last 20 years and that are strictly related to the appearance of transgenic biotechnology. Starting from this wrong concept to begin to think that the IP are applied to the seed, but that's not the case. Seeds are tangible. They don't have IP. They have a physical property. Inside the seed, there is germplasm that has its traits are expressed through the phenotype of the plant variety, and that is the result of a given genotype or a combination of genotypes protected by the breeder's, the plant's breeder. So the possibility of giving protection through a patent to all these biotechnological constructs, then in the lab we can find that there is an object for a patent, and that genetic construct can be inserted in a germplasm, and we obtain a transgenic variety that now coexists in terms of rights. The patent on the genetic construct or the germplasms and the expression of the variety itself. From then on, the questions are that have no answer. What is the scope of the rights, and what are the exceptions of both rights? This is a problem that so far has only had a solution through the European Union, and only 3 countries in the European Union. And all around the world, this problem has been unsolved. Second point, current issues that are also unsolved. Nowadays, today we have also discussed, and we're going to discuss this further during this next couple of days, the genomic DNA for gene deletion, insertion, or gene editing, specific gene editing. This is a new technology, and that has different challenges. We're going to talk about 2 of them with already published works. This was the first gene editing done in linum on the EPSPS, where we obtained glyphosate-resistant linum through the gene editing with only nucleases. And let's imagine the following. Company A developed a certain variety of linum, conventional linum, and 2 companies start working on the germplasm with the plant breeder rights. One of the companies does it with a transgenic variety, and the other company does the same thing through gene editing. So what we're going to have is 2 isogenic varieties only united by the expression channel. So there is a contradiction here between what the international treaty has, which is all the varieties need to be protected, and the UPOV that will only allow them to protect one of them, the first one that was presented, because they are identical in the phenotype expression. Another case that we have, and it's a little bit more complicated, when we start using the genetic resources, and we have a process that is now called dematerialization of PGR or digital sequence information. This paper was published in the US by a very competent team in this matter. They took information of 4,193 tomato varieties, wild tomatoes. They used the digital sequence information to edit that common or regular tomato, modify the floral through the information, but not through the access to physical resources or the gene resource, genetic resource. So did they use genetic resource or not? Now, this question has no answer. In the last discussions at the protocols and the treaties, they still haven't found the way around this issue. But let's talk about the challenges in the future. In order to think about the future challenges, we have to look back into the past and analyze two periods in plant breeding. In 1859, the evolution theory, the back cross, the double cross, the first mutants, and let's take a look at underneath the IP that was developed during that period. We find that there is technically nothing. In 1883, the Paris Convention and the first variety protection law in 1930 in the U.S. Patents Act. So in 1961 onwards, we have the technical evolution that we find here, the appearance of the first DNA transferences, the RNP, SSR, we have the zinc fingers, the clister cast, and a commercial cultivar of canola. And we confirm that with the development of the different IP tools. And as you can see, all of these tools are grouped, and they have been grouped for many years. The UPOV, the TRIPS, the ITP, GRFA, the most modern thing we have related to plant varieties is the UPOV from 1991, a 30-year-old instrument. That's the latest thing we have. What we have nowadays, to take it to a more real context, is a set of things. And in the morning, we were able to see what we already have upon us, which is accelerated breeding. We went from more or less 300 phenotypic data points to the definition of a commercial brand to about 3 million data points, genomic plus phenomic. We went from phenotypic selection to genomic phenomic selection, and from that genomic phenomic selection to a predictive selection based on the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and big data that allows us to do multiple gene editing of the plant genome. And those old cycles of about 8 years of breeding cycle, now they're as short as, in many of the species, up to 5 years or less. Everything indicates that we are now increasing the inventions and innovations processes that are highly satisfactory. But let's take a look at the numbers, at the actual numbers. It is calculated that in order to feed populations over the next years, we need an increase in crop production of a 2.4% per year. That is what should happen, but what is actually happened based on different sources of information, public sources, it tells us that the current estimation of the public sources is 1.2% a year. The OECD and the FAO says it's 1.5 a year, and an American university calculates 1.7 per year in Asia and 1.0 a year for the European Union and the developing countries. So more or less, we are halfway between the genetic production or increase in productivity that we actually need. Let's take a look at the first image again. In invention, innovation, intellectual property, clearly something is not right. Something is going very wrong. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these values with all the technical tools that we have seen and been developing. We don't think the problem is in the invention due to all the technical developments that we've seen. It's not in the innovation. Clearly, most of the developing countries they have the innovation in good working conditions. Perhaps the problem is in the intellectual property, and to start thinking when all of those instruments are working together and not temporarily, as we saw before, what is happening? So let's make it visually. Here we have all the plant world, and let's take a look at international treaties, what's happening, how all of this is how all this is subjected to the different convention. For example, the Convention of Biological Diversity, the Nagoya Protocol, the Bonn directives, the Cartagena Protocol, the UPOV Convention in 78, the UPOV Convention in 91, the treaty related to intellectual properties, the Patent Cooperation Treaty, the Patent Law Treaty, the Budapest Treaty for Microorganisms, the Budapest, and then the last in the FAO Treaty of the ITP-GRFA. All of this is extremely complex, so much so that I personally don't think there is anyone in the world that is able to understand everything that is on that screen, with all the ambiguities and the overlapping and the contradictions in some of the cases. And we saw some of those contradictions in this presentation. So what are the options? How do we improve all this? The first option, okay, let's leave everything the way it is. Let's not do anything. There are many papers that state that this is not working well, but this option of not doing anything is clearly the option that most people agree with. And why? Why do people agree with that? Because it is believed that if we touch any of these, it's going to create a worse condition than the previous situation. The antithesis of what they think is let's leave everything the way it is okay, let's do something about it. Let's work with each one of these treaties so that we can polish all the imperfections that they have. Let's eliminate overlapping, let's eliminate contradictions, and let's make this work. Perhaps that, clearly here, is one of the worst options, because to deal with each one of these treaties is work that is going to take years and years of discussions and coming to agreements, and that could take, as I said, years to get solved. A third possibility is that, as we developed a few years ago, a protocol to protect plant breeders' rights, the third option is, okay, let's think about a comprehensive plant germplasm system. It's not just for the plant breeders' rights, but also for the biotechnological tools, everything related to the phytogenetic parts that involves all the stakeholders, those that develop the germplasm, the institutions that develop or make or produce transgenic biotechnology or gene editing, and of course, all the people's rights, communities' rights, with the maintenance of the plant germplasm. And that can be done. There are some programs that have been submitted. So what I wanted to show you with this was that we have to start thinking about the need that these three things that may be imperfect, but for now it's the best system that we know. It's invention, innovation, and intellectual property. How are we going to keep all this working in this gene editing? And this is a call for all the plant breeders and biotechnologist developers. Let's not detach from all of these things, because if we do, the results we're going to get are not the ones that we expect. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for your presentation. I had several questions about some of the issues that you sort of guessed. So thank you very much for your presentation. Very clear. We'll now listen to Dr. Gloria Monteron Estrada, who worked in the IP department at Marval Farrell firm, and she is currently the director of legal department of Bioceres, and she's a member of the board of director of Bioceres crop. She is also a university professor. Gloria, the floor is yours. Hello, Beatriz. How are you? I see that some of you are on site at the convention center. Some of us are virtual. Miguel gave us an overview of all of the issues that are being discussed. Miguel, it's always good to listen to your presentations and your updates. But to go into what we do at a company level and what we do on a daily basis, I'd like to share what it is to work, IP in a company devoted to biotechnology. As Beatriz said, I work in Bioceres. I was trained in IP at the Manuel Farrell firm, legal firm that are leaders of IP in Argentina. And then I began to work in Bioceres, and I've been there for 6 years now. And I'm really passionate about IP, passionate because I believe it is the way to be able to protect, to appropriately protect developments and inventions, as Miguel stated a while ago. In all of the talks, when I begin speaking about IP on seeds, or as Miguel said, what is inside the seeds, not in the seeds per se, what do we have? Well, we basically have patents, plant variety protection, and trademarks. This core, these three ways to protect IP are necessary or needed to in every kind of development to either a protection event or a performance event, to be able to have appropriate protection and to also have, to be able to return the investment, we need to have appropriate IP protection, not only in Argentina, but in every other country where the breeders, the growers, or the company devoted to technology must have in order to be protected. In Bioceres, what is the IP protection portfolio? We have patents. We have a large patent portfolio. Not only patents in Argentina, it's a basic principle in IP. IP has territorial protection, so each of the countries where we want to have protection, you need to have their own patents, their own trademarks, and their know-how has to be protected. Bioceres protects their patents in Argentina and worldwide. As I understand, so Bioceres submits their applications under a subsidiary that is incorporated in the United States to become a member country, and then the submissions are made in countries where Bioceres is not a member. And it has also a patent portfolio where products are launched, and then the trademarks and are also protected. Another important point to be able to protect is to protect, to have a license agreement or collaboration agreement. Well, having NDA in place, particularly when possible new patents or possible new plans or marketing developments are intended to be developed. This is sort of the format. This is how IP is protected. I mean, seed IP is protected, but this is a plant breeding symposium. Technicians, scientists, we're not lawyers, are probably the only lawyer in the symposium. So what is there about agriculture is climate change. And if we don't do anything about climate change, what scientists and research studies state is that in 2030, if there's no shift, then crop yield will have a negative impact. So it's always interesting to show all of the agriculture activities, the greenhouse gases emissions, to be able to understand how to make a change facing climate change. We say 24% of greenhouse or gases or carbon dioxide emissions. And this change, I mean, agriculture has to make. And so what is the change about? Well, as I said, the challenge has to do with not only placing in the market or on the shelf to place high yield products. And this increase in yield will bring about the fact of bringing or sort of global agriculture to carbon neutrality. Why? Well, and HB4, you may be aware of it already. HB4 is what I call a variety or a technology 2.0, because it's not only a technology, I mean a protection technology that is resistant to glyphosate or glufosinate, depending on the crop. We're talking about what the new thing about HB4 is that it actually has an increase in yield. This yield increase helps having a technology that is sustainable, that is environmentally friendly, and then can reduce greenhouse emissions or carbon dioxide emissions. Why am I saying this? Because this is an example of how HB4 works, and this is the case of wheat. HB4 wheat, the yield is up to approximately 20%. This 20%, what brings about is a reduction of -6% in terms of carbon dioxide emissions, and it accounts for 1 hectare 1 hectare plus. I mean, if compared to planting wheats without HBO technologies, it also reduces 25 kiloliters of water and 32.4 kilotons of the use of fertilizers. So all of these features with HB4 makes HB4 technology, as it is it's not only a protection event, but yield. It makes it a sustainable technology. For me, this is a shift in paradigm that has to be implemented in GMOs 2.0 when we begin to see events that help yield, that contribute to yield. What does HB4 provide the farmers with and consumers? Well, farmers are provided with a tool that is, as I said, I mean, that increases yield in smaller lands, and it provides sustainable technology sustainable in terms environmentally sustainable, I mean. And consumers, well, they can see a product. When they purchase a product, they can look at the label, they see I mean, they can see they're buying a sustainable product because they'll have information on the amount of carbon dioxide that was reduced to make that particular product. As regards commercialization, how is a seed sold or commercialized? Well, I say that there's always three routes. One, I mean, it can be to one person or several people, depending on the trade strategy, licenses with other seed companies, seed distributors, and multiplication licenses to be able to come up with a stock or inventory of the crops. This is the trade channel. This is just a classical or typical channel that can be, but the objective of this this is to actually collect royalties. And Miguel talked about this, the seeds laws, the solution in Argentina, in the United States, and Europe. Well, in Argentina, as it's not a country that sort of naturally pays royalty. We need, I mean, for example, copyright and or when videos were purchased. This was prior to Netflix. Argentina sort of refuses to pay intellectual property, and the way to collect royalties as a result was created through this three-way channel. So once it's been harvested, we get the grains that goes to the exporter. And how is grain royalty is collected? Well, it has to be with the fact that it has a germplasm. Then the public-private agency was created called Bolsa Tech. So when the grain gets to the port, they are tested, and if it's positive, then a royalty is collected. So all of the system was developed with the first event in Argentina that was INTA. And today, I believe that you know that a few months ago, Pioneer announced the withdrawal of INTA due to a commercial strategy. And the thing is that Monsanto and Bayer have patents in force. So the question is right now, what's going to happen with the enforceability of those patents? The patent law foresees situations such as these when technology is not developed for a year, the possibility of requesting compulsive licenses. But this is the system, as we don't have a patent law, that coexists with the seed law. This is what we've been able to achieve. I mean, this system to be able to capture value, this system captures value in one of the main companies, multinational companies, on technology software development, decided to launch a product and to place that product in the market with sustained patent. It is a good system, I believe, but this has to make us think that we have to modify the seed laws to have further events, to have the more technological development, because Argentina is one of the main leaders, the agricultural sector, and it was one of the main exporters. We export grains, so I believe we should have a system in place to be able to collect royalties as a result of third-party technology, the use of third-party technologies. Finally, I'd like to share a video about Bioceres so you can see what Bioceres did in terms of invention protection based on the three-way channel.
Ceres is Latin America's flagship group in the AG biotech space, advancing in life sciences ecosystem by investing in high-impact technologies in science-based companies. The group is organized into the following business divisions: ventures, emerging solutions, tech services, crop solutions. Bioceres Ventures advises and invests across 4 secular major themes: carbon neutrality, functional foods, biomaterials, and translational medicine. Bioceres Emerging Solutions is our portfolio of high-impact startups with strong focus on consumers and the environment. Helix Science, a unique approach to the alternative protein space, developing plant-based animal protein solutions for the food industry. Herbicide, committed to improving human quality of life by providing products and services based on precision medicine technologies in Latin America. INTA, dedicated to channeling metabolic engineering solutions to reroute carbon into bioplastic and high-value compounds through its top-tier fermentation platform. Bioceres Tech Services provides state-of-the-art R&D services and capabilities that contribute to our partners' success in delivering innovative products and technologies for different industries. Main operational vehicles is Agrality, a service contract research organization of global relevance, providing trials and top-tier capabilities, sourcing AG blue-chip companies. Bioceres Crop Solutions, Biox, a New York Stock Exchange-listed company, is a fully integrated provider of crop productivity technologies designed to enable the transition of agriculture towards carbon neutrality. Biox is the most relevant example of Bioceres capabilities in R&D project roll-ups, IP portfolio product development, and commercial strategy. Biox provides crop productivity solutions, each of which offers substantial economic and environmental benefits and is anchored by HB4 technology, the foundation behind the world's only drought-tolerant soybean and wheat. Bioceres, in the light of evolution.
So with the presentation of Bioceres, I would like to thank you for your attention. I expect you found this talk interesting, and you have now an overview on IP protection. Thank you. Thank you, Gloria. Just a few questions. Miguel, what do you think should be the role of breeders and breeding programs in trying to organize this overlapping between all of the international agencies and national agencies that are regulating IP of cultivars and the events that we work with? You're an expert, Maria Beatriz, on genetic resources. And briefly speaking, considering the 2 treaties we have in place, You know, I'm sure you know about the origin of the two treaties. The first one was related to environmentalist groups, and the second treaty was related mostly with FAO and all of the experts in genetic resources. And I believe that the result is clear. Even though there's a funding issue regarding FAO treaties, it's the multilateral system they have in place, which I think is one of the positive things FAO has, which the Biological Diversity Treaty does not have. And the reason why, well, in the first one, breeders that were not involved. In the second one, the second treaty, breeders were involved. And I think this is a kind of a warning signal of really being involved in these kind of things. It is a technical issue, very complex technical issue. This slide that I showed before, where I have all of the number of international agreements and treaties in place, gives us an idea of, you know, minimizing the problem or the issue that we are addressing to discussion of a royalty, seed royalty, is not really does not really show how important the issue is. Gloria talked about the needs of a company that is connected to CONICET to develop a state-of-the-art technology. And Gloria emphasizes really what needs to be emphasized. Bioceres, a company such as Bioceres has a patent law that is not in lines with the seed laws, but again, we are an agriculture country, an industrial country, and all of these things should be relevant issues, and they should be seriously debated at the level of Congress and chambers and associations. This is what I feel. So I ask breeders to really become involved in these issues. Otherwise, the consequences can actually be similar to our current situations, where we have, you know, companies such as Bioceres do not have a solid ground for their developments. All of the inventions and developments of INTA developments don't find that either. So it's not a win-win situation. So we're actually, it's a lose-lose situation.
All right. Now we are all thinking about what you just said. Thank you. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Gloria, for your participation this afternoon. And if the audience has more questions, you can send them through email to the speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to have now a quick break, and we'll resume in 10 minutes at 2:30. And as we always say, don't forget to go to our virtual convention center and visit the posters room, where you'll find all the works that the researchers have submitted. Thank you very much, and we'll resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. Here we are again, live from the Convention Center Quorum Hotel, Córdoba, Argentina. We are now going to start session number 4. New selection and evaluation tools based on molecular markers. And on this 4th session, we're going to be talking then about, as I said, new selection and evaluation tools based on molecular markers. The chair of this session is going to be Leonardo Vanzetti, specialist in genome and gene breeding from INTA Marco Juarez. Bayer is the sponsor of this session. Please We ask you to respect the times. Good afternoon. We start session number 4, as Ariel said. It's about new selection evaluation tools based on molecular markers. We have 4 wonderful speakers, and the first speech is going to be given by Paolo Anicherico on genotyping by sequencing database genomic selection for crop yield and quality in outbred and inbred legumes.
Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I belong to CREA, the main public institution for agro-food research in Italy. The research focus of my group is the improvement of legumes, perennial forage or feed grain legumes. Why legumes? Because the poor cultivation of legumes marks the non-sustainability of the European agro-food systems, as it is associated with a high energy and greenhouse gas emission, high nitrogen loss in fresh water, huge important insecurity of feed protein supply, which is linked to Amazon deforestation, loss of biodiversity, poor food legume consumption with human health implications. The evolution of plant breeding parallels the human evolution, offering always new biotech-based tools and opportunities for plant selection. Genomic selection represented a breakthrough in cattle breeding to increase production gains by reducing the costs and length of selection cycles. This breeding strategy got envisageable also for plant breeding, thanks to low-cost genotyping methods such as genotyping by sequencing and its developments. The main reason for exploring genomic selection opportunities is that most agronomically important traits are polygenic. This is the case, for example, for alfalfa and pea, not only for crop yield, but also for key crop quality traits, such as protein content. You can see in these Manhattan plots many local peaks that usually are not significant statistically at ordinary P levels because they relate to minor gene effects. For alfalfa, the physical map reports markers in several areas of the genome that are associated to each quality trait. For example, NDF digestibility. Another appeal of genomic selection, relative to phenotypic selection, is that it widens the opportunities for multi-trait selection, because the selection cost, which depends on the genotyping cost, is nearly zero from the second target trait onwards. This decrease of multi-trait selection costs allows for evaluating many more genotypes, thereby increasing the chance of identifying rare recombinations. Polygenic traits may conveniently be predicted by genomic selection because its statistical model also takes account of minor gene effects. You may consider it as a huge multiple regression model where breeding values for a given trait are predicted as a function of a large number of markers. One develops the model on a representative sample of the reference genetic base that is phenotyped and genotyped. This is the training set. And if the model is sufficiently predictive, it can be applied to a large number of other only genotyped plants of the genetic base. The way we may use genomic selection differs between inbred crops and outbred crops bred as synthetic varieties. In inbred crops, the training set is represented by inbred lines extracted from a population originated, for example, by connected or factorial crosses or a magic population, which are genotyped and phenotyped, and a subset of genomically selected lines are then promoted to final field testing. In outbred crops, the training set is represented by genotypes extracted from a population originated from intercrossing of elite populations or genotypes, which are genotyped and then conveniently phenotyped on the basis of their half-C progenies, because in this case, we should aim to model the additive genetic variation, that is, the variation that we could exploit for synthetic variety breeding. Besides, selected plants of outbred crops usually are used as parents of a synthetic variety, for which we usually need many parents, rather than undergoing individual field testing. In this slide, I have summarized the main results that we got for genome-enabled predictive ability of production and quality traits of 3 legume crops, alfalfa, pea, and white lupin. Predictive ability values are correlations between genomically predicted and observed trait values of genotypes, using cross validations or more conveniently inter-environment predictions for material independent to that used for model construction. Obviously, predictions tend to be higher for inbred crops than for alfalfa, where we model only additive genetic variation. However, also phenotypic selection would be more difficult and less successful for alfalfa, because it depends on narrow sense heritability rather than broad sense heritability as in an inbred crop. Besides, alfalfa predictions were obtained treating the species as a diploid rather than as an autotetraploid, that is, pooling all heterozygous variants into one class, because of insufficient number of reads that prevented the estimation of allele dosage. New data allowing for allele dosage estimation may improve the predictions. Without entering the details, it was possible to estimate threshold values of predictive ability, indicating the greater convenience of genomic over phenotypic selection in terms of yield gains per unit time and/or unit cost for definite selection scenarios. Very most of the predictive ability values would support the adoption of a genomic selection strategy in these cases. There are very few comparisons of genomic versus phenotypic selection in terms of actual yield gains for legumes. A recent one relative to pea yield selection under severe drought indicated similar yield progress for genomic selection using real population specific or general models and phenotypic selection. These suggested the greater interest of genomic selection when considering for an annual crop about threefold lower cost per evaluated genotype and about twofold shorter selection cycle relative to phenotypic selection. One crucial issue for genomic selection is the genetic variation, wide or narrow, of the reference population used for selection. Results for a broadly based reference population are more largely applicable to the available genetic base of the breeding program, but may imply lower prediction ability. The ability of a model constructed from one reference population to predict breeding values of a completely different reference population was studied in alfalfa, considering a semi-dormant subcontinental genetic base of northern Italy versus a little dormant Mediterranean genetic base originated from various countries. The penalty in predictive ability for biomass yield, when considering common SNP markers, is indicated by the arrow in the two figures. It is about 1/3, relative to predictions for the same reference population used for model construction. Such a penalty, which is not quite large, would encourage the application of genomic selection to widely based reference populations of alfalfa. As anticipated, genomic selection in outbred crops bred as synthetic varieties could conveniently be set up by genotyping parents and phenotyping their half-sib progenies, thereby substituting for a popular field-based selection scheme based on half-sib progeny testing. This choice is reinforced by the fact that half-sib progeny-based selection proved the most useful selection scheme in terms of biomass yield gains per year or per unit of annual cost in a recent comparison of 9 selection schemes, also including clonal selection and selection based on material undergoing 1 or 2 selfing generations with or without within-family selection. The half-sib progeny testing scheme is the number 2 in the table. The same study showed substantial yield gain obtained by a preliminary stage of stratified mass selection, highlighted in the table by the difference between BP base population 2 and BP1. This suggests that stratified mass selection and genomic selection construction could both be performed concurrently in a first selection stage, then applying the genomic selection only to material issued by the mass selection stage. In alfalfa, the progress in SNP calling procedures and eventually the opportunity to call the SNPs on the sequence genome have definitely increased the availability of SNP markers issued by genotyping by sequencing. Of course, SNPs called on the genome also improve greatly the information available for genome-wide association studies. However, greater marker number has not necessarily led to greater prediction ability. As you can see here, for 3 traits and values averaged across 6 statistical models, including several Bayesian ones. Probably, the several thousand markers obtained by unique were sufficient already to saturate the genome, and many more markers may possibly even lead to lower precision in the estimation of individual allele effects. Overall, these results suggest that insufficient marker number is not anymore a problem. Genomic predictions for inbred crops may focus, depending on the breeding scheme, on a few large real populations originated from elite parents or on more genetically diverse populations, such as those originated from a set of factorial crosses or a magic population. Especially in the first case, a relevant question is, again, to which extent one model developed for one population could predict the variation in another population. We assessed that for P yield in 2 studies, mostly considering the case of 2 populations having one common parent. The penalty passing from intrapopulation to interpopulation predictions was, also in this case, about 1/3. A different case is represented by predictions for a broadly based reference population, formed by the combination of many real populations. In one study, predictions for all genotypes, that is, without population strata, led to better predictions than intrapopulation predictions, probably because the genomic model could exploit the additional phenotypic variation due to population mean value and the greater allelic diversity. This finding would support the interest of relatively broadly based reference populations. Genomic selection has to be incorporated into breeding schemes. In the absence of speed breeding tools, and especially for breeding programs with a low budget, bulk breeding may prove useful. As you know, in bulk breeding, natural selection exerted on early segregated material under well-defined, possibly controlled environmental conditions, is expected to shift the population towards genotype variants with more favorable allelic combinations of adaptive traits. The results that you see for pea yield selection in northern Italy, where adaptation to low winter temperatures is key, do confirm that bulk breeding applied from F2 to F5 generations clearly increases the genetic gain of selected genotypes relative to those selected from material produced by single seed descent. An additional opportunity offered by bulk breeding is the possibility to identify and discard at an early stage the crosses with a lower chance to provide better yielding genotypes. This is confirmed by results for P below, namely the high correlation between average bulk population yield during the natural selection stages and average yield of the derived inbred lines for 6 crosses. This is my last slide, still relative to P selection for yield. I'm showing it for 2 reasons. The first is that this study highlighted, rather unexpectedly, for a country with advanced agriculture such as Italy, that farmer participatory selection can provide greater yield gains than breeder-based selection, either when using a selection index or when using a simple acceptability score assigned shortly earlier than crop harvest. The second reason is that genomic selection proved capable to predict well also a complex trait such as farmers' acceptability. And this could be exploited, especially in preliminary selection stages, where the yield assessment may prove difficult or less reliable. Thanks to all of you for your attention.
Thank you, Paolo. Very interesting presentation. The questions will be left for the end. At the end of the presentations, we'll now listen to Dr. Peggy Osias-Akins from the United States. She will be discussing marking-assisted breeding for disease resistance in peanut. Peggy, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for providing this opportunity for me to present our progress on marker-assisted breeding in peanut. The photo on the left is actually a pre-COVID lab photo, but there are 2 key personnel who are involved in this research, Stephanie Botten and Juliette Chu. Stephanie is a technician and now graduate student who has been involved in the project for many years. So the genus Ericus originated in South America in the area of Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Bolivia. And it was transported across the globe during exploration and is now grown in many tropical and subtropical regions of the world. China and India actually are the largest producers of peanut, together producing about 60% of the world's peanuts. But Argentina and the US are also significant players. Together, we produce a little less than 10% of the global production. However, the peanuts are of high quality and of value for the export market. Peanut is an interesting plant and a fascinating crop. It flowers above ground, but it produces its fruit underground. So the gynophore or peg elongates, pushing the ovary underground where it enlarges to form the pod containing 2 to 4 seeds. Of course, the fact that it is now developing underground does expose the pod and the developing seeds to soil-borne pathogens. Cultivated peanut likely arose in the Rio Seco region of Argentina as a hybrid between Ericus duranensis and Ericus ipaensis. Ericus ipaensis probably was transported from a region further north into the range of Ericus duranensis by humans, where a spontaneous hybridization and chromosome doubling event occurred to generate the tetraploid, allotetraploid inbred and homozygous, now cultivated peanut. So this rare event naturally led to a domestication bottleneck, a genetic bottleneck that limits the sources of resistance to biotic and abiotic stresses within the cultivated germplasm. Also, since cultivated peanut is tetraploid, it is genetically isolated from hybridization with its diploid relatives. However, breeders have been interested in accessing all sources of resistance from both the cultivated germplasm as well as the diploid relatives for a variety of pests and diseases, including leaf spots. This is early and late leaf spot caused by two different foliar fungal pathogens. Tomato spotted wilt virus, a virus that's of consequence in the southeastern U.S., but other viruses also that are prevalent in other regions of the world, such as groundnut rosette in Africa. Rust, another fungal pathogen which infects peanut, particularly in tropical regions of the world. White mold or stem rot that can damage the lower portions of the stem as well as the pods and be devastating for harvest. Aflatoxin, a mycotoxin that is produced by Aspergillus flavus and parasiticus, whose levels are controlled in developing countries, but not so well, in developed countries, but not so well in developing countries. And aflatoxin production is accelerated by exposure of the plant to stress, particularly drought stress. So breeders in the U.S. have been important for promoting yield gains in peanuts for about 80 years now, so since the middle part of the last century. And these yield gains steadily increased until the early 1980s when tomato spotted wilt virus was introduced into Georgia and to the southeastern U.S. This epidemic was particularly devastating to the industry, but breeders had been looking at sources of diversity for a variety of diseases and had actually used a plant introduction, the number 203396, primarily for its resistance to leaf spot. However, serendipitously, the succession also had resistance to tomato spotted wilt virus and basically rescued the industry from devastation by this virus. Breeders have also taken advantage of other technologies since that point in time to continue to increase yield gains. Some of those technologies now are molecular technologies brought about by the Peanut Genome Project. This was an international project largely funded by industry, which allowed us to sequence the diploid progenitor genomes, Ericus duranensis and ipaensis, along with the cultivated peanut genome, Ericus hypogea. All of these data are freely accessible in a variety of databases, but one that I want to mention is the peanut-specific database, PeanutBase. The sequences, as well as genetic maps and QTLs, can be found in PeanutBase. It became apparent that the two diploid genomes were highly similar to one another in their sequence, as can be seen from the Circos plot. They were estimated to diverge from one another only about 2.2 million years ago. The two genomes, diploid genomes, are also similar to the A and the B subgenomes of cultivated peanut. In fact, Ericus ipaensis is 99.9% similar to the B subgenome of peanut. Now that we have more molecular information as well as historical crossability data, the species relationships are much better defined and therefore can inform their selection for attempts at introgressing alleles for pest and disease resistance into cultivated peanut. And there has been work over decades screening a number of these diploid species for resistances to pests and diseases. So the groups are typically the A genome species, B genome, and B genome compatible species, such as those in the K genome Erichis betizakoi. For decades, breeders have been interested in a wild species, Erichis cardinacei, because of its strong resistance to root knot nematode and early and late leaf spot. In fact, there was work begun in North Carolina at North Carolina State University in the mid-1900s to introgress resistance alleles from cardinacei into cultivated peanut. That particular route for introgression was called the hexaploid route. However, it has now become standard practice to use the tetraploid route, particularly since we now have these species relationships much better defined. So for the tetraploid route, a diploid A genome species is crossed with a diploid B genome species, which of course produces a sterile F1 hybrid. However, that fertility can be restored by chromosome doubling. So the chromosome doubling then generates a synthetic tetraploid with the AABB genome constitution, and that synthetic tetraploid can be crossed with cultivated peanut, which also has an AABB genome. Crossing and back crossing then allows for genetic recombination between those two different genomes, or between the synthetic AA and the cultivated AA, or synthetic BB and cultivated BB. We also know that there is some intergenomic recombination that occurs, and I won't go into that today, but it is now well documented in the literature. So in the context of the Peanut Genome Project, a number of mapping populations have been generated. Some of those are just biparental populations, but we were involved in the production of a nested association mapping population that used 2 common parents and 8 unique parents selected for their diversity in market class and thus morphology, as well as their seed quality traits and their disease resistance traits. So work on phenotyping and genotyping has led to the development or discovery of marker trait associations for diseases such as white mold, early and late leaf spots, tomato spotted wilt virus, aflatoxin contamination, nematode resistance, and quality traits of seed size and oleic to linoleic acid ratio. Our breeding program in Tifton actually introduced marker-assisted selection in 2008. And at that time, we only had markers for a couple of traits, nematode resistance that was derived from the cultivar Tifgard, and high oleic acid that was derived from the cultivar Florida 07. We were using molecular markers for a variety of purposes in the breeding program, including genetic purity of the parents that are selected. Although we know that peanut is inbred, it's still possible for some outcrossing to occur, and so we found that it is important to establish that parental genetic purity. We also use markers to confirm crosses. Not every breeding program achieves 100% success in crossing, and therefore it's reasonable to try to eliminate any selves from the breeding program so that only the true hybrids are carried forward. We then, of course, use the markers for selection of the desirable traits. It was particularly useful in the case of the backcrossing program to generate high oleic Tifgard because we were able to breed with heterozygotes. The high oleic trait is actually a recessive trait. So rather than waiting for fixation in order to go to the next backcross generation, we actually were able to select for recessive alleles using molecular markers and then use the heterozygotes in the backcrossing program. The breeding program has generated a cultivar that was released several years ago, Tiffin V High OL, that did combine nematode resistance with high oleic acid chemistry. Early on, we were using the types of markers, simple sequence repeats, and cleaved amplified polymorphic sequences. But now we've migrated most of our marker-assisted selection to single nucleotide polymorphisms. And these are either assayed on a genome-wide array which includes 48,000 SNPs that we discovered and designed for the array, or the competitive allele-specific assay, a type of single marker analysis, which works well in our lab. The array genotyping is used primarily for looking at genetic mapping of populations, whereas the single marker analysis we use more frequently in breeding programs where we're generating a lot of materials that we are interested in selecting for specific traits. We also have increased the throughput of our marker-assisted selection by actually genotyping DNA extracted from seed tissues rather than leaf tissues. It only takes a very small fragment from the cotyledon of the seed and a very rapid DNA extraction protocol to extract enough DNA that we can run several assays for several markers. In fact, now our program is processing 10 to 15,000 seeds per year and 1 to 13 markers per sample. For the high oleic trait, this trait I mentioned is recessive, but it also is a 2-gene trait, so there needs to be a recessive mutant in each of the subgenomes, homozygous recessive, in order to actually recover the high oleic phenotype. Actually, in the breeding program, our breeding program, where we deal primarily with hypogea runner types, the A genome is already fixed for the mutant allele, for the recessive mutant allele. And so therefore, we really are only selecting this as a single gene trait, selecting for the B genome mutation. And this selection is done with a melting curve assay where all of the green individuals shown here now are homozygous recessive. Red is homozygous wild type, and then the blue is the heterozygote. And I mentioned that sometimes we are interested in recovering the heterozygotes in the backcrossing program. For the A genome, if working with fastigiata types, there also is a single marker assay that can be used to differentiate the mutant from the wild type allele. For nematode resistance, this trait is introgressed from Erica's cardinacei as a large introgressed segment on chromosome A09. We have designed cast markers that will sample across this introgressed region. The introgressed region is resistant to recombination. However, over the years and using multiple markers, we have identified a few recombinants that we've continued to study because eventually we are interested in the candidate genes that are responsible for resistance. The introgressed region, the smaller region on the proximal end of chromosome A09, does harbor a strong resistance gene for nematodes, whereas the larger introgressed region, the distal end of chromosome 9, actually does confer some moderate resistance. And so therefore, in our breeding program, we are selecting for the entire introgression still because we think this may confer the most durable resistance. Other traits for which we are using marker-assisted selection include leaf spot. A line that was generated actually through an interspecific hybridization program but doesn't have any obvious introgression remaining is GPNCWS16. This line was produced in the North Carolina State University breeding program, but has shown resistance to both early and late leaf spots. We use this in the development of the NAM population and actually have screened the biparental population for resistance to both diseases and also have used it for QTL mapping. So we identified 3 QTL that were contributing towards early leaf spot resistance and found that when the resistance allele, associated allele, was those alleles at all 3 QTL were combined, the resistance was much superior to the combination of the alleles for susceptibility. For late leaf spot resistance, we also conducted whole genome genetic mapping. However, we took a shortcut as well that we wanted to test with these materials called QTL-seq. And the principle for QTL-seq is that DNAs from individuals at the tails of the phenotypic distribution are pooled and then sequenced. So one pool contained DNA from highly resistant individuals, another pool contained DNAs from highly susceptible individuals. These pools are sequenced, and then the allele frequencies are compared between the pools. If the allele frequencies are similar between the two pools, then it's unlikely that there is linkage at that locus with the trait. However, if there is unequal representation of an allele, say in a resistant pool, then that allele is most likely linked with the trait. And in fact, the results were consistent between the QTL-seq and the genetic map. In addition to resistance from GPNC WS16, we also are working with leaf spot resistance that has been introgressed from Erichis cardinacei. This is derived from genetic materials that were generated at North Carolina State University in the middle part of the last century, actually were shared with ICRISAT and then have been distributed around the world for breeders to use, often without the knowledge that they actually carried introgressions from Erichis cardinacei. We analyzed some of these materials from Brazil, a breeding line here shown as IAC 322, for the presence of introgressions, and determined that there were three, two on chromosome A02 and one on chromosome A03. And the question became whether all three of these introgressions were actually necessary to confer late leaf spot resistance. Therefore, we developed individuals that contained either each introgression singly, two combinations of introgressions, or all three introgressions. And these were tested both in an in vitro assay as well as in the field. We determined that the introgression on the bottom of A02 likely was dispensable. However, the combination of A02 top and A03 bottom gave leaf spot resistance that was as good as the, at least at the significance level, as the resistant parent IAC 322. GPNC WS16 is also within this range, and so there is the possibility now of combining the resistance from the cultivated source as well as the introgress source. So finally, another disease that we've been working with extensively in the last 5 years is stem rot, caused by Sclerotium ralsii. This particular disease is difficult to phenotype, but we have made progress with phenotyping in the field by inoculation, and also QTL mapping of a population as well using QTL-seq. This was, again, quite successful. Using the classical delta SNP method, we were able to identify QTL on chromosomes A01 and A05 that contributed, particularly the A05 QTL contributed a strong effect to resistance to white mold. In addition, two former graduate students, Josh Clevenger and Wally Karani, who are now scientists at Hudson Alpha Institute for Biotechnology, have continued to work on developing bioinformatics pipelines for peanut and have developed KUFU, which can analyze QTL-seq data or whole genome sequencing data to identify QTL. And they actually used the same data set that we had published to test the ability of KUFU to identify the same QTL, yet at higher resolution. And so it did a very good job of identifying those same two QTL, plus also another QTL for which we have now designed markers and are using in the breeding program. KUFU is also available as a service from Hudson Alpha. So in summary, marker discovery is upstream. It is dependent on the development of populations and phenotyping of those populations to develop marker associated or trait-associated markers. The marker technologies and the informatic pipelines have evolved rapidly in peanut and now enable breeding applications. At least in our experience, these markers can save a breeding program time and resources. And even though not all programs may have the equipment and the skilled personnel to conduct marker-assisted selection in-house, there are economical outsourcing solutions for peanut. And I'm happy to discuss those with anyone who's interested. So finally, I want to acknowledge several people in my lab who have been involved in the work, as well as 2 plant pathologists with the University of Georgia, Albert Culbreth and Tim Brenneman. Also our colleagues in Athens, particularly David and Soraya Bertioli, who had the Wild Peanut Lab, our colleagues at Hudson Alpha, Josh Clevenger and Wally Karani, as well as our longtime collaborator, peanut breeder Corley Holbrook, and peanut nematologist Patty Temper. And of course, none of this work could have been conducted without support from our funding sources. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Peggy, for an excellent presentation. Bueno, ahora vamos a tener la tercera.
We'll now move on to the third presentation by Dr. Jose Crosa from CIMMYT, Mexico. We'll be discussing methods for increasing genomics, phenomics, and environmentonomics prediction accuracy in plant breeding. Jose?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. I think you can see my screen, all right. Is that correct? Today, well, I work in the biometric statistic unit of CIMMYT. We've been working in genomics since about more than 10 years. But also, we think that modern breeding should be the combination of genomics and also phenomics and also environmics. I think that we have now the technologies for doing all this and for joining these different data sets. So my presentation today will go to the field phenomics and genomics as an opportunity to accelerate breeding. Linking genomic and phenomic remains a huge challenge, we know that. And especially when we do genomic prediction, we base our predictions in a single trait, but the net genetic merit of individuals are based in multiple traits. So we need models, and we've been working with models, statistical models, to be able to join all these sources of data and have increase a prediction accuracy of the individuals that we have not observed. Okay, so we go through the GBLAB, the genomic based linear unbiased predictor, the interaction that we call this a reaction norm model. We go to the functional analysis data for high throughput phenotyping data, image data. We use multi-trait, multi-environment, because we have multi-trait and multi-environment. This is the data we have from breeding. We use deep learning not because it's fashionable, but rather because it may help us to do a better job in this situation. Genomic selection, in the genomic, we have the phenotypes and the genotype data for this set of parents here. We harvest the seed, we DNA the seed, we don't plant it, we predict the possible net genetic merit of each of these progeny. We use for join the data here and here. Here we have phenotype and genotype, here we have only genotype. We predict the phenotype of these guys here, and this is the equation that we use. This is the summation of the alleles, of the allele effects from these individuals, in order to predict these individuals. And this is called the GBLAB. And we summarize this equation by putting this G here, which is the genomic breeding value. And we predict this, and we predict the parents that we will select and make the cross and go on and save one cycle of selection, as Paolo has shown recently. So this is the main model that we have on phenotype. When we feed a phenotype data, we have the environment, the lines for the genotypes, and we have the interaction. And now we have genomics. Instead of lines, we have genomics. Instead of environment, we have environmental covariables. We might have environmental covariables. We might have not only genomics, we might have pedigree. So we have this, and we have to develop a model that will say what is the interaction of the genomics and the environmental covariables collected in this environment. So this strategy allows modeling interaction using the basis of the quantitative genetics that use covariance function. Similar to covariance structures emerge in quantitative genetics, models using epistatic effects of Coker-Hahn and Kempler. We basically borrow information from between lines and between environments. We borrow information. If you want to predict me, look for my brother and my sister, my mother and my father. Look for relatives to me. So this is, we borrow information from relatives in order to make predictions. We predict the progeny using the parents, by using the grandparents and using the brothers and the sisters. But we do the same with the environment. There are environments which are more similar than others, that's for sure. But there are environments which are very different than others. So this is the idea. When we did this in a wheat data set, in a publication in 2014 of Harkin, which was the one with Gustavo doing this model, then we have the model of environment and line, environment and genomics and environmental covariables. But you see, these models don't have any interaction. When we add the interaction of genomics and environmental covariables, or the interaction of genomics and environment, we increase the prediction accuracy. The cross-validation one is one way to make predictions. We predict a certain number of lines in all the environments that we have. Here we predict some lines in some environments, others in other environments. But you see that when we include the interaction, we increase the prediction accuracy. Under this difficult situation, in which we predict something that we never observe, or in these other options that we predict something that we have observed in some environment, but not in others. And we see that both markers and environmental covariables, they contribute in order to make a good prediction accuracy, and including the interaction between markers and environmental gives substantial yield in prediction. Okay. Second part of my talk is, what do we do with the high throughput phenotyping data we collect in the field, doing plane or using planes or drones or robots now? They use robots now, and or cameras. What do we do with this massive data set that we have? Well, we have reflectance data. For example, when we use high throughput phenotyping for hyperspectral camera, we use about 250 wavelength bands under a certain range of the spectrum line. And this is for a wheat trial. So each of these curves is a response variable. It's not one data. It's a curve. It's a function. That's the reason why, in dealing with this data, conceptually, in each of these curves represents a data point. So we need to use a different statistical methodology. We use, with Phinos, the high throughput phenotyping data, the functional regression analysis, that can be used in order to predict the prediction efficiency. And it provides very good prediction with very high predictive power. With the Montesinos, some years ago, we used a model in which we use genomics and high throughput phenotyping, and we put this together in a model where we have the genomics, we have the genomic by environment, we have the image analysis, we have the image by environment analysis, and the residual. Why? Because, of course, the photograph, the image, will not be the same under different environmental conditions, under different environmental humidity and precipitation and all this. So I will show this very simple equation. We can use this model using a conventional linear regression in which we put all these wavelengths as predictors. So we have the equation here with the environment, with the genomics, with the genomic by environment, and here we have this conventional linear regression with all the 250 wavelengths for each of the genotypes, okay? And we applied this model, and we also extended this model to assess the wavelength by environment interaction. So we have data from time point 2, which is when the plant is not very well developed. Time 3, time 4, and time 5. Time 5 is near harvesting, but time 3 and 2 are around flowering and grain filling. And we have this for 3 environments: drought, irrigated, and reduced irrigation. You see that for these models, M9 and M4, that include the wavelength by environment interaction and the genomic by environment interaction, we fairly increase fairly well the prediction of the models using a very early time point, and using genomics and using phenomena. This is a way to show that joint hyperspectral and genomics is a good idea if you have a correct model. Now, another part of my talk is why multi-trait and why multi-environment. Why deep learning multi-trait and why multi-environment? Well, because we have the data. We have multi-trait data. We have multi-environment data in breeding. And sometimes the model that we use here is very intense from the computational point of view. So we need to spend some time and to have good computing resources to run this model. Whereas with the deep learning, we might do it faster. This is the model that we use, which is Bayesian multi-trait, multi-environment. And the model has this beta that includes the trait by environment interaction, the B1 that has a trait by genotype interaction, and the B2 that has a 3-way interaction trait by genotype by environment. And then what we observe most of the time, because the traits are correlated, right? The traits are correlated. So we might borrow information from the correlated trait. As we borrow information in genomics from the correlated, from the pedigree, from the related families and the related individual within family, as we borrow information from related environments, because some environments are more similar than others, we also borrow information from related traits, for correlated traits. And we see that for several traits, we increase the prediction accuracy when we do a multi-trait analysis than doing a single trait analysis. Not for all traits, but for some traits. For example, for grain yield, we have a prediction accuracy of 0.64 here, whereas if we treat it as a single trait, 0.58 here. For NDVI, green NDVI, we have 0.78 here, and we have 0.33 here. So there are some traits that we borrow information and we improve the prediction. And this is exactly the idea that we want to do. And the Bayesian and the multi-trait, multi-environment is called Bayesian because we apply a Bayesian approach. That's the reason why I always say Bayesian multi-trait, multi-environment, but the model is a multi-trait, multi-environment, which is more real than a single trait. In order to make this a little bit more efficient, we use what is called now artificial intelligence, a part of the artificial intelligence, which is the deep learning. And the deep learning is basically, and is based in artificial neural network, which is the way the biological brain responds to an external stimulus, okay? So we have this sort of a scheme on the artificial neural network in which all of these are the external stimulus, and this is a function that will produce an output. But here, it will produce only one output. These are the markers. Then we have the phenotypic data here, and we produce the prediction here. But we might have another set of networks going around before the output. So in this particular output, we have a multi-trait output because we have a multi-trait phenotypic data. But in order to make this more efficient, there is these are two hidden layers that are between the input and the output. So we do all these transformations in order to search for a more hidden interactions between the markers that can help us to understand some of the interaction between the genes and see what happened and see the results of the prediction accuracy and what happened with that. We published this paper in 2018 when we have multi-environment genomic prediction of a continuous multi-trait. We have several traits, continuous, using this deep learning, multiple deep learning, and comparing this with the multi-trait, multi-environment. So we have two set of results. If we include the genomic by environment interaction, if we don't include the genomic by environment interaction. When we include the genomic by environment interaction, the Bayesian multi-trait, multi-environment model gives better prediction than the multi-trait deep learning. If we don't include this genotype by environment interaction, looks like the multi-trait deep learning will learn from the data, will learn that there are different environments, so we don't need to put G by E, and gives a very good prediction on the accuracy of the model. Whereas the Bayesian multi-trait, multi-environment doesn't know what to do because does not discover the data from the data that there are environments. So we are in a continuous research on doing this, and still it is a very computing intensive, and we are still learning from that. And now finally, I like to show real results on genomic prediction. Real result in rapid cycling genomic selection. We have one publication of Joseph Begene, which is a maize breeder in Africa, and Soika Sang in Mexico, in maize both. These are the genomic cycles. We have 8 biparental populations. Maybe you have seen this publication. We have cycle 0, increasing up to cycle 3 genomic prediction. We did this, and the average gain is 0.086 kilograms per hectare and per year. And we did this in 3 cycles per year. So this is exactly rapid cycling within a biparental population. This is rapid cycling in a multi-parental population. Very good genetic gains here, 2 to 5 kilograms in each cycle, in each year. Very good results that has given CIMMYT the confidence that genomic selection works and works very well. I think that my time is up, so I will thank you very much if you have any questions. The conclusions are here. The genomics and image hyperspectral increased prediction accuracy. Multi-trait, multi-environment gives a good prediction. Multi-trait deep learning is the way to go, but we need to refine it, and more research is needed to have a more formal methodology for defining hyperparameters in the deep learning. These are the collaborators, of course, the CIMMYT and many other universities that we collaborate. And I think with this, I appreciate your time. I acknowledge Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other foundations that are helping us to do all this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, for an excellent presentation.
vamos a la última charla de...
Let's go now to the last talk in this session by Roberto Fritzeneto from Philippines, and he's going to talk to us about the optimization of autogamous using genomic selection from schemes to updating training sets.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can you hear me well? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for having me today. That's an amazing Congress. That's amazing symposium. Congratulations for the initiative. So some years ago, a couple years ago, IRRI started an amazing process to restructure the breeding programs, try to optimize the way that you select plants, and also not only speed up the process, but increase the accuracy. This process starts before my enter at IRRI, but now we are like, we get together to combine some efforts, breeders, biometricians, quantitative geneticists, and also the excellence in breeding initiative across the CGs, and try to optimize the way that you apply tools to select the best parents, and as Cross had just show, increase your response to selection. So as part of this process today, I brought some results that we just obtaining based on simulations. What's the best stage to apply genome prediction, in our breeding program, not only for rice, but can be to any other self-pollinated crop. And another things that you have spent some time to understand is how often we need to update our training sets. So that's the one rice breeding strategy. As I said, it was developed some years ago. So right now, our breeding cycle is near to 4.5 years, the length. So it's quite fast if you consider the standard single-seeded descendant, but the idea is to reduce even more to near to 2.5 years. And for that, we will combine some generations and apply genome predictions. And then to try to, my aim was to identify the best generation to apply genome prediction in this framework, this proposal framework. For that, they simulate some numbers, some that trying to mimic the rice, but as I said, can be extrapolated to any other self-pollinated crop. One heritability is 0.5. There's some dominance degree in rice, so we know. So I include broad sense heritability is 0.53. The average degrees of dominance is 0.23. I simulate 20 cycles of breeding, 40 replicates, try to remove the stochastic effect, and see the clear difference among the models, among the scenarios that I tested. There are some things that we defined at IRRI some years ago. The first thing is for each breeding program, there will be 30 crosses, and the number of parents can vary between from 24 to 60. But in this case, I simulate a fixed number, two numbers here. So I'm going to show the numbers of parents. I consider it to 24 parents and 48 parents. For each cross, 230 plants. And in total, we have more than 7,000 progenies per breeding program, plants per breeding program. Another interesting thing that I try to simulate here is the SNP array that we use at IRRI. We have the RICA 1K, 1,000 markers. It's a low density chip. And for us, it's interesting to see if this chip can be useful over the cycles across the breeding programs, or maybe we need to move to a high density SNP chip. So for this simulation, I consider a low density one. What are the scenarios that I consider? So 7 in total. The first one is the traditional breeding, trying to mimic, as I said, a modification of the single-seed descendant, 4.5 years. Then as the baseline or the benchmark to compare our response to selection. The second method that I consider is I call drift. It's not a breeding program. It's only to identify the effect of the number of parents when I select, if it might cause any consequence in terms of genetic variability. So the only difference between the first and the second one is in F6. Instead of select plants based on the phenotypic value, I just pick one random sample, 24 and 48. It's not like, as I said, it's not a breeding scheme. It's just to check the population effective size in terms of genetic variability over the cycles. Finally, I start to apply some methods of genome selection. The rapid cycling, when you apply genome selection in F2, select the best individuals and use these individuals as the newest parents and return here and cross F1, F2, then you have like a short cycle here. The fourth, it's a combination of genome selection, F2, then we sell 2 more times, increase the number of seeds, then prepare some field experiments and evaluate under field conditions, and then select again based on phenotypic data. So F2, S4. So it's a combination of genome prediction F2, then phenotypic selection F4. Then the fifth method, it's quite near to this method that you can see here in this corner. We almost select at the same time at IRI. That's the proposed method, select based on genome prediction and phenotypic selection. It's almost the same in the same generation. What else? So then I imagine like I try to combine different methods in just one. So I created one method. I cannot say I created, but I tried to combine two criteria to select progenies, not only based on the performance, but also the genetic distance. So then I consider this method that I call genome selection full seed. Then when we obtain the F2 plants, we apply genome prediction here, identify the 2 best ones. Then instead of cross and cross again and self again, as like the traditional method for self-planted crops, after I identify the 2 best ones based on GEBVs, I cross them and create a new population, a new segregated population, as like a F1, but from parents that are heterozygous parents. Then you can combine alleles that cannot be if you just self them, and then self again until F4. Then F4 you select based on phenotypic data. There is like additional time here, but it's a little time for rice. And finally, the last but not least, the idea was to combine performance and divergency. So I selected 10% best individuals for each progeny. Then after I select these 10% best individuals, then I identify who are those most distant. So if they are good, but distance, it means from my perspective, they are good based on different alleles. They have different alleles, but they are pretty good. Why not cross and then and try to combine, trying to stack these alleles in just one progeny? And that's the idea. Combine performance and divergence in here, then follow some selves, and then select based on phenotypic data in the beginning. So these are the 7 scenarios that I compare and try to select the best one for a year. And what we saw in these results, as you can see here, the traditional one that for single-seed descendant, it's here. The best method is when you apply genome selection and F2. Then after 2 generations, we go to the field and select again 2 rounds of selection. It's almost the double of the traditional method, only phenotypic data. It's near like more than 40% better than the proposed method for ERE. It's even better, the GSF2. In these methods, I consider here it's after 10 years of breeding. So I fix it 10 years of breeding, then I stop the process and see what method provided me the best genetic gain. So it's clear here when you have 2 rounds of selection, it tends to be better than others. Combined divergence is not so important, and select the best ones. And select 2 times are much more important than select just 1 time. As you can see here, when you select just 1 time, the direct cycling or the traditional one, just 1 round per cycle, the gains are like 50%, near to 50% when you combine two rounds of selection. Can be 1 round of genome selection and the second one of the phenotypic data. Another interesting thing, there is no huge differences or like only little difference when you consider the number of parents, so 24 and 48. However, there are some consequences when you consider 24, as you can see here. So another amazing results, but the most important thing that you like to show here is this part. So in terms of population mean, most of the genome prediction methods, they reach almost the same population mean after 20 cycles, but of course, each cycle has different lengths. So the previous graph is much more reliable in terms to select, like after 10 years, what was the best one. But in terms of genetic variance, as you can see here, using 24 parents, there's a fast decline in terms of genetic variability. So then we decided to go like to this direction, 48. It's not so good as like maybe 60 parents. That's another thing that I have to simulate, but it's much better than 24. So you might lose some genetic variability, you might lose some alleles here due to this number of parents. So 2 things, so consider that method, genome selection F2, and also 24 parents, and for 48 parents to select our best individuals. Another amazing thing is the accuracy. Regardless of the method, when you apply genome prediction, there is a very fast decline in terms of accuracy. After 4 or 6 cycles of genome prediction, there's this trend here in terms of accuracy reaching to 0. So we start like 75% of accuracy, and after 4 and 6, there's this you are reaching like selecting by random. So we need to do something in this context. We need to find a way to update this, how can I say, our training set, how you can keep this accuracy in a good level over the cycle. So then we decided to compare some methods to update the training set. The first one, as the baseline, I consider the one proposed 20 years ago by Mewisen and authors. The idea 20 years ago is just build one training set, thousands of individuals, and it will work for like almost forever. That was the idea in the beginning. So, and you can use for all 10 cycles or 20 cycles without any update. Then I consider other scenarios more realistic. So a new one training set is built every cycle. So I remove everything and create a new one. So based on my field data, my OITs, AITs, I consider this new data as my new training set and remove everything. So there's like a perfect correlation between my training set and my target population. Then also, of course, there's some dangers, there are some risks in using this kind of approach. So then I consider other methods. Another method that I consider is the training set all. And every cycle, I add a new set of lines that I send to my partners, they phenotype, I genotype, and include this new set of data in my training set and use as like to estimate the marker effects and predict my due genotype. So over the years, there's like an increase in the population size. There are some problems. So, if you increase like 10, 20 years, then your training size will be like very, very big, and it can cause some issues, can be computationally demand, and also we have many individuals that are very distant in terms of relationship with your target population. Why not remove them? And the last one that I try to mimic is one training set I call GPO, the grandparents and offspring. So I just keep the three generations. When I create a new one, I remove like the oldest one and create like only 3 generations here. The idea is to keep in good number, in a good training set size, in a good relationship with my target population. So every cycle, a new set is included and the oldest one is removed. So that's the way. So there's the size range depending on the simulation here. And what we can see. So this is the orange or yellow line here is the Demir-Wissen method proposed 20 years ago. As you could see in the previous slides, there's a fast decline in terms of accuracy, 4 and 6, then reaching to 0. But when you update, regardless of the method, can be any method, we can keep this accuracy more constant over the cycles. Of course, after 10, 12 cycles, we vanish the genetic variability, and there is no way to keep the accuracy at good level. So update is very important. But what's the training set size? So in this case, I consider like a small size, 390, near to 1 chip, like one plate to update every year. But if I increase this number, then I simulate different numbers. So from 1 chip, 2 plates, or 3 plates per year. And then you can see when I consider at least 2 plates, near to 800 individuals per year, we can keep this accuracy near to constant until this cycle 8. Then there's a decline in here due to the genetic variability. So we vanish the genetic variability to the intensity of the selection. Great, so it's important to update the training set, and also the number of individuals that you update every year or every cycle, it's important as well. In this case, we found something near to 800 individuals to keep the accuracy in a good, at good level as much as possible. Conclusions, based on the results. So for us at IRI, it's clear that if you select in F2 based on genome prediction, self 2 more times, increase the number of seeds, then you are able to go to the field and confirm, select again based on phenotypes, provide us almost the double of the genetic gains compared to the traditional method, the traditional SESD or traditional SESD GRA. 2 rounds of selection is very important. Some weeks ago, Dr. Bernardo published one paper in Crop Science showing that 2 cycles of genome prediction is much better than just 1 cycle. And in my study here, we can see almost the same. 2 rounds can be 2 rounds of phenotypic selection, can be 2 rounds of genome prediction, or a combination of them increase the genetic gain. So 48 parents or more to reduce the genetic drift. So it's clear that even using 48 parents, there's a decline in genetic variability. So it's important to keep this number as higher as possible. It's vital to update the training set every cycle, but keeping all the information. So I know there are some results that are a little bit different in my simulations here, but if you keep all the information, or at least the GPO method, only the 3 generations, it's a good way to keep your training set size near in terms of genetic relationship to the target population, and also it works like a buffer. If something wrong happens this year, we have some data that will support you to make predictions in this year or in the coming one. The number of individuals, we found 800, but it means that we need it's necessary to update, and not only using a few hundred, but near to 1,000 individuals to keep your accuracy for a long period, like 8 or 10 generations. After that, there is no way. There will be a declining in terms of accuracy, not because the model fails, but because the intensity of the selection that will vanish the genetic variability. And for us at IRRI, it's amazing to see if you update in training set. If you update in training set, a low density marker chip can capture the marker effects. And a low density chip works pretty well for genome prediction. So, but it's important to update your training set, recalibrate your marker effects. And that's it. I'd like to acknowledge my teams, my Brazilian one for my former position at the University of São Paulo, my newest one at Philippines, at IRRI, the donors and partners. So without them, it was not possible to make like science like this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity. Yeah, if you have any questions, concerns, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Very, very clear presentation. ¿Tenemos tiempo para una?
Do we have some time for questions?
La primera para Peggy. We have a question. How much does it help for the development of new molecular markers to have sequenced wild and cultivated peanut genomes?
Yes, so I mentioned that a lot of the breeding is also being conducted with materials for which there are introgressions from the wild species. So therefore, those markers from the wild species are being used in the selection process where we already have marker trait associations, but they also will be useful for discovering additional ones, linkage with new traits for disease resistances or pest resistances.
And we have a question for Jose Crosa. How do you imagine an efficient integration of these new methodologies in a breeding program, in a conventional breeding program?
Well, I think that if you have a conventional, you can still use the environmental data and image data. And I think that this is we have been using this, but not much with conventional, but a lot with genomics. And taking environmental data is not very difficult. And I think that Roberto has been a pioneer with his student Hermano to see how we can use environmental data, weather data, soil data, together with or without genomics. Image also is not very complicated unless you need, unless you might have not even a camera, because if you have a camera, you can walk. So those are data that we can use even under the conventional one. And if you have also pedigree, because I don't think that there should be any breeding program now without collecting pedigree, then you have most of the tools for doing this sort of triangle between genomics or pedigree, environmics, and image analysis.
Thank you. No tenemos más preguntas.
We don't have any more questions, so we're wrapping up with this fourth session of our symposium. Thank you to all of the presenters.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Gracias, Leo.
Thank you, Leo. Let's continue, but we'll now have a short break. You're welcome to visit our virtual platform, the main room of our convention center. You'll be able to interact with our sponsors, the sponsors that have contributed to this event. Thank you to the diamond sponsor, Federal Investment Council, Argenbio, the platinum sponsor, Bayer. Also, thank you to the gold sponsors, the Córdoba Grain Stock Exchange Palo Verde and Grupo Don Mario. Silver sponsors, Association of Argentine Cooperatives, Advanta Biocides, Oscar Penman and Associates, and bronze sponsors, Florimon, Peanut Chamber, Peanut Foundation, and steel sponsors, Gentos and Bud Seeds. We'll take a brief break, and we'll be back at 4:20 to move on to the last session.
Welcome back. We are now closer to the last minutes of our event on Plant Breeding Symposium, broadcasting live from the Convention Center in Córdoba, Argentina. Now it's the turn of sorghum, wheat, cereal crops, and chickpea. And we have here among us the presence of some of the speakers. We have a few speakers that are going to be connecting remotely. So this session is about progress in breeding cereal crops, and the chair is going to be Jorge Fraschina, breeder from INTA Marco Juarez. Buck Seeds is the sponsor. Jorge, please try to make sure that everybody respects the times they're allotted. Thank you. This fifth session is going to talk about progress in breeding cereal crops. There are 7 speakers. We're going to try to respect the time allotted to each one of you. The first one is Leonardo Vanzetti. Leonardo is a researcher for INTA and CONICET. He's going to talk about new technologies applied to INTA's wheat breeding program. Thank you, Jorge, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon. My talk is going to be on new technologies applied to INTA's wheat breeding program. Some of them we've discussed them in the previous presentation, especially in the wheat breeding program by INTA. Our current challenges, and that was mentioned several times during the symposium, is that the breeding programs you should have to adapt by introducing new technologies such as speed breeding, which is the advance of new generations producing big changes in the breeding programs. And as Jose Grossa explained, we have to introduce genomics, environmics, and phenomics in order to make good decision in the breeding programs. Those are the challenges in this world today. INTA, for many years, it has worked on wheat breeding programs, 62 years to be exact, and it has already 100 varieties that have been released to date. The breeding program works as a network. There are 6 experimental stations. Marco Juarez is the headquarters, but there are 6 other experimental stations where there are wheat breeding programs. And what I'm going to tell you are not the results of a specific group, but all the breeding program that is working as a network, as I said before, and that it's being leveraged by other disciplines as well. We're going to talk about 4 different topics during my presentation. The first one is the development of diverse genetic mapping populations, which have been genotyped at a high scale with different platforms within these wheat breeding programs. The in-depth characterization of genetic resources by a novel program, which is the exons captured in sequencing, leading a low-cost speed breeding platform that we're implementing in this wheat breeding program, and also the development of specific breeding softwares that I think is going to allow us to move forward with big data. As initial presentation, what I'm going to show you here are different populations that we have developed in this breeding program. The molecular breedings have been used for more than 20 years here in Argentina, but for the past 10 years, we started to see that we had to produce a lot more information and on much more complex traits. Low variability, high interaction with the environment, and in order to transpolate the information from other sites, we had to produce that information here in Argentina. So we decided to develop several mapping populations that were genotyped at high scale, and they were phenotyped for many different traits, but among them yield, grain protein content, all traits that are influenced by the environment, but they are really of interest for the breeding programs. In total, over the 10 years that we've worked on this, we've detected 1,300, almost 104,000 QTLs for all these traits. So what has changed? From having 1 or 2 10 molecular markers in the breeding program, we have to work with 1,400 markers. Out of those 1,400s, what we were able to do was to identify that there are at least 100 genomic regions, or more than 100 genomic regions, that are mapping different traits at the same time and that are pretty stable in the different environments. So that's a number that is much more reasonable, but it's still a very big number or it's still a challenge to work with all those QTLs at the same time. But what makes this possible? What makes this available data possible? It helps us work on different traits at the same time to select QTLs in specific environments that we don't need in other environments. And we think it's the kickoff to have a good approximation for genomic selection experiments. A specific case that I'm going to talk about is about a trait that is called spike fertility, that we've been working on this trait for more than 10 years. We developed 3 mapping populations for this specific trait. There are several INTA groups working on this: Pergamino, Balcarce, Marco Juarez. All these centers are trying to discover the physiological and genetic traits related to the number of grains by the dry weight of the spike. What we did was to develop biparental populations, and we tried to include in our study a strong physiological model that would give us the explanation as to how that trait was impacting our varieties. We detected several QTLs for the traits. We were able to validate those, and we even developed molecular developments for K-type, gas type, and we decided what type of spike represent those traits that we're looking for. So what you see here, and I forgot to mention, is the physiological yield model and how those QTL that we detected are moving the different physiological traits that we are interested in modifying. We want to increase the spike fertility, but those QTLs decrease, for instance, the size of the grains. So sometimes it's good to put in a physiological model the context of the genetic traits that we find. As a second item is the in-depth characterization of our germplasm. In this particular case, wheat has a very big repetitive genome, and to sequence the whole thing is expensive, not efficient, so we developed a technology called exome sequencing and characterization that captures all the genome coding regions, and it reduces the costs and the size. Now it's about $500 to sequence an exome of one variety, and what we did was to publish a paper where there were 1,000 wheat genomes analyzed, and 31 of those were of Argentine varieties, and we were interested in those. So part of our job was to get that information, modify it, and make it available of the breeders so that they could work with that specific information to generate new projects. And there is a project, a parallel project, which is to sequence, so far, to sequence 10 local variables using this methodology with the idea of having those as parents for the biparental populations that we have that will help us discover the genes and develop new molecular markers. This is an example of what can be done with exon capture. This is a gene that is very much associated to the number of smaller spikes, which is Kinapo, discovered very recently. And through this capture, the exons capture, we identify the variables that have the favorable allele. And what I'm showing here is a non-favorable allele in a very fast way. Once we find the gene, we can go see the mutations it has, and the breeding program knows if it has variability and how to use it. This is another example of the applications that exons capture has. These are the polymorphisms that we found in 2 parents of the populations that we've mapped in the spike variability. And we found that there are more than 50,000 mutations associated to more than 20,000 genes in those 2 varieties. So that helps us develop many different markers when we try to do a very refined marker to find the responsible marker. And these pipelines also help us identify what mutations do, not to just say there is a mutation here and there, but what do those mutations do into the gene? If it breaks them, if they change an amino acid, what is the effect it has in the gene? This is an example that we brought to the symposium. In 2 populations, we found a QTL in the length of the spike, and we found that that region was the same in both populations. And through the exons capture, we were able to select the genes in that region, the haplotypes inside the 4 parental species, and added to the gene expressions, we were able to get the conclusion that we had 3 candidate genes for that specific QTL. We did it much faster than a few years ago. Now we have to validate that, but that is one way, one sample of how fast we can move forward if we have this available information. The speed breeding platform is now being held and managed by Lucio Lombardo. He was a speaker before me. This is a scheme in controlled conditions that has one specific thing. In wheat here in Argentina, we're worried about keeping them in cold conditions, and the original speed breeding platform cannot do so because it doesn't have the hibernation step. So we are sacrificing a couple of generations a year, but we're preserving those genotypes that have high invernation characterization in the plants, putting them in a refrigerator at 4 degrees for a few weeks. Then they're transferred to the greenhouse, and then at constant temperature, we produce 4 generations a year. So in the breeding program, we can have about up to 2,400 F6 lines per year in this system of generation advances. Also in the platform, the SP platform, we've introduced molecular markers. This is being done by Dr. Ione, and we are now working on a yellow ion rust. We have 2 CASP markers for YR15 and YR5, resistant to the new rust, yellow rust, and that is integrated to that advanced generation rust. And we go and move to the genotypes that we're interested in. And finally, what we're doing is we're developing a specific software for breeding programs. It's called the Comprehensive Breeding Management Software. We developed a software that would allow us to access to all the database of germplasm that allows us to build the assays and that allows us to do the labelings, the envelopes, everything that a breeding management software needs when doing the assays. And then it's connected to PhenoBook for the collection, storage, and analysis of phenotypic data and have it available on the web when we do the statistic analysis. We think that this is a very important part for a breeding program. If we think about using that huge amount of data, phenotypic data, when making decisions. So what do we have in mind for the short term? Well, we want to integrate these technologies. That is still a challenge. Within this INTA's wheat breeding scheme, there is a part, especially the first part, the one related to how do we reduce the QTLs to make an efficient selection process in the breeding program to create new varieties. We want to continue exploring and generating knowledge in an interdisciplinary way among breeders, physiologists, plant pathologists, geneticists, biotechnologists. That is useful for public and private sector and programs. And finally, we want to make it more efficient the way we transfer that knowledge to the rest of the community. So we're developing a platform, a knowledge platform called Trigueros. We're going to launch it at the end of the month, and the idea is to have all of these results in this website, and so private and public sector can quickly access to all of this knowledge. And without further ado, thank you so much for your attention. This is a collaborative work. I'm just presenting the results that everybody made together. Thank you so much, Leonardo. Now we'll go to talk about maize and corn. The speaker is Ignacio Tresillo. He works for Pioneer, now Corteva, and the presentation is the challenge, the corn breeding challenge, a view from the industry. Ignacio.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Jorge, for the introduction, and thank you to the event organizers for this invitation. It's an honor to be here. My name is Ignacio, and I will be discussing corn breeding challenge from the industry point of view. This is the outline of my talk. First of all, a brief introduction. Then I will deal with corn breeding at Corteva, and then some final comments. As you know, corn breeding has been for millions of years, starting with the domestication of the crop in Mexico. And at that time, open pollination crops and native populations selected the spikes that would be used in the next harvesting season. And the traits that the focus on for the breeding or the selection was performance, yield, grain size, also grain quality, and the adaptation of the crop to the environment. After that, several geneticists began to study the genetics of this crop, such as Short Sharp, you can see on the picture. This person over here, basically what we did, there were several researchers that were working on different varieties and lines, and they achieved pure lines. This person began to cross the pure lines and define the atherosis basis. So this discovery and the first atherosis studies were the starting point of the seed industry. This picture dates back 1930. He's the founder of the Pioneer. He's part of Corteva now. And this chart over here was shown by Sergio Feinhold this morning, and this is actually the evolution in terms of yield a long time. And this is about the United States, but it's important to see how this growth took place. First stage, that the selection or the breeding was carried out by the farmer, and then breeding was based on scientific work, and then double hybrids began to be grown, particularly because pure lines, when these programs started, were not good lines. I mean, they had low productivity and other ergonomic issues, such as, for example, roots and stems and roots. As they improved the program pure lines, they began to sell simple hybrids, hybrids with traits. Here I'd like to show the corn breeding bases. These are the same ones that have been implemented since the company started. So there are two initial stages, such as the line development and the hybrid development. First of all, with lines that have, specific combinations until hybrids are achieved that are sold finally to the farmer. As we move along the funnel, we begin with a large size genetics, and as the cycle progresses, then it becomes narrow, and the parents in this genetics are recycled. That is, they are part of the new genetic combinations for new populations, and this is how the breeding cycle starts over. So the fundamental points are the creation of genetic variability and then a better germplasm. And the question we are asked as breeders every year, each of the dots in this chart represents a pure line. And the lines that are actually joining those dots are the pedigree line. As you can see, this is a germplasm scheme that the company uses. So there are many lines available, and the question is, the resources we have for testing are very scarce. So what do we need to continue with the next breeding process? How do we do this? Well, basically we use, as Roberto and other speakers said, we use genomic selection. And this is a very interesting paper. This is from a colleague who's in Europe, and genomic selection or breeding was very nice or very well done in animals, but not so much in plants. But genomic selection basis is to have what we call the estimation set. It's a genetic set where phenotypical data or field data and also molecular data. So we run some models that help us. Based on the models, we can predict the genetics for the program, and then we get the phenotypical data. So via the genomic selection, what we can do is this funnel that I showed before in the previous slide about the breeding scheme, we can actually broaden it as we have a larger genetic base, so their genetic response will be faster. And so what are the stage? Well, basically we're using this to study more families, and so as we select, we're also calibrating the model, as Roberto said, for future predictions of the future genetics that will be incorporated in the program. So genomic selection helps us increase or improve the accuracy of the selection, and also do it in shorter time. And as a response, the career path is faster, so we obtain a better response, a better genetic response. At Corteva, something we're using these days is optimization algorithms that were put together by David Habier. And so every year, as Roberta said, we have the estimation set that we use to grow in the field. We use for phenotypes in the field, and we have future prediction models. With these optimization sets, what we do is to increase the prediction power by incorporating genetics that allow us to maximize the genetic relationship and the genetic diversity of the estimation sets, and to try to match them, the possible estimation set with the genetics we will get in the future. This is what we have to predict, because the testing process will also be part of the model for the future prediction. At Corteva, breeders do not work in an isolated way as in other companies. There is a group that provides support that is very important for a better decision making in this fast track to improve plants. This first example I'd like to show is one of the groups that is working on germplasm characterization. As you can see, there are people that are highly qualified in computational sciences, statistics, and genetics, and this group is responsible for tracking those regions that are being selected via improvement cycles, just to see where they come from and to make better use of them. And the other groups that work in software development that are, again, highly qualified professionals in all of these areas, plant breeding, animal breeding, physics, mathematics, statistics, and computer science, that are responsible for supporting breeders, making better decisions based on the decision. And we have a lot of information in breeding programs. So to use this information and software play a very important role. Another important area, Sergio said a few things about this morning, are molecular biology groups. They are responsible for working on gene editing. And another group, another task force, is responsible for accuracy phenotyping. As Roberto said, to have a good prediction of models, we need good representation of the estimation set. Where we're going to predict, we need to have a good coverage of the wheat, of the maize or the corn. But if we don't have proper data or accurate data, we cannot make good predictions. So this group is essential to have high volume and very accurate phenotypic data. And now I'd like to show you some examples from these groups that allow us to make breeding more accurate. For example, this group, we could gather data via drones. For example, plant counting. We started with plant counting, but today a lot of data is being collected via drones. For example, disease scoring. We can take a lot of data. We can gather a lot of data, data mass at a low cost, high quality in environmental conditions that, we know how hard it is to work in unfavorable conditions. And so with all of this relevant data, what we do is to create models that validate continuously and help us in future predictions. Another tool we breeders use, is the use of managed environments. As you can see on these two pictures, one is Woodland, California, and then the other one is Veluco, Chile. In these places, we don't have natural rain, so the water that plants get is artificial, is provided, and based on the requirements. So we create different kinds of stresses, and we subject different phenotypes for selection and characterization. And based on these environments, Aquamax and other products were developed. And other kinds of managed environments are those in which we subject plants to important pressure of diseases, just to see how and which ones they tolerate. Another tool we use is ear photometry. These are platforms that can take images, and with their images of the spikes, we can determine different parameters that you can see. Among them, the percentage of kernels, ear width and length, that again help us in data making, data collection process, but also to create future prediction models. Another important tool we use is wind machines, known as borers. In corn, green snap is when plants that are fully developing are submitted to wind or subjected to wind, and then they break, so the spikes fall, and then the yield drops. So with these machines that are the result of many, many years of study between physiologists and engineers, we can implement or we can apply a homogeneous wind among all of the plots, and it provides this with really priceless information. So all of these tools provide us with the capability of increasing the number of candidates we'll be including in the breeding to come up with more accurate predictions, and we increase yield, genetic gain. Final comments. I like to say that, as we've been saying, corn breeding has changed and evolved over time from open pollination varieties to, as it was said before, genomic selection, but the improvement or the breeding bases are essential, and it's always important to come back to the basis. And the other thing that's changed a great deal is the great deal of data we have available, and what makes it difficult to make the right decision in these decision times that are quite short is actually the amount of information. That's why it's very good to be in the right breeding program. And so we need to have a team that is multidisciplinary, that promotes innovation, people that are professionals from different areas. And with the breeding group, we'll not only apply the methodologies or technologies, but also create technologies for the future. Thank you for your attention, and thank you. I'd like to thank all of my team that you can see on the photos. Thank you.
Diego. Pasamos a sorgo.
Now we're going to talk about sorghum. Diego Ortiz is responsible for INTA's breeding, sorghum breeding in INTA, and he is also in charge of INTA, Manfredi, and coordinator of INTA's plant breeding network. He's going to talk about grain and forage sorghum breeding in INTAs for adaptation and yield. Thank you for your presentation, Jorge. As Jorge said, I'm going to talk about the sorghum breeding program at INTA. As an introduction, the breeding program is based in Manfredi, INTA's Manfredi place, and it has 60 years of breeding experience. This team works with sorghum of different types, most of all grain, as you can see in the picture, for the use of forage as Sudan and Bacillo and biofuel. The group has also a germplasm collection by INTA, and it does research and extension activities. In today's presentation, I'm going to talk about 3 work lines that we have in our program. I'm going to talk about the photosynthesis and transpiration efficiency, a little bit about salinity and alkalinity tolerance, and cold tolerance. The first topic, why is it important to study photosynthesis? As we can see here, Monteith model of radiation capture, we see that it's focusing on 2 equation aspects. It talks about the yield is equals to the radiation times interception efficiency times the conversion efficiency times the harvest index. Mostly working from the yield in the interception efficiency. As an example, what was done in the leaf angle in maize, on those 2 pictures on the left, you have an old hybrid maize hybrid with a low angle, and a modern hybrid with a straighter angle with better distribution of the lights in the canopies and a better interception of radiation. And we also worked very much on the harvest index, the semi-dwarf rice and wheat that had a high impact in the green revolution. However, we still have a long way to go in terms of conversion efficiency, and that's where photosynthesis can give us increase in the yield. What I'm going to show you now is part of my final work. I worked on 2 types of stress. On the left, you can see temperature settings, optimum conditions at the beginning, then cold conditions, and then back to optimum conditions, temperature conditions. And then I measured photosynthesis in all the periods, and through a mapping, association mapping, I saw the variability of the crop, and I found, as you can see on the lower picture, of photosynthesis versus stomatal conductance, the variability in this panel association. And finally, we found some regions associating to this variability. In the same way, the one I did on drought tolerance, where I imposed initial, the control water conditions, then drought conditions under stress, and then the recovery of optimum water conditions. In this case, the photosynthesis, I measured photosynthesis and the stomatal conductance, and I found great variability in the photosynthesis. And the response was seen in stress condition, but also in optimum conditions of growth in both cases. That motivated the idea of continue working on this issue, on this topic. But now I started working with an intern, a scholarship student. We worked on optimum field conditions, no limitations. Belén Rosas made 2 studies with the same collection of data in the field, where she evaluated more than 300 genotypes in 2 years. And for the 3rd year, we did a control group in a greenhouse, where we selected the genotypes to make it easier to get to the measurements, and without losing the variability of the collection, we did a multiple that is presented as a poster. I invite you to take a look at the poster and see the methodology that we used going from a greater selection to more than 150 genotypes. These experiments, what we decided to evaluate are the characteristics related to photosynthesis by measuring chlorophyll content, the plant height, the stomatal density, and some morphological traits, characteristics such as height, stomatal density, specific leaf area, stomatal conductance, and variables related to the nitrogen content, such as SPAD. We got very interesting results. This thesis is still undergoing. We were able to get, over the 3 years, to get genomic regions that are significant in most of the traits that we measured, or in some regions, multiple markers and important traits. We have some areas that are consistent throughout the years and consistent with what was reported in the literature, especially related to the plant height. We also found some correlations that are very interesting. As I said, the plant height that was correlated to the SPAD number, the specific leaf area that was also coincidental with the SPAD, something that we did not expect to find. And right now, we are now going to a second phase. We want to see the physiological mechanisms that explain these genotypes, these contrasts in genotypes. We chose 10 genotypes, contrasting genotypes, 5 in the high, 5 in the low, and we're going to start doing control groups to evaluate the physiological mechanisms with relation to photosynthesis. The second point I want to discuss is the salinity and alkalinity tolerance. As you can see on these maps, there is a vast region of Argentina where we have problems related to salinity and alkalinity. Sorghum, even though it has certain tolerance to these conditions, we believe that it's a crop that could respond very well to some breeding technique to reverse these extreme conditions. And we can contribute to regulate the soil. The literature under control conditions says that sorghum tolerates high salinity conditions. It has high salinity tolerance, as we can see in Francois' work in 1984. And it says that the yield losses begin when they're between 8 and 12 decimals. In Australian papers, they published that they did in several environments of this type of sorghum, and the response was at much lower salinity levels, between 2 to 3. They already saw the results, and it had to do with the initial condition of the plant. And it matches other studies, that is the vegetative state, the one that is the most acceptable to salinity tolerance. So we decided to embark on this practical application in terms of emergency for salinity and alkalinity in sorghum. We decided to use a mutant with mutagenesis of elite linear that Lucio Lombardo described very well with Salina. We chose this mutant population, 350 M lines, and we made a selection in the field in Zaira. What we were looking for was to have those mutants that had a higher germination process. We did that over the years, a selection in the same site, in the same plot. We see the conditions of this population with an alkaline pH of 4.5 in the superficial side and 8.3 in the deeper area. So we were able to get mutant lines of up to 80% germination and a very good yield in these extreme conditions. We also decided to work with the group of Dolores Bustos and Fernando Luna in the IFRGV INTA. They have developed a methodology of hydroponic growth plants, and we decided to use some of the material that we have there. They found 2 contrasting materials, Miniu 2 and Celero, one's acceptable, the other not, and they found the foundations related to the photosynthesis, the basis that allowed them to have this tolerance difference. The idea is to work with this methodology that this group developed so that we can continue with an association mapping like the one we used in photosynthesis. And the last point I want to make is the cold tolerance. It's a pretty new line that we're working with. We're starting to work with. I'll show you the regions here where sorghum grows. It goes from 300 to 1800 millimeters, the typical growth sorghum region, and from 20 to 28 degrees average mean temperature in these regions. That gives us the following maps. Planted area in sorghum, the darker areas are the ones that have greater areas on the left, and the ones on the right, the darker ones, are the ones with the best yield. Taking these distribution into account, two core areas in the southern region, the sorghum crop is very important, west of Buenos Aires, east of La Pampa. The growth period is a little shorter during the spring and autumns that are much colder. We think that selecting genotypes that are tolerant to cold temperatures at the beginning may have an advantage in the yield. This is something that has been discussed in many places in the world, especially in the northern areas. And I'll show you Maria Salas Fernandez in Iowa. She has done selection for many years, cold tolerance selection. And in this picture, you can see an early seeding on the left. As you can see in the graph, they seeded 30 days before the typical sorghum seeding period, and the crop had an optimal implantation. The early seeding increases the use of radiation due to a longer radiation period, evapotranspiration, reduction in the end of cycle disease risk, and there is a lower weed and pest pressure. As I said, this is something that we're just beginning to do, and we are using some Gaulian lines that come from China. And we have QTL, reported QTL information. There's also information about differentially expressed genes. In the association panel, we have the best lines, and the idea is to have the integration of the QTLs and to do a selection in control conditions in the growth chambers, as you can see on the picture on the right, for more emergence traits, and a second selection stage in the field where we're going to select not only the emergence but also the vigor and the production of biomass in cold conditions. As I said, this is something that we are just starting, and we hope for it to be impactful in the southern parts of the country. With that, I'd like to end my presentation, and thank you for your attention. All right, thank you, Diego.
Even though we are in session number 5, as we said at the beginning, it's serial breeding programs. We'll now have a talk on a legume. The speaker is Julia Carreras. She's a professor at the National University. She's a professor of genetics, and she is the title of her talk will be the contribution of genetic improvement to the productive system of Argentina. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizing committee. And I have to talk about the contribution of chickpea breeding, a legume, dry grain. It has a single variety, and two other varieties, Kabuli So Kabuli is the large size with a white flower and crop architecture, which is very interesting. And the other variety on the left are smaller size materials and that look darker in color. The difference between these two varieties is very interesting from the breeding standpoint. Why? The origin of the crop goes back to Syria in the Middle East, and from there it moved around the different countries such as India and the Mediterranean basin, both the African and the Indian. In Argentina, production is devoted to exportation mainly, and the Kabuli type. The Desi types, 100% of what is consumed worldwide, 80% is Desi. So it's a very interesting aspect to look at in this variety to actually get into these markets. In Argentina, and on this slide, we see that it's not a crop such as wheat or any of the other crops that they talked about before. I mean, we needed to quickly adapt the technology available, which was direct sowing. So with this, since 2005, Argentina began to actually increase production volume because we don't consume it, but we can get into international markets because we have excellent quality materials. So we've been able to reach a very interesting volume. I mean, of course, relatively speaking, because this is a small crop. I mean, winter and fall, it's a legume that can participate as an alternative crop. It generates $180 million. This was in 2017-18 season. So it is an interesting response that genotypes had to direct sowing. The chickpea crop cycle, it's a legume, it's a dry degree legume. The largest part of the seed is the cotyledon. The smallest one is the embryo, and it's beneath the ground, it's underground, so this should be considered in winter to develop this crop, as it is a large seed with, that could actually be damaged either by the machinery or, it's a seed that contains a lot of proteins and hydrocarbons. So all of these soil pathogens can attack the seed. It has a strong association with rhizobium and the excellent nitrogen availability for this and the next crop. For the Kabuli type, the seed, it can have two seeds, up to two seeds. So the contribution made by harvesting and direct sowing allowed, the crop for, the cultivars we achieved made this possible. We were able to adapt a technology that was not there for that crop. This took about 3 to 5 years. And I say this because the title was technological transfer. Genetic breeding, we do it in the cultivars, but then the process, I mean, the seed production process is important so that farmers can take this crop. And this is an interdisciplinary work with a private, I mean, we can go from conventional sowing with the harvesters, and the interesting thing about phenotypes is, you know, the distance to the ground, so that combined machines can actually collect the grains. This genetic breeding program, I think when Daniel invited me, I thought it was interesting. From the university and in a program that was born in 1970, the basis is classical genetic breeding to create genetic variability, to perform selection assessments. There are two different sites, Cerrillo Salta in the INTA experimental station, and the image below is Cañada de Luque at the farmer's fields. So labs provide us with a lot of support, either from the university or other countries, so that they help us with materials and the selection. So we've been able to create the cultivars. As regards parent selection, a lot was said today about how important it is to know the parent in order for the crossing. For chickpea, we have the plant size, tolerance, or resistance, or susceptibility to disease, such as rust, and the size of the plant, because smaller sizes tolerate cold better, but they don't help us in mechanical harvesting. And then the flowering, because it's a crop, it's a fall-winter crop, but it's harvested as the rainy season begins. So we need to do it as quickly as possible so that the cycle closes and the grain does not lose quality. And then commercialization, particularly exports. And this, we've been able to approach different problems. In this particular case is Ascotia rabiei. It's a fungus, a polygenic fungus. And this is a collaborative work together with IPAVE in order to select under controlled conditions and evaluate 150 chickpea genotypes for resistance to Ascotia. So we can see in the field on the right the resistant, susceptible material, and the other picture on the left. Fusarium. The fusarium is a regular soil inhabitant. There are 6 breeds worldwide. We have the differential lines. We perform inoculations with the isolated pathogen, and then in the crop chambers we assess resistance or susceptibility to the genotype. So this number of strategies, both environmental and lab tests and commercial quality, allowed us to replicate tests or trials and perform studies. This is a specific work on, in green you see the different agricultural years, the number of crops, but in the seed production we can see in Salta, for example, per plant is twice as much compared to Cordoba and San Luis. And San Luis, that is represented by Villa Mercedes city, so really cold places. And the importance of the green circle on the right is that these 20 genotypes of the crosses were evaluated in direct cells. So we can move that to 15, so the contribution of the genotype to an environment and phenotype is important. In the breeding program, this is the first cultivar in Chañaritos. This is the name of a location in Cruz del Eje. S is the land race. It's a pure line, 156. So we were able to record it as a first cultivar to carry out all of the possible tests. Herbicides were inoculated and so on and so forth. And this was done, this was for domestic consumption, but we were able to get into the foreign trade. Another cultivar is called Norteño. This is together with the University of Salta. The commercial size is superior to Chañaritos. The architecture is more erect. The response, luckily, the height of insertion of the first seeds, and the other two cultivars there was the architecture of the crop architecture is more compact, and 9, 10, and 8 size. This is the only one that has size 10. Felipe is another cultivar from Cruz Sarmiento, and this is a quite tall plant, and it's 40 grams to 100 seeds, 8 millimeters. So they're quite consistent, and they're used and they're canned. These are the 4 cultivars, and there are other 2 in INASE. One is in the black cultivar that is characterized by the crop yield you can see on the screen. Another cultivar is the Desi cultivar. Is the other cultivar is with a private breeding site. It's Grant 213, characterized by tolerance and a commercial size that looks pretty much like Felipe, but with a 9 size. Felipe is size 8. So in the selection process of artificial inoculations I showed before, these 150 lines go through the funnel, and in this season, that is 2019-2020, 10 lines are left, characterized by yield. These are the witnesses on the left, and the yield is quite interesting. Commercial sizes are intermediate, not above Chiara, and and molecular markers. This was done together with the University of Cordoba from Spain, and the controlled tests in the glass house performer in Cordoba. So there are 4 candidates that will have yield, commercial quality, and tolerance to a very difficult pathogen. Please let us be patient, or bear with me. So this is the improvement, I mean, how the different varieties were improved from the, I mean, in the case of smaller crops, the issue of seeders. So de Rosarito in Salta and Granaria in Córdoba. These are the tons in seeds on an annual basis in the 2 locations. Not only identified seeds were being traded, but controlled seeds as well. So breeding, and I mean, as a university, we aim at training people, but this is a specific case, 10 chickpeas genotypes. They were assessed in 5 different environments, Candelaria in San Luis. The chemical composition assessment and the nutritional composition analysis that is done together with the scholar and the grain quality lab together with Maria Jose Martinez. This is another doctoral thesis, 10 genotypes, 8 Kabul and 2 decis for chickpea-based foods. The idea is to create snacks or mash chickpeas or pasta. We are evaluating the collection on the right to see the capacity of polyphenols in the antioxidant as the antioxidant capability in Caña de Luque and Cruz del Eje. This wouldn't have been possible if it had been for Héctor Cebello Salta or Manfredi Experimental Station or IPAVE. The PhD students and the other 3, the first 4 or first 3, the PhD students, then the local companies that are supporting us, our staff, for tests and trials. And we have 2 meetings, field meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, now we'll go back to sorghum. The speaker now is Pedro Pardo. Pedro Pardo is a leader of the sorghum and pearl millet research and development program at Advanta Seeds. The speaker will talk about advances in the improvement of sorghum with focus on agronomic gaps of the crop. Pedro, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Can everybody see my presentation? Yes, all right, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the steering committee for the invitation to participate in this interesting symposium that gives visibility to a sector and an important stakeholder in the food production chain around the world. and that generates important deliveries in the case of Argentina and in the case of sorghum to the improvement of great crops, not only for sorghum, but and not only for Argentina, but also for other countries as well. So this is the outline of my presentation. The progress in the grain yield for sorghum in Argentina, but it's very similar to what's happening in the main sorghum production around the world. I'm going to talk about the constraints of commercial sorghum breeding and some advances in terms of the traits that we found over the last couple of years to be able to complete some of the crop agronomic gaps. And then I'm going to talk about some advances in sorghum breeding with tools and techniques that are already available nowadays for all the sorghum breeders, and some final comments. To start, I'm going to present to you a work that I think is very interesting by Gonzalo Parda and others, where they compare the different progresses in the field of sorghum and maize, the yield of sorghum and maize in Argentina, with very interesting results. In this case, the yield of sorghum and maize, information produced by the Agro-Industrial Ministry in Argentina, where there is a publication of the estimations in terms of yield and harvested area for these two crops, also for soybean and maize. And it is done through different surveys run among some farmers, but also advisors, important advisors for the different regions, and that it also has an important, they have important information that is useful to monitor the yield advances. That is in terms of at the farmer level. This is a database that Gonzalo updated. He used data since 1969 all the way up to 2016 in 14 sub-regions. And what I'm presenting here today is a summary of all the sorghum regions for both sorghum and maize. And what you can see, first of all, is that in the middle of the 90s, the areas of sorghum and maize replicated the progress of both crops, increasing or decreasing the fields according to the time of the year. But in the middle of the 90s, beginnings of the 2000, the surface, sorghum surface started to decrease and maize started to grow consistently. And when you start looking at the yield values that both crops offered, we can see that at the beginning, back in the 70s, beginnings of the 80s, sorghum had a yield in all the regions above the yield that maize had in terms of grain. But in the middle of the 90s, and maybe more abruptly in the year 2000, maize started to show more progress in terms of yield by farmer compared to the sorghum yield. That was mostly in all the regions, except for some specific reasons where, of course, there was a better adaptation to the soil due to the abiotic conditions, and it showed a better progress for sorghum. But what we see is that sorghum did not only decrease its yield progress, but it also decreased the stability of that yield. And we find results of some works by Luque, Borrasam, Bitanzoni, Massini for maize, and Gizzi and Gambain, where they show the genetic gain in sorghum and the contrast between these two crops. With all that, this is a different source On average, between 2013 2018, the sorghum area was 372 hectares, and in 2019 it was a smaller hectare surface. But in 2020, the sorghum surface achieved 770 hectares due to the better market conditions. What are the constraints that we have for the commercial breeding of sorghum? As you probably know, genetically improving sorghum is relatively low compared to other bigger crops. Also, the big companies lack the focus to deliver all the elements of research compared to the new breeding techniques. In many big companies that is happening, but also in the public sector, there is a restriction to the development of these new technologies for sorghum. We also find that there is a funding system that are collaborative between the public and the private sector that can show a better scenario. And we have at commercial level, we have limiting factors such as the area, the price and the demand of the commodity or the grain, the production costs and the distribution costs. And thinking about the agronomic gaps in sorghum, and we define those as the difference between different crops. In general, we know that the farmer does it without fertilization, with problems in implantation, problems with weed, smaller plots in terms of water and nourishment and nutrition, and the farmer decides to invest less in those crops. And the other crops where we have good fertilization, more abiotic conditions. In the last couple of years, we found that companies or the sorghum breeders started finding very good attributes, for example, for weed control, for the new pests tolerance or insects tolerance, and the grain quality. Regarding the traits that these new technologies have, especially related to herbicides tolerance for the weed control, we have these weed control technologies or herbicide resistance are related to high growth, for instance, with less dependence on the environmental conditions to activate herbicides, and no non-GMO traits. These are very important for sorghum yield, and it improves the breeding programs. It's also in the ability of the breeder, in the skills of the breeders, to define these strategies to be able to have their breeding project. In this case, I'm showing 3 technologies that nowadays are already in the market, or they're about to come out in the market. High growth, in the imidazole line known. They were clearly described, and Vicente Trujillo, one of the breeders in the company where I'm working at, he was a great mentor to have that clarity and develop the traits, these herbicide traits, pioneered in sorghum, pioneered in Argentina, and nowadays it's changing the way sorghum is taken by farmers in order to develop it. We had weed-controlled crops, and they wanted to invest less, so that's what the farmers were able to see. There are also some other technologies that are going to reach the market, such as Inzen by Corteva, and the S&W company that has a new technology that will reach the market very soon, called Double Team. Regarding the contributions of the crop breeding, was the new pest tolerance such as insects, like the sugarcane aphid. In Argentina, it reached the country, but in big sorghum areas, this sugarcane aphid had already impacted in Brazil, in Canada. This new technology that has a genetic resistance to this pest or this insect. Under these conditions, it's important to have this genetic resistance or genetic tolerance to be able to have this kind of crops and to reduce this gap, this agronomic gap. In terms of the advances of sorghum breeding, one important advance was the gene editing, and what the Queensland University did together with Liu and Goldwyn developed for the transformation and the crop regeneration for sorghum, apply all of these new gene editing techniques such as clipper cast, and they focused in the Alliance for Agriculture and Food Innovation at the Agriculture and Food Innovation Institute in Queensland. It's an alliance, actually. They worked on the generation of new traits related to the end user, the one that is going to use the grain for monogastric and polygastric improvements. So they are now working with 3 approaches to this improvement. One of the main ones that they were working with is the change in the way the protein fold that does a gene knockout, and that resulted in an increase in the between a 40 and 50% more protein bodies from an 11 to a 16% average in the gene-edited materials. This is an important progress for the quality in the sorghum grain. Another approach that they have is the manipulation of what they call the G proteins associated with grain size, and the genes that affect this are going to contribute, as I said, to the grain size, because the crop compensates by having better quality. We can affect the grain size, and with this genetic manipulation, they were able to increase between a 7 and 9% the grain size in the wild type or the original type through the gene editing. With that, we never saw the reduction in the number of grains. Another important thing they're working on is in the knockout of the beta-caffeine gene expression. Very important for the digestion of the protein, digestibility of the protein, increasing the amount of protein, but also including a better quality of proteins compared to the original ones. Another important advance is the crop simulation modeling, how these simulation models can contribute to the environment and the biotic stress and the different events to group environments and to give help to the breeder for an improvement. An interesting work that Anda Cassette and Gambin did in 2019, they were able to simulate this model for sorghum in Argentina. And apart from that, I highly recommend this paper because they were able to map the frequency of occurrence of seasonal drought stress patterns of sorghum in Argentina. That is a very big advance, and how phenomics. Sometimes we think that it's only the drones, but it has a lot to do with the definition of a system that has to do with the different traits that are going to depend on the crop, the systems for data management or data collection management, the analysis of all, the analytics of all that big amount of data, the platform that they're going to have in order to put all this information in for data analysis later. And they're going to make all this available to the breeder so the breeder can make decisions based on the new traits and the improvements. In the case of sorghum, something important was the definition of the traits, and the main one was, in my opinion, it was in terms of the field and identification of information for biomasses, especially for forage crops, because it's one of the main traits associated to biomass production and one of the main traits that forage breeders look for. I wanted to show you also the change in the models, how these tools can improve estimations in these attributes like biomass and plant height. Very important, not only in the plant height, but also for the estimation of other traits that help stabilize the crop. And most of all, for the canopy coverage, because we usually don't see this in the breeding programs, but apart from the canopy cover, we can have a very good vision of the canopy for a better distribution and crop management. My final comments, I already explained all of this through the presentation, but I think something important to highlight is that there are limitations and a good scenario to develop the breeding programs, investments that can be made jointly and comprehensively between the public and the private sector, cooperation to develop new tools for sorghum breeders worldwide that can help better deliver these products to the breeders and to the farmers, which is the end goal of our work. Thank you very much. And sorry for the delays and for using more time than allotted. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, for your presentation. Now, Diana Martino, back to wheat. Diana is a wheat breeder at Buck Seeds since 2016. She is involved in with the National University of Mar del Plata in human resources training and education. Buck Seeds is one of the two wheat breeding pioneers in Argentina. Buck Seeds is 90 years old. The title of her presentation is Speed Breeding, How to Apply It in a Wheat Improvement or Wheat Breeding Program, excuse me. Hello, Jorge, and thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this symposium. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to briefly tell you about Buck Seeds. Buck Seeds is a national company devoted to crop breeding with over 90 years of experience. We turned 90 last year. Wheat is the main crop that our company devotes to, but we also do hybrid sunflower and rye breeding. But as I said, wheat is the most important crop of the company, and this is our breeding scheme. The base scheme we use to obtain our varieties. Every year we select the parents, that is the advanced lines or commercial cultivars that we use them as parents, and we have over 500 crossings a year. After this, the seeds coming from this cross, we plant them in the next year. for example, F1 and then F2 and so on and so forth, we need to provide 6 generations in order to have stable lines. After this, we test these lines in preliminary trials in 3 locations, and then what is selected is part of the advanced yield trials involving 10 locations. And in the 10th year, then we record the variety. Along this process, after the crossing, we gather field data, we assess industrial quality, commercial quality, and yield. This process takes us approximately 10 years. And for the company to be competitive, for our materials to be competitive, we have the need to obtain these varieties in a shorter term. Now, this breeding process can be split into 2 stages. This stage, that is the comparative yield trials, cannot be shortened because they are required. We need to evaluate the different materials in the different environments and to check for their adaptability and to correctly evaluate diseases and so on. But we do have strategies to reduce this other stage, and there are different methods to do it. For example, doubled haploids, the different tests in greenhouses or glass houses, or speed breeding. Speed breeding is a technique that we became aware of as a result of the International Wheat Congress in 2015. And these publications came up in 2018 with the protocols to conduct the speed breeding technique in other crops. Speed breeding shortens the crop cycle, so we can obtain a generation in around 2 to 3 months, so we can have more than 1 generation a year. How do we do this? Through the photo period, by using artificial lighting. We know it's a long day plant, so by extending the photo period, we can actually advance the flowering of the plant. We can use a temperature that will allow for faster development and also, an advanced harvest. When we learned about the technique, what really encouraged us to use these techniques was to know whether it was possible to use this technique in a breeding program. Due to the large number of genotypes we have, it's not the same. A research project that has, say, a smaller number of phenotypes or material. And at the same time, we wondered about the phenological difference we have in the program germplasm and how this could impact on the technique, and if we would have the necessary equipment to do it in Argentina, because these papers that were published in England and Australia. So the purpose of this presentation is to let you know about speed breeding advances in the Buc Semillas breeding program. So to develop this technique, we bought a growing chamber. This was developed by a national company based on our requirements. This growing chamber has irrigation, temperature, and photoperiod controls. This technique can be done in growing chambers or glass houses. We decided to have a growing chamber, to actually have better management of the controls. And it has 18 LED lamps for a period, and we can have actually the complete cycle of the crop. The chamber has a capacity for over 5,000 plants, to grow simultaneously. Basically, what we do is, we did several tests in this year and a half with different and basically here I'd like to show how we do it. For this experiment, we use 5 different varieties with different heading requirements, thermal sum and photoperiod. We use a density of 300 plants per square meter. We planted them in different trays that are sort of large pots at 5 centimeters soil depth. Soil, we used a regular conventional soil mix. We tried different brands, and they just work very nicely. And we use at 20 degrees Celsius during the whole crop cycle. As regards lighting, as these papers recommend, we use 22-hour photoperiod, 2 hours darkness. So with this protocol, we were able to obtain robust plants producing from 1 to 5 grains. This is what we really need. This is what we need to perform the single seed technique. We don't have to have plants that that actually produce a lot of grains. So these are our results. So as regards emergence sowing, we have a duration of 7 to 10 days based on the cultivar characteristics. And from emergence to heading, from 30 to 50 days, and from sowing to maturity takes us less than 2 months, or 2 months and a half. So on average, having a generation of speed breeding takes us about 2 months. While a greenhouse generation takes us 5 months. And if we conduct a field generation, it takes us between 3 to 7 months. Between 5 to 7 months. So we see, how we've been able to shorten the cycle via speed breeding. As I said before, we can also see differences between cultivars in time elapsed per generation, sowing to maturity. So from 48 days to 74 days in a cultivar, that took us longer. So this differences among cultivars has 2 main consequences. First, the seed harvest must be staggered or stepwise, and we also have a delay in sowing the next generation. After harvesting the seeds, basically we dry them in an oven at 35 degrees Celsius for 5 days. And when we sow seeds produced in the field, as the experiment I showed before, between sowing and emergence, we have a duration between 7 to 10 days. Now, when it's a generation of immaturely harvested seeds, then we need this point. This involves embedding seeds in a solution of gibberellic acid for 2 days. So germination is in 10 days. So if we omit this step, then germination takes 15 to 20 days, and this delays the generation time. So with this protocol, we were able to achieve a germination rate higher than 80%. Therefore, it is really satisfactory. So this speed breeding accounted for a shorter period, 50% to 65% shorter than under greenhouse or field conditions. And we can have up to 4 generations per year in germplasms with no greenhouse requirements or a very low requirement, but they can actually complete the cycle with greenhouse requirements. We haven't actually set up the technique. There are 2 options to do this. As I mentioned before, we can have up to have up to 4 generations a year. So what we can do is the 4 generations in 1 year, for example, F2 up to F5 in the growing chamber, or to shift between generations. And this is the option we picked in order to perform a field assessment of some agricultural traits. This is what the protocol or scheme looks like for those materials or crossings where the speed breeding technique is used. For the most part, we use the traditional technique of 12 years to obtain a variety, because, as I said before, we have 400 prestigious crossings a year. But for the promising crossings, we're using the speed breeding technique. So basically what we do is we first cross, then F1 the next year. We can do it in the growing chamber or in the greenhouse. And then the F2 in the field. This is in the same year, in the right crop season. And then the following year, F3 and F4 in the growing chamber, and F5 in the field, 3 generations per year, to then continue with F6 and the preliminary tests or trials, and then we'll continue with the registration. So this is how, by using the speed breeding technique, by alternating generations between growing chamber and fields, we're saving up to 3 years in the development of a single variety. And at the same time, having a growing chamber where we can perform the complete cycle of the crop, then we've been able to intensify sample collection via molecular markers and also artificial inoculation of pathogens. We're doing speed breeding and selecting. This is for stem rust. This is the protocol we've been able to put together. Thank you very much for your attention. This is my email, just in case you have any questions. And this is a video on our YouTube channel, just to show you how the growing chamber works. Thank you, Diana.
Bueno.
All right. Our last presentation of the day, I'm going to present Alison Bentley. Alison Bentley is the director of CIMMYT's for Global Weed Program, breeding program in Mexico. She's based on genetic genomics, the development of tools and technologies for wheat breeding to make the breeding programs on wheat more efficient. She's going to talk about the CIMMYT Global Wheat Program Accelerating Impact. Alison, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. Many thanks for the opportunity to share with you today some of the work we're doing in the CIMMYT Global Wheat Program to accelerate our impact to farmers in the developing world. So just to give a little bit of context for the reason for our focus on genetic gains, is that the CIMMYT Global Wheat Program has achieved large impacts through the provision of improved germplasm since it was since its inception. And if recently we look at the past 5 years, we see over 200 varieties released by partners in 24 countries around the world. So our material really aims to have wide adaptation and a high level of diversity to enable it to be grown by farmers throughout the developing world, half of the world's wheat acreage. And the analysis of genetic progress really allows us to tells us where we are in the process and sets the targets for the future. And we've historically documented the rates of genetic gain made in the program, and now we need to look at what comes next. So moving into the future perspective for the CIMMYT Global Wheat Program, we're moving from a centralized single large breeding program into a more market and demand-led breeding approach. So targeting specific geographies, much like the private sector does, but really trying to target the breeding to where the demand lies. Also very relevant to this session and the talks that we've heard so far, the adoption of new breeding methods and technologies, particularly in our case to accelerate the early stages of the breeding program. And then also our methods for quantification of genetic gain per unit cost. So we know when we talk about optimizing efficiency, if we put the electricity on for the whole day, we know that will speed up the plants, but does it give us value for money with our objectives of serving farmers in the developing world? So as I said, the measurement of genetic progress over time is really important for benchmarking the success of programs, breeding programs historically, and also going forward into the future. And these are just some examples from the CIMMYT program, including recent examples which show the genetic progress over time. So using our simulated selection environments, which are here in northern Mexico, we can look in our simulated environments for optimal conditions as well as drought and heat stress, and look at material over time and see these increases in performance, both under optimal conditions as well as in stress environments. And this is obviously important in the context of the breeding gains we can deliver to farmers in the developing world. And in particular, the stress environments allow us to build material with resilience to a range of diverse and challenging production conditions. Outside our simulated selection environments here in Mexico, we can also document the progress made by our international nurseries and trials, which are sent out to almost 100 partners around the world each year. And this shows here a recent analysis of the grain yield progress made via the CIMMYT material in India, a core geography for global wheat production. And this shows, again, in a 15-year period, the increase in the rates of genetic progress that we see for this trait of primary interest grain yield. So these upward slopes are obviously very important. And this is some recent data from the breeding program where we've put in side-by-side comparisons, in addition to this analysis of historical data and data in our target geographies, really put side-by-side material released by the program over time. And again, for both our optimal, the picture on the top and the figure on the top right-hand side, both for our optimal environment breeding program and our stress-adapted material, we see these genetic gains of close to 1%, or the equivalent of about 50 kilos per hectare per year in the optimal environment, and around half of that in our stress-adapted material. So really we use multiple methods to assess the rates of progress that are being made in the program, and this is important to set the benchmark for our objectives going forward in terms of further acceleration of this breeding progress. So that brings me on to the current work, very similar to some of the presentations we've already heard in this session. Really, our objective is to accelerate the rates of genetic progress we are making, particularly in the early stages of the program. So we've invested in a large amount of infrastructure enabling faster breeding. So we have a large greenhouse facility, which is essentially a covered, controlled, semi-controlled environment that covers a large area. And this allows us to grow all our early generation material in this greenhouse facility for rapid bulk generation advance. So here we go as quickly as possible in the early stages of the program. Then, much as Diana mentioned in her talk, into the field and progressing with a mixture of this accelerated scheme and field assessment, which is very important. We're also genotyping at the moment all of our stage 1 yield, so our first year yield testing, yield trial material, in order to be able to routinely implement genomic selection for both line advance and the recycling of parents into the breeding program. And then very similar to the talk we just heard, using speed breeding, not on a very large scale because we're using this greenhouse really for the large scale, but to use speed breeding as a way to create new parents. So as a rapid means to introgress traits, particularly for our disease resistances, which is one of the core priorities of our program, given most of the farmers that we serve produce wheat in conditions without inputs, agrochemical inputs. So together, we're really focusing at this point on achieving faster breeding progress at the earlier stages of the breeding program. So looking at pre-breeding, the trait pipeline, the creation of parents, and then the rapid improvement of our populations. And then also looking at the other elements, but there isn't time to cover that today. And that's being developed as part of the new 1CGIR system reform to really look at how we align these stages, later stages of the delivery of our germplasm into the hands of farmers. So just to talk very briefly through each of these components, firstly on the pre-breeding, really the focus in our program, we have a very complex trait portfolio, and what we want to do is determine the trait strategies which are underpinning yield increases. And this is the means to inform the targeted pre-breeding. And it's obviously a lot of work to do because these physiological traits, as we also heard in previous presentations, are very complicated. They interact with the environment. But what we've been doing as part of these error trials, where we're doing side-by-side comparisons of yield gain over time, is also assessing in the order of 70 to 80 physiological traits, and really trying to not only understand that the yields have increased over time, which is obviously an important feature, but to understand which of these physiological traits have been changing over time. So, and then by proxy, which of these physiological traits do we hypothesize as contributing to those yield gains over time, and then using these to inform forward selections. And importantly, with our pre-breeding strategy, we really want to be able to map this to the breeding progress. We know that pre-breeding material by its very nature is much more unadapted, captures lots of novel variation, but we now have put in place a collaborative trial where we benchmark all of our pre-breeding material against the material coming out of the core breeding pipelines. And this is very important for us so that we know we can deliver this novel variation from the pre-breeding component directly into the breeding program and not compromise yield or the trait package that we need to deliver to the farmers we serve. And as many of the speakers have mentioned, the use of high throughput phenotyping is really important for accumulating and assimilating this physiological data into the breeding program. So using a range of technologies underpinning the physiological characterization of material, and then looking at converting these into selection metrics to apply into the breeding program. And these are just a few of the traits that we're interested in. Canopy temperature is a major focus because of the link between canopy temperature and root depth, which is a very difficult trait to measure in the field or at scale, and the correlation of this to grain yield. So using these proxy traits based on physiological plant processes as a means to apply new selection indices within the breeding program. We're also, as I mentioned, really focused on population improvement, the earlier stages of the breeding program, and have been employing genomic selection for the past 5 or so years by applying genomics GUBVs in the first stage of the yield trial. So this is around 9,000 lines in our program, and it allows us both to move promising material forward and discard low GUBV material, but also to recycle parents. And this year we're applying for the first time genomic selection in the pre-testing stage. So here we're doubling the number of lines which we're subjecting to high density genotyping and the use of GUBVs to really see how early in the program we can go with the application of genomic selection at scale to deliver both material forward into the breeding pipeline, but also to have an earlier recycling of parents, with the hypothesis that this allows us to go much faster in terms of our breeding progress. So up until now, I've spoken about yield, key productivity trait, which we all know is very important, but we're also very conscious of nutrition and the role of cereals in nutrition globally. And we decided 5 years ago, the program adopted a strategy to increase the zinc micronutrition in wheat grains. And you can see over this time, this shows the breeding progress in terms of the yield. And then we can also see the gains in zinc over the last 2 cycles of breeding. So really we're trying to move forward. This is a quantitative negatively associated trait, but to use quantitative genetic approaches to make selection for zinc as well as yield and the associated trait package of disease resistance and agronomics. And this has now become part of our mainstreaming objective, so that we have the ambition that all of our material will have a higher zinc and by association iron content to address micronutrient malnutrition, which is a large issue in the developing world. And you can see here in our stage 1 breeding material, if we look at the grain zinc, we see significant variation for this. And so now really the challenge is to add in this selection for grain zinc, in addition to our productivity and disease package traits, and really to bring this grain zinc characteristic along in the package that CIMMYT wheat germplasm provides to farmers in the developing world. And as well, obviously, nutrition is not just biofortification. I'm very interested in other nutritional aspects of cereals. And this is an example where we've gone from really discovery to breeding application in arabinoxylan content, a contributor to dietary fiber. And here you can see we discovered the QTL through a mapping exercise, developed markers and validated them, and are now using these as a selection tool within the breeding program. So we need to obviously package all these traits together, and this is a slide you will have seen before. I know Pancho Grossa presented earlier today, and we've seen this in this session. And really this is just to highlight that with all of these technologies, the challenge that really exists is putting them all together. All of these technologies have great potential, and it's really about finding the intersection about where they can all be practically applied and assimilated in a breeding program. So just a few thoughts on wheat for the future. So wheat is, particularly from the CIMMYT perspective, a food source which is pivotal to the alleviation of hunger. We need to remember that it's eaten by 2.5 billion people worldwide. And really the challenge now for breeding, I think we know how to increase productivity to some extent, but in our context, it's about building resilience and packages of traits to serve farmers. And this is really important in terms of safeguarding future production. And then, as we've seen in the talks in this session and the other talks throughout the meeting, is that discoveries are being made very rapidly, new technologies, new QTLs, new genes, new phenotyping technologies, and really the further investment that I see is for us to really work out what to do with them and how to rapidly and accumulate and equitably accumulate them and deploy them to farmers. And with that, I'll close, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present and for your attention.
Okay. Thanks, Alison, for your presentation.
We had 7 presentations so far, And we have several questions. I will just pick three questions, but then you have the email addresses of the presenters and also the emails that are at the Congress Symposium website. You can actually get in contact with the presenters. So the first question is for Leonardo. You talked about characterization by exon captures. Do you think that this number you used is good, or should you increase that number? Or I believe that it would be good to increase the number, and hopefully we could have some public and private cooperation to increase the number of genotypes. So far, we have these 31 materials and 10 other materials that we've been able to fund via public projects at INTA, but it would be great to have at least 50 materials selected, and this would cover, for the most part, I mean, the genetic resources for the next 10 or 20 years of breeding. Thank you, Leo. A question for Ignacio. What changes would you expect to take place regarding corn breeding? I mean, looking ahead. I believe that it is a fact that breeding has changed a lot, and we're moving towards prediction-based breeding. So breeders need to be prepared and focused on this. And on the other hand, an important breeding focus for breeding is the concept of sustainability, the increase of population. So we need to focus not only in genetic gains as regards yield, but also creating crops that are tolerant to global temperature rise, that could perform well, and that are efficient in terms of the use of resources. I mean, environmentally friendly.
One question for Alison. Is online? No. No? Okay. También tengo una para Diego Ortiz.
I also have another question for Diego Ortiz.
La pregunta dice, ¿qué impacto
What impact would you expect in the photosynthetic addition regarding the yield? There is a good natural variability for photosynthetic efficiency, even though it's a very complex thing. Maybe the potential yield is not so high, but we can have transpiration rate that is high. So the impact may have to do with better exploration conditions. So in optimal conditions, we can have an interesting impact regarding the crop response. And in adverse conditions, it could also be interesting considering the fact that kinds of emissions that we use, such as chlorophyll emissions, is easy to measure, and it's representative to the response to stress. So it can have a good impact on adverse conditions.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
Una pregunta para Diana.
A question for Diana.
Algo mencionaste
When you described speed breeding in your breeding scheme, would you do a grow chamber and field? How are you planning to assess the field lines, and when?
Lo que estamos haciendo es hacemos digamos, en contraestación del trigo.
In the counter season, that is from January to July approximately, we perform 2 generations in the grown chamber, F3 and F4 generally. And then we move to F5 on the field with the regular assessment we conduct. As we have fewer seeds than a normal, compared to a normal F5, we're more careful about sowing, but then assessment is just a regular assessment as we would do in an F5. And something I did not say as regards the crop season, we're not advancing the generations. I mean, we use the growing chamber for gene integration or to advance generations. I mean, maybe some special material, but mainly associated with molecular markers or IMI resistance that require more detail, and then the growing chamber is better, is more efficient compared to field. Julia, last question. What do you think the link connecting the different value chains in the case of chickpea, excuse me. A value chain is being initiated. The farmers, the seeders or the seed companies, the process plants that classify the grain based on the demand. This has grown a lot. I mean, Cordoba has grown a lot in this. So from the seed, the cultivar, the breeder, the seed company, the process plants are prepared for the different demands. There are over 50 destinations. This will reduce probably the destinations, but these are really varied destinations. And this is part of the value chain. So this implies a strategy from crop management. When I talked about the crop, there are 2 important aspects to consider: to do it before the rainy season because that impacts on the grain. It is a grain that is used directly, so we don't sell flour. We're not selling flour yet. I mean, we can, for it's whole grain for human consumption, either canned, in glass, or just dry grains. So the product quality, I mean, for export is really essential, and that is dictated by the consumers. We cannot send flour, because I mean, the grain has to be complete, whole. The time for sort of the frying time has to be appropriate, so we need to, train the farmers beforehand, and that is related to the destination.
hay que ir hacia curva hacia arriba, pero que se estabilice más todavía. Son 10, 15 años del mercado.
I mean, we've been in the market for 15 years. You talked about exports, and what about the domestic market? Yeah, it is growing. I believe that the pandemics really boosted the use of legumes. People began to cook at home because of the protein contribution and the nutrition, bioavailability, food quality values mainly. It has increased a lot. And then, consumption, I mean, people who don't eat meat but consume legumes and other cereals and so on. So it's having quite an interesting perspective. This is also shown in a year-old study stating that there is a world growth regarding legume consumption. In our country, not losing this market that has taken really a lot to be able to develop it. So, again, it may be probably an option to directly contact the presenters via email. Thank you for your participation in this panel. I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you, Jorge, for chairing this last session. We are wrapping up and ending our first day. We're going to meet tomorrow again at 8 a.m. For the next hour, you can still visit the virtual trade show and interact with the sponsors, and you can also visit the posters room. On behalf of the organizing committee, we'd like to thank the sponsors and institutions which have generously supported this meeting, as well as guest speakers, session chairs, the scientists who presented their studies in the posters rooms, and the review committee, and also you, the audience, that are following and listening to this symposium. Thank you very much, and we'll meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Quorum Convention Center in the city of Córdoba.
Gracias.